Zealot, thank you for the resub, my man. Yep. And yeah, alaikum salam to Mr. Sir. And yeah, Mango, welcome for the first time. Oh, Manganese, sorry, not Mango. No, it's not. You followed on February 10th. Sorry, my man. Anyway. Let me get something on in the background here. Draw on the right percentage. I knew you were in Virginia with her. But that's just me. Cat. Yeah, I do consider it a boring dystopia when the populace has become, is it Texas? I could have sworn. Yeah, either way. No, where you want to go is Virginia. Either way. I do consider it a boring dystopia when the populace is so desensitized to random shooting, say 219, that one happens every week, and it's just a footnote to the day. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. Estrella, don't do that to my fucking... Wait, I could have sworn it was Virginia. Yeah, I do consider that a boring dystopia. It's just another shooting. just another week, just another day, just another shooting. It's just America. Looking like, you know, north of 8 maybe. The number's been changing. At least one cop, it seems like, Cat. He was still active when the cops rolled up and apparently managed to tag a cop or two. There's a really interesting video on Twitter. Guy at the front of the store filming and yelling, and people laying, one out in the street, one near the cart return, one near the sort of like just past the entrance area of the store. Yeah. And he's yelling about 911 and shit like that. Exactly, Fox. That's just another day. Yeah, Snappy. I've seen one cop per Boulder PD. Oh yeah, was it 40% or something like that with her? It's absolutely ridiculous. News World, yeah, we were just discussing it and how it's actually sort of not even that interesting of a story, to be perfectly honest. What do you want? Oh, Cat, yeah, it's gonna get interesting for sure. I've seen the number higher than that, but I mean, who the fuck knows? Boulder PD is going live in front of like the area. Just let me take down my knee brace here. 6:30. So 15 minutes. Yeah. So we'll get updated numbers there. And for, let's see. Yeah, what are we? Hey, premarital. Just another day, just another mass shooting in America. That's all we were talking about. So I went and, exactly, RV, another day in America, baby. Pew, pew. So I went and got, some more blood work done today. Went to the lifestyle medicine place. It was hilarious. I haven't mentioned the name of the place on air, right? Because for what I'm about to say, I can't have mentioned the place's name. Who knows, premarital? The dude is definitely using his own supply. Sorry, you think I remember things? Kat, you will be most interested in this. I'm not kidding you. The dude's arms, legit. Like, legit. I sat there and stared at them for quite some time. Yeah. Yeah. It was absolutely absurd. It was absolutely absurd. There's no way this dude's not dipping into his supply. It was hilarious. And the thick. It was interesting, the like wink and the nod stuff that you could tell, like with the questionnaire, but you fill out the questionnaire ahead of time. And if you know what you're looking for anyway, you know how to fill this out correctly. But you get in the room with this dude and he literally, he's indicating what you need to say. He's indicating what you need to say. He literally leans on certain questions. he'll just skip most of the questionnaire and go right to the bottom and be like, well, I mean, if you're having any problems in the bedroom, that's clearly a sign that you could be a candidate for hormone replacement therapy. Are you having any problems in the bedroom? Are there any performance issues in the bedroom that you may be having? He's asking it like 5-6 times in a row, like literally just sitting there going, just say yes, bro. Just say yes to this question, and they're yours. And so, I mean, I had other stuff that I already fall back on and be like, nah, that's not that huge of a deal, but this, and this other stuff. Oh, well, yeah, you know, definitely, we should get you checked out and that sort of thing. But it was readily apparent. It was like the olden days of weed, getting your like medicinal your medicinal card. Are you having back pain? You know, like it was that kind of thing. It was funny. Let's see. It was like a bud clinic, but for hormone therapy and other stuff, whole bunch of other stuff. Like I said, it's bougie white people shit, lifestyle medicine. Hey, Memphis. Yeah, RV, I really want to give you these, bro. So say yes. It was really funny. And I miss bud clinics. I mean, I have another appointment on Monday. And it's like $170 a month, basically, is what it boils down to. For like constant monitoring every 6 to 8 weeks, and you know, they're fine with me doing dosing at home. I don't have to go into the clinic, that sort of thing. And so yeah, it was definitely fascinating. What do you want? You want vitamin injections? We got those. Fire, whole bunch of stuff. I have progressive small fiber neuropathy, so they do injections, like localized injections for small fiber neuropathy. They do a PRP injections for your joints. They do like bioidentical hormone replacement therapies. They do, you know, whole bunch of stuff. Now, what am I going for? I'm going for joint pain. I'm going for hormone replacement therapy, and I'm going for injections. I'm going for some neuropathy treatments. We're going to see if we can't shove those off on my insurance company. One of them. So it should be interesting. I may or may not do the neuropathy. Are there vitamins a human shouldn't get? I mean, there's amounts of vitamins that a human shouldn't get, but generally speaking, the things that we duly recognize as vitamins, most humans need. We the people demand femboy Kai. I'm going the other direction, Kat. Going the other direction on that one. Fucking typical blue state disorder. We're a purple state, goddammit. Yeah. Hey, Rich. Roid Rage Guy. Exactly. I'm going the other direction. Yeah, I was... Thank you, Fire. It was fascinating, though, talking to this dude, and just... I couldn't stop staring at his arms. I'm like, this motherfucker right here. This motherfucker right here. Talk about dipping into your own supply. Like, for reals. That fucker's doing cycles. Like, forget hormone replacement therapy. That motherfucker's doing cycles. Debate Lord Kai trying to make a comeback. Femboy Dress Kai. You know, tell you what, you fuckers, I will make it a channel push. Y'all want to spread the word. I will do makeup, I'll throw a wig on, and I'll wear a dress. Here's the catch. You need to fully fund up front. Let's say both 2 years of college and $5,000 donation to Food Not Bombs. There you go. Y'all want it bad enough, you can make it happen. Otherwise, I'm just gonna put that goal right outside your reach. That way I don't ever have to do that. Personally, I don't give a shit one way or the other, but hey, if you want it, there you go. You must expand the channel exponentially. It's on you now. Give me the digits. It's a complicated cosplay for twos. But yeah, we'll see in a week whether whether my labs come back clean enough for them to. Everybody says that Fire, you're not alone. You are not even you're not even in double digits. You're in the triple digits count. Probably at this point of people who have said it's Tony Hawk. So I think Tony Hawk's a badass. I love the guy. Catboy. Anarchist. Anarcho Hawk. But yeah, we'll see next Monday whether my labs come back clean. And before Fat 75 Dono. Fucking A. Fair enough, Catboy. Yeah, if my labs come back clean, they did the draw in-house, they'll run the labs, and next Monday we'll know whether or not I'm approved for, what's called, I believe, BHRT. And then it's a matter of figuring out levels and fiddling with my body chemistry, which will make interesting, will make an interesting next couple of months past that, yeah. Catboy, not as many as I'd like, just because ennui set in and a little bit of despondence with activism and a few things. I've been getting some in, yeah, but not as much as I'd like as I look around at books that I need to finish. But yes, I mean, I'm never not reading. So, yeah, that's sort of the update. And tomorrow I see, tomorrow I see a doctor. Fucking, we'll see how that goes. Tomorrow I have an appointment with one of my longtime doctors, and one of my labs came back with slightly elevated liver enzymes, which I know was caused by that 6 days of rapid exercise I did. But I also know this doctoral practice, and I can expect to be back at that doctor's office in a month probably, because they're going to be like, no, we demand more testing and that sort of thing. So it's going to be more blood drawn, more fucking, you know, this, that, and the other thing. Jeez, Wither. Yeah, Lucy, it's not like I really have a choice with that sort of thing. And there is, yeah. And who knows? Sure, Cave. The new infrastructure bill that's coming out of the White House has universal pre-K, free community college, and climate change measure funding. So I'm sure, oh, Jesus Christ, of course. So I'm sure that, you know, the Republicans are going to throw a bitch fit. They're just a huge bitch fit over this. But, I mean, just the fact that somebody's even talking about free community college. Can we, you know, come on. Anarcho Glizzy, congratulations! You're the first one for this week. How far in are we? How long did it take? Half an hour, maybe less. This is Bakunin to Marx. Enrico Gozzi. Marx is an authoritarian and centralizing communist. He wants what we want, the complete triumph of economic and social equality, but he wants it in the state and through state power, through the dictatorship of a very strong and, so to say, despotic provisional government, that is, by the negation of liberty. His economic ideal is the state as sole owner of the land and all kinds of capital, cultivating the land under the management of state engineers and controlling all industrial and commercial associations with state capital. We want the same triumph of economic and social equality through the abolition of the state and all that passes by the name of law, which in our view is the permanent negation of human rights. We want the reconstruction of society and the unification of mankind to be achieved not from above downwards by any sort of authority, nor by socialist officials, engineers, or other accredited men of learning, but from below upwards by the free federation of all kinds of workers' associations liberated from the yoke of the state. There's your fundamental difference. Lucy, oh shit, this is the yoke shit. Yeah, no, I'll take it, Cat. Well, book drop. Yeah, you know, I'll totally take it. Like, if we can get free community college out of this administration, win. We'll push the healthcare the whole time. We'll see if we can't force that issue. Yeah. Maoism and anarchism are fake synthetic ideologies. Holy shit. These are the same people who lost their shit when Vosh said said the same of MLism. Oh my god. Cave, where are you hanging out? I hate to see... I guess they killed religious people while praising Stalin, Mao, and modern-day China. Yes, they very much love the word dialectic. I like the word dialectic to engage in, like in its traditional usage, not when Marx got a hold of it. One guy just keeps dropping paragraph on quotes. Now they're just talking about how daddies Marx, Stalin, Lenin, Stalin, Mao, and Deng would roast Foch on Twitter. Deng wouldn't do well, I mean, Deng would roll out the tanks. Lucy, just FYI, yoke is Y-O-K-E. Let me just check, because that's just your, yeah, oh yeah, Catboy. Yeah, free community college. I mean, Jesus Christ. Yes, I did, J Miles, and hey there, J Miles. Yes, one of the lead story editor and one of the bookers. He's the booker and lead story editor for Fox Business News these days, but he's worked all over Fox for 19 odd years. Died of COVID. Yes. Open whispers. I'll tell you the streamer. Fair enough. Cave, you've got my DM on Discord. Although if it's easier just for you to engage in Twitch right now, I understand. Cave. Where's Cave? There's Cave. Quick whisper. Sent. I love how Vosh and Desi merely breathing sets the left on fire. I know, right, Kat? I like how pompous the word is. It's very good to use when people, when to answer people who like to smell their own farts. Hey, Pastique. I think it has too. That'd be an interesting debate to have, Catboy. I think the fucking Nazi shit's come a little ways as well. I mean, they stopped wearing they stopped like wearing all the traditional garb and stopped shaving their heads there for a bit, and they started wearing suits and ties. That was a very conscious effort on their part. Their OPSEC changed, their public relations tactics changed. I think there's been evolution there that one could point to. Let's see. Okay. Seriously? Like, so the European Nazis just are fucking lame. That's what I'm hearing here. Yeah. There we go. Close that. Oh, of course. Cave, I just saw the whisper. Of fucking course. That doesn't surprise me in the least. No, that doesn't surprise me in the least. Now that, yeah, of course that's where you are right now. Dude. Oh. Nope, doesn't surprise me. Given everything that I've heard over the last few weeks. Has there ever been a prominent political commentary entertainment person on either YouTube or traditional media that's went from far left to far right or vice versa or right to left, wondering how that would affect the audience? No, I wouldn't know that. That's not the that's not the type of thing I follow, Miles, but probably. I mean, if, you know, Milo can go from fucking riding dick and talking mad shit about being homo, fucking, and for anybody who gets their panties in a bunch, homo, and all of a sudden he's like, you know, cured and shit. Like, I'm sure somebody's done the swing, but whether I'm aware of them or not, no. Dipped out, couldn't take the cringe anymore. Dude, it's brutal. The fact that you're in there for more than 30 seconds even, Cave, is astounding to me. I can't survive those spaces. Let's just put it that way. Dave Rubin did leave the left. Probably Dave Rubin. Jimmy Dore is not far left now. Or Estrella, you're... Okay, I know what you're doing, Estrella. Where can I drop a link on Discord? It depends. If it's just shared content, put it in shared content. Catboy. Yeah, that's the joke, Pastique. It took me half a beat there. Which Assassin's Creed are you playing right now, Cave? Or playing at present, maybe not currently. Oh, look at you. We did it at the same time. Fuck him. We'll just ban him outright. Hey, Hardin Travel Agency, look at you catching your ban. Ugh. Let's see. Milo preempted Ruben's next move. Later, Pastique. Let's see. There we go. Cool. 360 go scope. Leftist stream is hindering me from watching the NBA, and sometimes you gotta go watch basketball. I'm not a sports ball guy. I think we all know that, but enjoy your sports ball, Pastique. I most assuredly would not want to keep you from it. Catboy, show suggestions is probably not where you want to put that. Put it up in shared content. Fair enough, Pestique. Fair enough. No. I just deleted one of its messages. Russia tries to enlist China in pushback against U.S. dollar sanctions. You know, hey, let them try. It's the benefit of having reserve currency status. We get to throw big dick around like that, I suppose. It's utter bullshit, but might as well use it if you got it. All right, so what else we got? Texas killed a guy. You know, par for the course. They arrested a guy for weed, and they pepper sprayed him and pepper sprayed his face, and then put him in a spit hood. And well, he'd be dead now. Woo, Texas, fucking keeping that reputation going strong. Yeah, fucking Texas, really, you know, doing Texas. You know, it is what it is. And for our, hey, McSecular, for our, so pro-life, we freed him from it. Hey, Zumi. Yes. It's basically a fucking, like, canvas hood that they can, like, lock on you, to keep you from spitting on officers. And I put the air quotes on spitting because oftentimes they use it, not so much to prevent spitting on officers, but as a form of torture. So that's a thing. Cool. Rock on, Cave. So let's see. For all the MLs or the MLs in your lives that you may want to fuck with, China is making it a crime to question any military death toll on the internet. So, you know, land of the free, home of the brave, that sort of thing. Definitely a place with free speech and an unoppressed proletariat. But basically the entire case, holy shit. That was fucking quick. Holy shit. Cat. I threw a report towards Twitch for the fucking douchebag with the Prime account. Trying to spell out, you know, a racial epithet for black people. I just got the action report. Not the, like, hey, we got your report, but we wanted to let you know we reviewed your report and determined that a violation of our TOS and community guidelines occurred and enforcement action has been taken. Dude, that was minutes. Like, that was not even 5. Holy shit. Wow. So anyway, they must be bored. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Pestique. That ain't par for the course. So basically this guy, Little Spicy Penball, that was his online, his pseudonym. He's a 38-year-old former newspaper journalist who ran a blog. Basically, the Chinese military reported that they had four soldiers had died in a skirmish with India in the Galwan Valley area. That's the border region that's constantly in dispute between the two of them. And they reported that four soldiers died while attempting to retrieve, while they were attempting to rescue fellow soldiers, right? And so Little Spicy Penball just does basic common sense calculations. Hey, Axel. Okay. Does basic common sense calculations in their head and says, well, if 4 died trying to rescue people, clearly there were more casualties than just this 4. What are the further numbers? Yeah, motherfucker. Maybe don't question official military casualties in China, because they have a law that a criminal law that that penalizes infringing on the reputation and honor of revolutionary heroes. So far, they've used it against 6 other people. And so basically, little spicy Penball, fucking got his ass fucking hardcore arrested for questioning, official military casualty, reports. And so that's, you know, again, according to our ML friends, you know, up there in the authoritarian quadrant of the compass, you know, China's amazing. It's brilliant. The proletariat are freer than anybody in the West. You know, just don't question official military casualty statistics, or else they'll round you up and, well, throw your ass away for a while. You know. Juice. What's the anarchist symbol for chilling? A fucking pot leaf. Lovely, Pestique. Including France, despite never enforcing it. That's problematic. I would do something about that. At least never before Macron got elected. Exactly, Primo. Okay. Rural and undeveloped, Axel. There was actually a post on that, on Anarchy 101, on Reddit today. Today? Yeah. How do anarchists deal with and relate to the authoritarian left? And, you know, almost 100 comments from various anarchists of a variety of bents. But the general consensus is that fuck them. Work with them, but keep your back against the wall and keep them within eye line at all times. Like I always tell the community. Historically, they can't be trusted. They just can't. Especially if you are an anarchist, right? Like if you're an anarchist and you're dealing with the authoritarian left, they've killed more of us than anybody else. So, yeah, something to note. There's no left or right, just up and down. Yeah, back against the wall is exactly where they want you. Well, at least, mister, they can't sneak up behind you and stab you in the kidneys, which has happened a couple of times. So. Yeah, a couple. Oh, let's see. Wait, what did, I disagree. All right, so let's see. We talked about the infrastructure bill. We'll just keep an eye on that. Maybe that'll make some fucking changes. That would be impressive. Let's see. Oh yeah. It was yesterday. Yesterday was the 50th anniversary of when Hunter S. Thompson arrived in Las Vegas to cover the Mint 400, but began writing Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas instead. And for those of you that haven't read Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, or God help you, seen Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, I can't help you. Go watch it. Depp did a very good portrayal of Thompson, and it just, go watch, read. How different is the movie from the book? Actually, it's pretty faithful. It's relatively faithful. Rex, there's a few things, just because if you transform a book into a movie, right, like the movie is going to be 8 hours long. Stuff was cut, but the high water marks and the stuff that is the most prolific statements and experiences made and had by Hunter, it made the cut. And Depp infamously went and hung out and lived Hunter's lifestyle, so he could get a read on him. And so yeah, it's pretty faithful, actually. Yeah, oh yeah, fire. He was good. Yeah, he got it. He got Thompson down pretty pat. So yeah, yesterday was the 50th anniversary of that. He did, Rex. That is one factoid. And if you're unfamiliar with how Hunter S. Thompson wanted to be buried, Depp paid for that. Basically, Hunter wanted to be cremated and loaded into a cannon and shot over his property. Just dispersed via cannon fire. And Depp actually paid for that to occur. Yeah, so yes, he did. I don't provide safe spaces. This is a space in which we do discuss politics. We talk politics, economics, philosophy, religion, and video games, movies, books. We talk about the whole thing. Thank you for the follow, Rex. But safe spaces aren't something that I provide or do. You've solved politics. All right, I'll throw that on screen. Hang on. Oh, I didn't open. Hey, good job, Wither. The Oth Horseshoe, the Lib Fishhook, and the Chill Zone. I like it, Fortus. I dig it. Post that shit. Well, you know what? I'm gonna do it for you. That shit's going in shared content. Exactly, Pestique. Oh, and I never looked. I'm gonna scroll up a ways. There's what Cave did. Some of the. There we go. Hey, Moomin. What's up, Moomin? I'm just looking at some stuff that Cave sent over. Hey, that's a good one. Hey, Cave. Okay, so Cave sent me some like screenshots from fucking tankies. I feel like any principled anti-imperialist would be pro-China, but that's just me. Not just any. It's required to be pro-China to be anti-imperialist, because China's never done anything imperialist. Fuck me. Oh, Pestique, there's no reasoning this one. Fucking tanky brain is a hell of a thing. Let's just put it that way. Oh, and here's an anarchist defending freedom of speech, and here's a fucking tanky criticizing freedom of speech, as would be expected from a fucking authoritarian dickhead. Oh yeah. You could good luck with that, premarital. Oh yeah, no, they think that they think China is uplifting like African nations just because they're sharing the wealth or some shit like that. Right? Like that's literally tanky brain, is that, oh, that's just China being good to like their regional neighbors. It's not imperialistic economic expansionism. It's not providing, you know, low cost. It's not paying low cost entry fees to get long-term regional raping and pillaging of natural resources. Not at all. Just sign over all of your natural gas and oil rights, and we'll pave some roads for you. Maybe we'll build you a harbor. Are you like, fuck me. Yeah, oh yeah, Pestique. If you really want to fuck with them, just call China West Taiwan. That's just West Taiwan. Fucking there's Taiwan and West Taiwan. That'll really get them a little stirred up. Something Southern American, damn something noble savages. Yeah, China. You mean mainland Taiwan? You mean Greater Tibet? You mean South Mongolia? You mean East Turkmenistan? Yeah, I know, right? I thought it was the 100-acre wood. Yeah, Africa is 6 of the world's 10 fastest growing economies, but I'm sure just China's just being nice. Hey there, Marcus. Yeah, no, 100%. I visited West Taiwan 3 times and lived in Southwest Taiwan Special Zone for 5 years. Western Alaska. Yeah, no, it's absolutely ridiculous. Get a tattoo in Mandarin that says Japan. Oh, I love it. I love it. Oh, that's the fucking thing. No offense, Zumi, but Mao wasn't the it wasn't the vehicle to that destination. Deng was, arguably. If you want to talk about the economic gains actually made by that country, you have to talk Dengism, which is a whole fucking ball of wax there. But Deng is the one who fucking drug their asses into the global economy and actually got that country moving. Sure, Mao may have, like, converted some farms. But, I mean, if we're gonna put, like, credit where credit's due. you know, it's Deng that fucking said, hey, let's kill a whole bunch of people, kill a whole bunch of protesters, and open up the economy. Oh, jeez. Cave. No, it doesn't. Cave. No, it doesn't. And I will save people the effort in chat. What it actually says is, I want to fuck your dad. China's like uber cursed. It's the worst of the off left and the lib right combined. Oh, I can't see how that could go wrong. Estrella asking a tanky about. Ooh, goody. Hang on, I just got a notification from something. One sec. Yeah, sign in. Pre-transit production filled. All right, which one is that? Oh, rock on. So, yeah, there's a few that actually do, Kat. So a fucking printing company contacted me. I got 2 offers this weekend, actually. One from a company that handles advertising for mid-sized streamers and podcasters. And said, hey, we could use their recruiter saying, hey, if you're interested, we could put you in contact with some advertisers. And then I got another offer from a printing company that said, hey, we'd like to send you some samples. Do you have anything that that you would like put on the samples? And so I've got a cutout, like I forget what the stamped cutout stickers are called. Either way, I've got a sticker of Cappy coming. For those of you that don't know Cappy, there's Cappy. I've got a cutout sticker of Cappy coming. I've got a mug with Cappy on one side and the PR letters on the other. And I've got a black graphite, I don't know, beanie. Didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Wrong button entirely. A graphite beanie with a Cappy, like 14 color embroidered on it. And so, yeah, like I didn't take up the advertising company. Let's just put, you know, I was like, good, thanks. I don't need to be. And today's episode of Proudly Radical, where we talk mad shit about capitalism, is brought to you by Dollar Shave Club. You know, yeah. So I informed that woman, just, you know, much love. Thanks for contacting me. But not something I'm interested in. But the print company, I was like, you're sending samples, right? Cool. I'll take them. I'm not gonna use your company, but I will take them. Lysenko was a genius. It was the CA that got to the plants after he did and convinced the plants to betray him and become capitalists instead. Fucking Lysenko, I swear to God. I know a guy that wanted to get a tat of Ireland and Britain with the flag over each country, but the French flag instead of the English one. Flags do show one is serious. Super Dad, I need Cappy stickers for Momo. I'll see what I can do. Super Dad. I'll see what I can do about that. A Cappy flag. Oh shit. Fucking yeah. I'm less against merch than the advertisement, which you can consider it leftist propaganda. You know, I have issues with merch just because, hey Kvass, just because I want it ethically sourced. I want it like made preferably by people who make a living wage, you know, maybe some union membership or worker-owned co-op, environmental considerations taken into account as well in the manufacturing thereof and the back end side as well. My standards for merch are pretty high, but this fucking company's just sending out freebies. I was like, I'll take your freebies just fine. Because they're getting sent out no matter what. Fair enough, Pastique. Damn, you leftists in your ethics. I mean, they can't even keep their own stuff in stock. Cave. I mean, Goods for the People is like literally just out of their own stock. So, hang on, let me just check. Out of stock, literally entirely. Notice on the top of their website, at present, out of stock. Yeah, they can't even keep their own supply going. Mao was a genocidal maniac and a shit human being. And by the way, the committee did most of the editing on the Little Red Book. Not so much Mao's own unadulterated word. Just putting it out there. And today's episode of Proudly Radical, where we talk mad shit about capitalism, is brought to you by Dollar Shave Club. And today's... Nice cat. Nice! Pastique. Holy shit, that's hardcore. Holy shit, that's hardcore, Pastique. Who? Like, who the fuck did that, Pastique? Wow. One famous comic book author in France received the French Legion of Honor recently. He made a video where he cuts his vein, put the blood in a box with the metal, and sent it back to the government. Louis Trondheim. Oh, the cutting is fake, but still. Oh, boo! 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 That just ruins the entire story. That ruins everything. Oh... I so wanted this dude just to fucking, like, slash his wrist and be like, here, bitches, take this. Oh, that would have been so amazing. So, what else we have? Yes, boo. Boo, I say.
Beta.
Is that encouraging it? Look, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If a fucking French author wants to fucking drop blood on some, like, you know, Medal of Honor from the state and then send it back, and so in an act of defiance, I'm sorry. I'm 100% behind this. We don't need to encourage cutting. Like, it's not cutting. I'm sorry. It's not. There's a distinction. Pathological cutting in order to deal with your own repressed traumas and psychological issues as a coping mechanism is worlds apart from a comic book author fucking making a political statement by dropping blood on something. It just is. So I guess trigger warning if that's your thing. But fundamentally, this is not encouraging cutting. This is a political statement, and, you know, Buddhists light themselves on fire in form of protest. Right? Like, it's not meant to trigger people who have been badly burned in house fires. It's a statement. And Sometimes political statements take extreme forms. And how dare you attempt to castigate his political statement with your mainstream sensibilities, right? Is what true, Mr. I've heard that before too, actually, but yeah, it's called the Blood Quran. It's a thing. It's at least like, I don't know if it exists, but it is definitely a thing. No, it does. It exists. Saddam donated somewhere between 24 and 27 liters of his blood over a period of time for the author Abbas Shakir Judy to copy 6,000 verses, some 336,000 words of the Quran. It's a thing. The author was summoned to the hospital, actually, after his son, which one? Uday, survived an assassination attempt. And apparently the work was given to Saddam September of 2000 in a ceremony. It was put on display at the al-Madarik, the Mother of All Battles Mosque in Baghdad. There's questions as to how much blood actually was donated. It's in safekeeping. In April of 2003, the custodians of the mosque put the Blood Quran into storage for safekeeping. There's just debate now as to what to do with it after the fall of Saddam. My favorite China defense. America bad too. Yeah, I know, right? To complain to the decision concerning art workers in France today, which, by the way, are occupying theaters currently. Rock on, Pastique. Good old France. Dressed to Saddam Hussein for Halloween. Well, that's an interesting take. Oh, I'm not doubting you. What was this? Oh, Jesus, Kenny. Oh, for fuck's sake. I just saw what you put up, RV. Holy shit. I just read that tweet. Oh, the worst person I've dressed up is Cheney. I didn't do much dressing up for Halloween. I did it as a little kid and then not much. Got drunk on it, though, plenty. I partied. Hey, Mystified. Why? Zoomy, why? Why would you, I mean, why? I deleted Twitter, it's garbage. It is. Joking, I had a pig snout and I just said I was Cheney. fucking counting, I swear to God. I dressed up as Vlad the Impaler once. So have y'all been watching the news? Depends which news, gamer. This is from behind the scenes. It's, oh yeah, we talked about it at the top of the show. It's Squee with the fucking sub streak. Hey there, Squee. Good to see that you're alive. How did your bout of sobriety go? How you feeling? How you doing? I just want to know if you think the vax is safe for me to get. Good. Glad to hear it, Squee. I do. There have been very few, just letting this edible kick in. Fuck yeah. Rock on, my man. There have been very few side effects, actually reported. The only concern, that there are two concerns. One, if you have an egg allergy, due to the fact that they do use albumin in the manufacturing process. So if you have an egg allergy, there are a couple of the vaccines that could cause anaphylaxis. So that's right out of the gate. Do you have like an egg allergy? If no, then move on to the next step. Don't chip yourself out of heaven. While carrying, you know. So if you don't have an egg allergy, then go ahead. The only other concern that I've seen is in Europe. They halted a bunch of the vaccination programs because 7 people had blood clotting issues. And the way it worked out was it was 1 per so many million vaccines. At 12, we're up to 12, Axel. It's still 1 per so many million vaccines given. But again, if you're familiar with birth control for women, they have a 1 in 10,000 chance of blood clotting issues. And we're fine with that. Millions and millions and millions of people are fine with that. Right? So understand statistics, understand rates, you're fine. You're unless you have clotting issues, unless you have an egg allergy. So what's the point in getting it? The point in getting it is to make it so we don't all end up with COVID. I mean, the point is to reduce your chances of catching, and if exposed to, reduce the severity of the incidence, and hopefully prevent you from spreading. Oh, your antibodies will only last you like 6 to 8 months. It may last you up to 12. But again, well, not permanent, Estrella. Let's not spread that. There are lots. Will I hear the Windows startup sound when I get it? For sure. Also, you're, depending if this is your thing, your dick will grow 2 inches, or, you know, you will be given ample, cleavage, whatever is your thing. Yeah. Also, you may have an instant six-pack set of abs. These are known side effects. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. You may also learn a new language instantaneously. Just saying. Hey, Doc. It'll make Deadpool's hair come back. But what use would I have of a 20-inch dick? Hey, Korea, how dare you lie to me so sweetly to me? Might do average. For 2 goes one direction, Moomin goes the other with it. Yeah. 2 goes the other with it. 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 2 goes the other with No, you the likelihood of what will happen if you get the vaccine is that you may have a sore arm or you may feel fatigue. These are the most common side effects that I have been hearing from people, is that you get, you know, pretty sore arm. And some people are just wiped out that night. They're really tired. So there you go. But should you get it? Yes, Squee, you should get it if you can. Let's see. Oh, Squee. Squee, it's not about you. This is one of those situations where it's about the community and not just you. Okay, vaccines aren't just about the individual. They're about the social group as well. Right? Like this is part of living in a functioning society. But Axel. Oh. But I can make this about you if you want, Squee. If you get your vaccination and you get your card, Krispy Kreme will give you a free donut every day for the rest of the year. Okay? You go into Krispy Kreme every day for the rest of 2021 with that little vaccination card, they'll give you a free donut. I am not making this up. I am not being sarcastic. This is a very real thing. This is a very real thing. I'm not fucking around. Yeah. Yeah, actually, you get a little card that says you're vaccinated. It's part of the vaccination program. 190 to 300 calories per donut, depending on which one you get. Yeah, the best comment I saw about that was apparently Krispy Kreme made some backdoor deal with the insulin manufacturers. But yes. It is a very real thing. If you take your vaccination card into Krispy Kreme, they will give you a free donut per day for the rest of this year. You could probably work that shit around the town, depending on how many Krispy Kremes you have, if you really want to go for it. If you're looking to pack on a few. Diabetes. Yeah, how about we don't print out our own vaccination cards? Like, Jesus Christ. It's bad enough we've got anti-maskers and anti-vaxxers and all of this anti-intelligentsia that we have now. We don't need people running around with fucking fake-ass vaccination cards. I swear to God, our country is fucking broken. Our people are goddamn broken. Let's see, what else? Representative GOP Senator, I'm sorry, not Representative, GOP Ron Johnson claimed that Greenland only recently froze, and that it's like political hackery, because that it's climate change, like voodoo and shit. Never mind, you know, the historical. It was, who was it? Eric. Oh God. It was a Viking. Who was his fucking last name? It was Eric something. Thorvaldsson. Eric the Red. Who literally lied about, like, purposefully lied when he named it. But yeah. Yeah, so we have a senator that is claiming that I don't even. Okay. Is Maniac here? I didn't see Maniac. Where is Maniac? Sonny Erickson. The red makes everything. Hey, Maniac. How you doing, my man? So there's reports from police officers who fled Myanmar, who have gone on the record stating that they were ordered to shoot people, including family members of people, if they were, quote, not on the side of the army. This country's a joke, and I've just decided to keep laughing at it. Fair enough. I was also reading some of the interesting Chinese, shall we say, interactions or inputs in Myanmar, and how they are financially supporting the army there, which, by the way, if you're not aware, is the longest running war in history at this point. It's absolutely ridiculous. Or military action. I shouldn't say war. It's not war. It's military action. Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry. Forgive me. I just butchered that. The red is a little too long, though. I keep a flat earth sticker on my car, and you know what? I don't get pulled over anymore. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, God. Oh, I don't doubt that in the least. Fire. I don't doubt that. Yeah, let's go with that, bestie. Yeah, Estrella. No, that happens elsewhere too. Just total coincidence, though. Total coincidence. So, yeah, it's interesting, some of the stuff I was looking into, especially the jade production. There's a culturally significant type of jade that is rich in that area in Myanmar that China values greatly. Funnily enough, most of the money that is derived from that mining doesn't seem to make its way back into the populace. Seems to go to those in power in the military a lot of the time. Who would have guessed? Also, you know, China has a huge natural gas and oil pipeline running right through Myanmar. I'm sure that has nothing to do with it either. But again, only the US, only the West can be imperialist. China has never done anything imperialist in their entire time. Never mind the fact that, you know, things like the, I don't know, Qin dynasty exist. But hey, whatever. It's neither here nor there. China is a shining beacon on the hill of human rights and proletariat ownership of the means of production. It's totally normal. They're already in China's pocket. Fire. Yeah, cough. Silk Road, cough. Isn't China perfect in regards to climate change? What do they want oil for? Maniac, stuck at work. Other than that, doing well. Hope your days are doing all right, other than having to deal with the brainworm people, of course. Of course. Yeah. Oh, let's see what else I got here. Oh. Here's actually, I have, one of the reasons. Something, blame Russia. But again, China's super innocent, never done anything wrong. No expansionism, no imperial conquest. Don't look at Africa. Most assuredly, they're not, you know, stealing resources from developing nations. Again, stop looking at Africa. Oh, and the fuck? The Philippines reported 220 Chinese militia vessels in the disputed waters this month. Yeah. Again, no imperialistic expansionism. No, you know, pay no attention to stealing resources from other nation states or developing nations. Just pay no attention to any of that. China is doing they're just there to help the Philippines. They're just there to help the Philippines. Don't mind all of those fish they're stealing from their territorial waters. They're there to help. Okay? There's just too many fish in their territorial waters, and they need to liberate those fish. Yeah, that's what's going on. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it too much. And they're military peace vessels. Exactly. Stealing? They're just providing business opportunities. That's what communists are interested in, right? Business deals? Liberate the fish. America bad, China good. Yeah, luckily we got Australia to deal with that. They also told the Mongolians not to speak Mongolian. You know, again, never mind all of the indigenous cultures that they have massacred and genocided, and, you know, pay no attention to any of that. China good, America bad. Tanky brain. Oh, France, y'all need to get your shit together, by the way. Fertus and Pastique, that shit about the ruling with the 13-year-old girl, the sex with 13-year-old girl can't be tried as rape shit that y'all just had passed down. Y'all need to, like, look at some of that shit. Hey, Frackle. Yeah, like, that was a fucked ruling. I'm adequate, Frackle. I got problems, right? I got problems. I enjoyed QAnon Brain more than Tanky Brain, to be honest. I do too. They're basically the same, though. Yeah. So, like, a 13-year-old girl has a seizure in school, gets rescued by some firefighters, continues to suffer medical problems. So the firefighters keep in touch. Over the course of 2 years, these grown-ass men turn her into their team's sex object. Over a dozen firefighters are now accused of having raped her, sometimes while others watched, turning it into sport. 3 confessed outright, but said it was consensual. French court rules can't be tried as rape. Just saying. Ain't that some shit? Who's our fucking director? I always forget this douchebag's name. Roman Polanski. Roman Polanski fucked off to your country. Right? Like, this motherfucker is, like, statutorily raping people over here. Where does he fuck off to? France. Like, apparently y'all got some shit going on over there. Might want to work on that. Apparently not, Australia. Or the age of consent is, like, 3. And by the way, this was the top court of France. This isn't getting appealed, right? Like, this is like the Supreme Court saying, nah, Nothing we can do about it. They'll be charged with sexual assault, but basically they said that we can't charge them with rape. They found that Julie, the girl in question, quote, had the necessary discernment to reject the men's advances, and argues that investigators failed to establish that all of the men were aware that Julie was a minor. Swede! Hey there, Swede. Thank you kindly for the resub. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I've seen some of that before. Not this particular tweet or anything, RV, but yes, I have seen this sort of stuff. That, yeah, I mean, literally, I've talked about this before, about how China is just following the US's war on terror model, and they've literally gone to the extent of hiring Erik Prince. If you're not aware of who that is the founder of Blackwater and Betsy DeVos, former Secretary of Education. God help us all. That's Erik Prince. He's the founder of Blackwater. You know, the infamous mercenaries who, you know, may or may not have executed civilians and tortured people. They did. Yeah, sweet. It's kind of a brutal one. Sad story, but also a horrible precedent for France. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm sure they're again, China's doing amazing work. They're, you know, good people. Don't worry, they had the president to pardon them. Oh, yeah, it did. Oh, this is kind of cool. I mean, this is just because I'm a fucking nerd anyway. So this plant over here, this plant is from the Pleistocene, okay? This fucker is 32,000 years old, right? Scientists managed to revive a plant from an era 32,000 years ago. This fucker is, you know, probably going to release some spore that kills all of mankind. But again, you know, our hubris was our downfall. But again, super fucking cool. Just saying. Yeah. Can you smoke it? No one has tried that I'm aware of. Oh my God, multiple people asking, can you smoke it simultaneously? Not that I'm aware of, but I'm sure somebody will try eventually. Priorities. But can I inject it? Probably. I mean, you won't probably survive, but so it's like the holy herb. Yeah, it's, dude, it's a whole thing. Primordial herb, the ancient holy herb. Let's see. Oh, would I turn out cooler than the guy who injected mushrooms? Probably. Dude, that wouldn't continue growing in your bloodstream and infect your fucking organs like the dude who injected mushrooms. Holy shit, that was a fucking story. Probably a lot, Big Bear, actually. Probably a lot. The amount of money that goes into research programs like that, yeah, it's probably valuated at not a small amount. Let's just put it that way. Nothing it was ever doing didn't have a non-zero chance of causing humanity's downfall. I agree. So apparently, and we know this, I've decided to go back to university to get myself some more book learnings. Good for you, Moomin. So as of October, I'm doing a bachelor's Bachelor of Arts honorary in history. I mean, what's the BA in HON part? Anyway, Bachelor of Arts, doing bachelor's in history. First module is in revolutions. So you can be sure as shit I'm going to be picking everyone's brain come the end of the year. Rock on, Moomin. Let's add something to the hellscape. Is it is 2020 and 21? Why don't we? So an Amazon driver quit and gave us some really interesting inside info. I say really interesting. We shouldn't be that surprised. Apparently, the cameras that they have in the truck looking at the drivers have an AI-powered algorithm behind them, a machine learning algorithm behind them that can sense when workers yawn. You can imagine the dystopic reasons manners in which Amazon is using this. It's not, oh, wow, our driver's tired. Maybe they shouldn't be on the fucking road, and we're concerned about their safety and the safety of those around them. Or at the very best, maybe we're concerned about our insurance rates going up. No, it's about productivity. They do monitor for seatbelt wearing and stuff like that as well. But yeah, you know, that. Hey, seller. We don't like him. He's problematic, seller. He's problematic. Amazon's been monitoring heart rates, worker quotas, and everything down to a fucking second. So yeah, like, it's not like it's surprising. Yeah, exactly. Axel, is it just me? No, it's not just you. Oh God, what did this idiot say now? Oh, Jesus. Seller. Hang on. Let me tell you everything you need to know about this fucker. All right. Open it. There it is. All right. So there's this little book, seller. All right. It's called Occult Features of Anarchism with Attention to the Conspiracy of Kings and the Conspiracy of the Peoples by Erica Legalise. Don't quote me on that part. Either way, in this book, Erica rolls out an argument that all anarchism, Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, Stalinism, basically all anarchism, socialism, and communism are Illuminati-created, Freemasonry-driven global conspiracies. Okay? This is a crazy fucking book. Kat and I went through this book, half of this book, over a weekend. Right? This book is batshit insane. All right? Now, you're asking yourself, what is this? But is it wrong though? What does this have to do with David Graeber, right? One of the opening quotes for the book is written by David Graeber. Quote, This is surely the most creative and exciting and possibly the most important work to come out on either anarchism or occultism in many a year. It should give rise to a whole new field of intellectual study. Everything else that man says is called into question instantaneously because of that one fucking quote. He wrote a quote for a book that legitimately argues that anarchism, communism, and socialism are all global Illuminati conspiracies driven by the Freemasons. And David Graeber wrote that quote. That again, okay? This is surely the most creative and exciting and possibly the most important work to come out on either anarchism or occultism in many a year. It should give rise to a whole new field of intellectual study. So, what do I think of David Graeber? I think David Graeber read a book where an author attempted to argue that anarchism, socialism, and communism are all created by the Illuminati and driven on a global conspiratorial scale by the Freemasons. And he thought it should give rise to a whole new field of intellectual study. So what do I think of David Graeber? I think he's batshit insane, or a grifter, or he doesn't know as much about anarchism as he likes to claim he does, or maybe some combination of the three. Either way, I don't trust a word that man says. Yes. Yep, just shilling for the Masons again. What are you going to do? Oh, no, they are. They're super capitalist, Carino. Oh, of course. I was just seeing what you posted in shared content. Yeah, of course, there's anarchists who are squatting somewhere. It's the Clapham Common Police Station. Yeah, of course it's the UK. The UK anarchists are really good at setting up squats. It is a thing that the UK anarchists are really sort of renowned for. Yeah, I look, I haven't read a lick of what he has written or produced otherwise. Seller. I can't speak on anything else that David Graeber has produced. All I can point to is that this motherfucker took a batshit insane book, right? Like I've worked my way through enough of this book to know what it's about, right? To say, no, I'm good. I'm good. All right, so Sweet said something about him up with. He wrote Debt, which is okay for the parts he cites sources on. The rest is shit. Does have some good criticisms of banking and how the evils of the world of banks are perpetuated. Moomin, we squatted a full skate park in Seven Sisters, London in 2005. Used to hold fundraising parties in it with 3 stages. Yeah, no, London's anarchist scene are really good at squatting. Really good. It was free bar. Nice. He's good for bullshit jobs. I mean, I'd say read Bob Black if you want to like some anti-work stuff. There's better people to go for that. I mean, Bob Black is an abrasive asshole, but he makes a good point. So if you want like anti-work stuff, go read some old Bob Black essays. Just saying. Seller, I'm so confused. How do I find anarchist role models? Don't. Be the role model you would want to have in the world. Don't do that. That's sort of antithetical to the anarchist's ideal, as it were. I just learned that Foucault also could have been one of the people against. Oh, no, he was. Estrella. Foucault was 100%. He was a signatory on that letter for reversing age of consent laws. Yeah. Ah, okay, cool. That's sort of, at Fox, that's sort of how Bob Black approaches it as well. I mean, he takes it a step further, but he also starts the argument there that most of this shit is unnecessary. Yeah, he's an abrasive asshole, Fox, for sure. No one who has ever engaged with Bob Black doesn't agree with this. He's an abrasive asshole. But occasionally you need an abrasive asshole, right? Like you need somebody who's just willing to be like, yeah, I don't mind being the asshole in the room. Yeah, cool. Then you should enjoy Bob Black. The Marquis de Sade is a role model. True gentleman. 100%, right? 100%. I agree with that. Let's see. Do I have anything else? Let's see. It looks like the Twitter locked out Marjorie Taylor Greene. If you don't know that name off the top of your head, that's crazy Jewish space laser woman. That's her. Yeah, no, he's not a beacon seller. Don't. Yeah. Yes, Marcus, you did look up the wrong Bob Black. Yeah. Bob goes by Bob, not Robert. Oh, Foucault has tons of interesting thoughts. Just don't ask him about when you should, at what age is it okay to fuck somebody, because not good. This is the old copy. It's, you can, let's see, it's kind of, you really can't see on that camera. Interesting. It's kind of beat up. There is a newer version of this that I think I have somewhere. I believe. Fertus, try like 85 or something like that. 89. Like, yeah, it's. I do believe this was the 80s. There is a newer version though. He did re-release this and like added some other stuff and that sort of thing. But yeah, Anarchist Library. And by the way, I'm not even breaking TOS by telling you to go download this book in PDF form. Like, abolitional work and other essays, not copyrighted. Any of the material in this book may be freely reproduced, translated, or adapted, even without mentioning the source. So, download to your heart's content. Bob, he walks the walk. Yes, exactly, Swede. Exactly. Good reminder that there's no perfect source. Every thinker has problems. Yeah, no, Estrella, if you want to understand power dynamics and relationships to power, you're going to have to read Foucault. There's no way around that. But again, Foucault was, he was human. Let's just put it that way. I'm arguing with someone over the legitimacy of a random group of police officers making an article only versus an actual department record, and it baffles me how dumb Americans are. Good luck with that, Wither. Seller, sorry if that's too doomer. Dude, you should have been here last week. Does anyone else feel that everything is so fucked that the only way you're going to be able to survive the next 30 years is communal living? I mean, you know. Estrella. Wait, what are you two? Oh. Fair enough. Wither. If for someone your age, yeah. Definitely definitely the way to go. So national study, Gen X and Gen Y have poorer physical health, higher levels of unhealthy behavior, alcohol use, smoking, overeating, and more depression and anxiety compared to previous generations. By the way, water is wet. Sky is often blue. Ice is cold. Figure we just start stating obvious things. But again, you know, we have a national cohort on this one. Thought it's worth mentioning. But compared to our parents and grandparents, Gen X and millennials have across the board higher levels of disease, more death in younger generations, a lower life expectancy. Hey, Brown Eye Girl, thank you for the resub. Thank you kindly. And that's a 2-month streak. Look at you. And how are you doing there? I've heard negative 273 degrees Celsius is also cold. I know, right? Hey, Sassy. Consumerism equals alcoholism, drugs, overeating. Hey, Pisces. Sky is blue, cops are bastards, capitalism kills, and the French stand pedophiles. Wait, if water's wet, does that mean you're an anarchist guy? Shit, yeah, I actually am. Hi, my name's Kai, I'm an anarchist. Yeah, they can leave the Earth to us, we'll figure it out eventually. Maybe. We may have new copy pasta. We may have new channel copy pasta. Y'all let me know if you want it or not. I mean, dry water, though, isn't... It's just silica surrounded water, which is still wet. I'm sorry. I refuse to acknowledge this. I never want to think of a sexualized Shapiro ever again. Fair enough. Oh, Twitch handle. Dehydrated water. Frittuse. What do we got here? Oh, yeah, we're just waiting for Tooth. We're just waiting. They haven't said anything fucking insane yet. Water boils at 212 degrees. That's all I know. Sounds like a measurement problem. Water powder. Just needs water. Isn't that a product in Outer Worlds? That's a product in Outer Worlds. Right? Powdered water? Or dehydrated water? I forget. It's been a minute since I played Outer Worlds. Water. Water boils at 212 freedom units. Yeah, sure, you guys may get liters per kilometer. Well, we get eagles per mile. Freedom. Let's see. Oh, there we go. I would just like y'all to know there's a city named Latawada because it's a city with a lake, with a big lake. Wait, why are we having a etymological discussion or ethnographic discussion of, or certainly a botanical one, of cereal? Oh, okay. Cool. I just had to scroll a bit. I'm like, what is going on here? Brown-eyed, we're sort of all over the place. We're just coming off a conversation. Well, we've sort of had a theme. Don't apologize to me. I was just trying to figure it out. I'm like, what's going on? By all means, I love side conversations and shit like that. Don't you stop being you, Fox. It certainly hasn't been a theme tonight about how depraved the French are. We've certainly, I mean, you know, between the 13-year-old story and Foucault, we certainly had a beat going there. Oh, fuck. Okay, so I refuse to acknowledge Zizek is even a person. I think he's just, honestly, I think he just waits until Noam Chomsky says something, and then he just riffs on that for the next, like, 3 books. All right, now with that being said, with my Zizek meme out of the way, the problem is, claiming the problem with the anarchy is delivery of energy, water, etc. That stuff needs to be centralized. Does it though? Should it though? Should it really? Hi, story. Should it though? Have we not learned our lessons yet? What centralized water systems, how they can fail? Look, townships, municipalities, even somewhat regional. Yeah, we should. But decentralization and distribution of resources across the network topology, as it were, allows for greater resiliency. It also allows for less intense resource usage, and it actually accommodates it accounts for less loss. Transmission line attenuation in the case of electrical transmission is significant. It's not insignificant. So all I'm saying is that if every state were responsible for their own power and water, then you would have less states feeding off the resources of others. See the Southwest specifically for this example. You would have greater resiliency in your power grid. You can have interconnections. You can have massive interconnections, but centralizing your water and power, etc., and so forth, is a recipe for disaster. The Southwest uses so much water from other states. It's insane. It is. And anybody else who lives here understands how fucked up it is. Yes. And as Fox pointed out, collectivized is not necessarily the same as centralized. So who am I to disagree with such a lauded individual such as Zizek? But I disagree with Zizek. Especially as somebody who has direct experience in distributed network topologies and how resilient they are. Yeah. Exactly, Story Girl. Yeah. Can't wait for the Water Wars. Oh, they've been here for a while, Maniac. It's been economic warfare. But as far as the Colorado River goes, there's like nary a drop that reaches the ocean now. We've been cutting Mexico off of trash distributed raccoon. We've been cutting Mexico out of the fucking Colorado River for quite some time. And I mean, yeah, it's a whole fucking thing. I'm not. Yeah, I mean, I'm publicly is fine. But yeah, scope and scale needs a conversation. Yeah, methodological implementation of such infrastructure and services needs to have a serious conversation given the new era that we are entering. The French are kind of bad, on the other hand. Cordon bleu. Waterway warfare is going to be great when it hits, say, Middle America. Oh, fuck. Georgia, Florida, and a couple other states have been fighting over water, too. Oh, it's a thing. I can't endure Zizek. He's actually expired friendships. Wow. I don't know anybody who feels that strongly about Zizek that fucking would have expired a friendship. Oh, fuck me. You don't need to tell me. I live in Las fucking Vegas. All right, this is a city that shouldn't exist. We are artificially sustained. We have a shit ton of golf courses here. And like world-class golf courses, that kind of shit. Yeah. And just golfing communities and fucking, a bunch of absolutely ridiculous. Egypt and Ethiopia might actually go to war over the Nile, so things are going well over with that. Yeah, you think things get interesting over oil? Water. Yeah. Just wait and see what that looks like. That shit will get intense. Maniac, true, I saw that on some show. Someone followed the Colorado from beginning to end, and it dries right down to a muddy brook not far past the border. The time they filled it anyway. Yeah, no, we've been draining that fucker dry for a while now. Climate change and our consumption of water is improving to work out great. No, there's entire sections of this country that shouldn't exist. We're artificially maintaining them, and I live in one. The sooner I can get out of this shithole, but I mean, I don't go into it in depth, but there's familial reasons that I haven't just. You live in Las Vegas, my favorite vacation spot in the U.S. Bless your heart, brown-eyed, but this place is a shithole. But I also understand the Vegas that you come to, and the Vegas that I live in, which I live in the suburbs, so I don't even technically live in Las Vegas. are two entirely different places. You don't get to experience my Las Vegas, and having lived here for as long as I do, I don't get to experience your side of Las Vegas either. There's no Vegas trip for people who have lived here over a certain amount of time. Yeah. The magic doesn't exist for us. But thank you for your tourist dollars, I guess. I have friends and acquaintances who, rely heavily upon that industry. So thank you for supporting some of my friends, I guess. Nestle coming into the Egypt-Ethiopia negotiations. How about I just take all of it and then sell it to y'all, though? A lot of Maine shouldn't exist, but because it's dumbasses. Dude, that entire, the North Woods section of Maine's a whole fucking conversation. McSecular, Sam's Town, Boulder Station, etc. The local hangouts. Yeah, I mean, some of us. Those that live, on the south side or up in Summerlin, we don't hang out in casinos. Even the local ones. The stations, that's what we refer to those as. There's like a dozen station casinos here. And if you happen to if any of you happen to know the name Sam's Town from the Killers album, it is named after the Sam's Town Hotel and Casino here in Las Vegas, in Henderson. Yeah, it's in Henderson technically. Yeah. Favorite Stephen King novel was Dreamcatcher. I never read any Stephen King. Not my dude. Wilhelm, I want to live in a castle, but it has to be pink. Vegas could make that happen. Yeah, no, this place is artificially sustained. We ran a pipeline into northern Nevada. We steal water from all over the Southwest. Yeah, we should not exist, at least as it stands. Los Angeles is in the same camp. Yeah, there's a bunch of the Southwest that just, I understand. I only visit Las Vegas. Yeah, no, it's a whole other thing. Stephen King's the most read in jail and makes people proud to read 800-page books like The Stand. Interesting. Yeah, I never read Stephen King. Yeah. Fair enough, Solar. Yeah, he's, it just... All that assumes Gulf stays the same, though, with melting ice, not likely. That is true, Axel. That is true. If the Gulf Stream shifts on us, shit's gonna get weird. Shit could get weird. Oh, Brown-Eyed, sorry, I saw that earlier. I didn't respond. Before I die, I'd like to go home. I'd like to go back to Vermont, where I'm originally from. Perfect world, I would split my time between the Caribbean and Vermont. I would spend summers in Vermont. I would spend winters in the Caribbean. But I don't think I'm going to be financially, especially with all my health issues, I'm not going to be in a position to do that. So push comes to shove, Vermont. But as regular viewers and longtime members of the community know, I'm a fan of the Caribbean. I've spent some time there. So, love you, Kai. Thank you, Seller. Love you, too. Sleep well, Axel. Take care of yourself. Rest up. Until next time. But, yeah. It is. Stephen King lives like 3 towns over from me. Haven't read much of anything from him either. Horror really isn't my thing. Yeah, I'm not a horror guy. I don't like horror movies. I don't like horror books. I don't like horror video games. It's just not my genre. So I feel you on that one, Maniac. Marcus, I was going to ask, is it the local women? Then I remembered that's the last thing it would be. No, I I'm a big fan of beaches. Basically, at this point in my life, if you don't have a beach and it's not like tropical, I'm not visiting you. These are my vacation spots, right? Like Goa, India, Sydney, Australia, right? Like Belize or Puerto Rico. These are my places, right? Like this is where I vacation. If I'm going somewhere, if I'm going to suffer through taking this shit body through a journey somewhere, one, I'm going for multiple weeks, and two, hey RV, and two, you better have a goddamn beach and a lot of sunshine. So yeah, that's sort of my policy on vacationing. I recently delved into the Langoliers. It was a Stephen King old story. Stephen King is one of those authors who also, he's got like a list of free stories and essays, or like $1. If you're like a film student or some shit like that, you can license for $1. He's got like this entire list of material he has produced over the years that you can freely license for like, I really think it's $1. We should go to Goa together and I can play a Psytrance set. Mitre, yeah. That would be one last hurrah. Fucking, dude, I hate that kind of travel. I hate that kind of travel. It would be, okay, so here's how this would work, Mitre. I would have to come to Australia and hang out with you for like a month, minimum. Right? Like I would have to decompress in Australia. And then we could talk about going to India. Yeah. If you're ever in the mood for shitty man-made lakes, you can always come down here. Thank you, Estrella. Come here, see the North Sea. I'm good, Moomin. I'm good. Hey, Wither. No, it's not annoyed guy. Yeah. Yeah, it would be like that, Mitre. What's a flight from Australia to India look like these days? I mean, not price-wise, but like how long is that? How the fuck, like, is that like, what, 97-hour trip? What's that look like? Do you know? I love Stephen King as a younger person. I can't relate anymore. Oh, yeah, shit. I haven't even done that clip. God, I've been meaning to make use of Make Echoes, but we'll see. There's some strange Stephen King films out there with children having sex in churches, yet people cry over films like Cuties. Oh, what's the Stephen King film? Where, I mean, yeah, like there's an explicit, it's not even a film, it's the book. The source material is way worse. Is it Children of the Corn? Yeah, I know that there's one of the source materials that has like explicit underage sex going on in it. It's it. McSecular. Yes. Yeah, there's some fucked up shit going on in that one. Yeah. He did a lot of cocaine. Swede with it as well. Thank you, Swede. Yeah. Australia to India would be about 12 hours direct. Thank you, Story Girl. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Sassy. It's return from a bag session. Oh, look at you, Cat. Fucking working a bag. Get your ass active again. It has an underage orgy. That's what it is. Thank you, Sweet. Yeah, I knew there was some weird fucked up shit. Fucking Cat walks in the room and the first thing Cat hears is underage orgy. Oh, I'm just gonna see my way out. We're talking about Stephen King, actually. That's why I don't recommend King to my students. There's some fucked up stuff in different seasons also. Interesting. I never read any Stephen King, like literally none. I liked mysteries. When I was back reading fiction in my younger days, I read, exactly, Curio. I read a lot of like mystery sort of stuff. Anybody know who Dick Francis is? Or Cleve Cussler. And by the way, it isn't Clive, it's Cleve. If you're familiar with this author. He used to live in Sun City, Arizona. I did some work for them, some IT work back in the day. Fair enough story. Yeah, that's he's popular with people around these parts of them. Interesting. I'm aware of both. My mom read a lot of both of them. Yes. I you know, that sort of stuff was my jam. Francis was a jockey. He was a royal jockey. He rode for the Queen. In fact, I've heard about an assload of King. 1 in 10 of his books is actually really solid. Curio, you seem like exactly the type of person who would read an assload of Stephen King. You must be an Alfred Hitchcock fan then. Not particularly. Yeah, no. Orgies.bad. Don't click on it though. Cussler stuff I read a bit of. Fun adventure stuff in a similar vein to Alistair MacLean. Yes, I read a little bit of Alistair MacLean as well. I appreciate you saying that. I appreciate you, Curio. I do love cocaine and jerking off. Yeah, I know you do. Orgies are actually quite fun. They are, Wilhelm. They are. I maintain that threesomes are worthless, foursomes are pointless. 5 is where it starts to get interesting, and everything north of there just brings more fun to the party. I've yet to finish this book, Under the Dome. All I remember is the necrophilia, to be honest. Fucking Stephen King. Oh, you made me click. Now I had to go back and click it just to see. Marcus, I have my high water mark is high. Let's just put it that way. I mean, I suppose, like, sure. I mean, you know, but when it gets interesting is way beyond 3. Just saying. Mister, I'm gone for 2 seconds. Y'all return to degeneracy. Return? Fucking degenerate anarchists. I said -4 is where it gets real interesting. I gotta fuck him out of existence. Fair enough. Regenerate. Yeah, I threesomes are, and foursomes are pointless. And like I said, 5, you get two pairs going and a floater. Now things can get interesting, but really, you know, north of there is when it gets really debaucherous. I decide for myself. It's all about living in the U.S. We like freedom. Freedom! Except for, you know, the fact that we have the largest amount of non-free people in the world. But hey, you know. Really exuding that elder gay vibe right now, and I'm here for it. I'm just saying, like, I've been at those house parties. I have. I'm going to go buy a pack of cigarettes when I get back. I expect total anarchy. Seller, are you going to actually return? Most men go out for a pack of cigarettes and they never show up again. The total anarchy is already inside of you. Maybe the total anarchy was the friends we made along the way. Exactly, Curio. Okay, Dad. Give me a pack too, you prick. Yeah. I've seen a couple of those house parties in my day. There's no anarchy in a deterministic society. I don't know. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, cat. I've never understood it. North of 20. Definitely. Multiple times with north of 15. Couple that have been approaching probably 25, 30. Something like that. Yeah. Like I said. Hey, Brown Eye, thank you for the biddies. Thank you for the biddies. Oh, we got a new... hang on. Mitra just sent me a new song. It's called And Justice for None, by the way. Hey! Ben 10-inch, thank you for the follow. We'll see. I'm assuming, Trey, this is stream safe. I've done a few of those, Marcus. Done a few of those. Occasionally, though, Marcus, a good battle royale is fun to play. Not bad, Mitra. Not bad. I like it. So drunk I could order cigarette delivery or walk 10 minutes. Well, what are you gonna decide, Seller? Walk 10 if it's safe, or not smoke. Yeah, go with the or not smoke. Well, Seller, be safe. Oh, I did that. Fucking Jesus Christ, I'm sorry. I'm not allowed to change Discord. I saw a notification over on the server. Clicked over to it. Can't do that. Dude, you're really fading left and right channels like a motherfucker on this track. Like, for those of you that are just listening, this is... Fuck it, it really is making your brain work overtime on that one. All right. Classic PS2 vibes. The name was Injustice for None. Yeah, oh yeah, Moomin. I mean, which is basically everything that Mitre makes. I would say Mitre's entire life could be described definitely one for while psychedelics have been imbibed. Well, can't say we, but it's why I love you, Mitre. One of the many reasons. All right, let's see. 8. Dusty Chinchilla. 1, love the name. Just right out of the gate. Chinchillas are great. And yes, I'm aware that's how they clean themselves. I found this pepperoni pizza still in the box in some back alley street. Should I eat it? Probably. That sounds like the way to go. Chinchilla, for sure. Who's been the least evil president? I mean, that just depends how you want to. Oh, Jesus, cat. How you want to define it? Carter's a favorite pick of a lot of people. Probably Mayor McCheese. 2.5. All right, let's open it up. Cat, if you want to chat, by all means, you're welcome to join me on air. If your winded ass has caught your breath yet. John Quincy Adams wasn't bad despite his was. Which president did the absolute least? Oh, and anybody else who wants to join us on voice chat, you're welcome to as well. I'll open that up. How was the punchy time?
It was fun. See, that's the thing, is I don't do a lot of punching on the bag because that's just bad for your hands. Wraps and gloves and all. It's not good for that shit, so I just kicked the motherfucker out of it. It's hard to get like a good work out of it, but you know.
Heavy bag?
A banana bag. Basically, a heavy bag that's about twice the size and about twice the weight, twice the hardness. So, you know, some meathead shit.
Dude, were you here earlier when I described the fucking doctor's fucking arms today? I wasn't exaggerating.
Nope.
It was, on screen. Hang on, let me get some distance from it. Yeah. Okay, so I'm not kidding you. His arms were like this. I'm not kidding you. I opened it by saying,
swole as fuck?
Oh yeah, swole as fuck. There's no way this dude isn't dipping into his own supply. 100%.
I mean, good for him, I guess.
Yeah. Like, oh, no, Astray, you do need to work out if you do steroids. They aren't magic. They don't just get you swole on their own. You have to build muscle. Mm-hmm. But you'll do it a lot easier.
I mean, that's the other thing, too, is like that's what makes steroids so special, is it allows you to work out for longer periods of time and recover way quicker.
Yeah. Dude is fucking jacked. I mean, jacked. I couldn't stop staring at his fucking arms. I'm like, your arm is the size of my waist.
God damn.
Like,
son.
Sincerely, like, this motherfucker is fucking jacked. I'm like, yeah, this some fucking lifestyle medicine, my ass. This motherfucker goes in the back cabinet and raids it every night. Like,
oh, dude.
Yeah.
I train with people like that. Fucking. Like, I don't know where this, like, perception that, like, bodybuilders, whatever, like, can't fight or something. It's like, no, dude. These motherfuckers got so much weight that they can throw around.
If they just land one. Yeah, all they need to do is land one, and they're good.
Yeah, no, it's over. You fucking, you feel, you know, it's like, and that's the thing, too, is when you hit them, it feels like fucking, it feels like you punched a fucking wall, dude. It's not a fun time.
What are the side effects of roids, besides the infamous rage? Hypogonadism, so shrinking of the testes, acne breakouts, advancement of male pattern baldness, In really bad cases, some cardiovascular interactions and potential liver involvement as well if you've been really cycling hard.
Yeah, also depending on how much gains you put on, you could also have like back issues and like joint issues from just having so much fucking muscle in your body. But I mean, you know, there's ways to do it to minimize that shit.
You're gonna have to be more specific, and hey, there's some more. Yeah, steroids have always been illegal, not always, and not during our lifetimes, and not the type of muscle you need. So I don't know a lot about it.
Well, I mean, that's the thing.
I disagree.
Yeah, you only get that swole if you put in the work. Like, you could be someone who takes steroids and like exercises like a normal person, and just be like, you know,
a normal person.
Built. Well, what I mean by like normal athlete.
Yeah.
Right? Let me put it like that. Like someone who's like just natty. You could work out the same amount of time as them, and most of the bad sides of steroids are pretty much non-existent to you, especially if you don't give a fuck about like going bald.
Which I'm sincerely concerned about. I don't want to fuck around with that shit. But I mean, for gymnastics, you need a lot more lean muscle than those big giant muscles you get from steroids.
Well, no, that's just from bodybuilding.
Yeah, that's a specific type of workout.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
the way you get those types of muscles is just lifting heavy as fuck and pushing it like, you know, basically pushing your one rep max as much as possible. You know, you could take steroids and not get like that.
Mister, I second that.
Muscle binding is also an issue when the muscle tissue starts to combine with nearby tissue and you literally lock up and can't move. Yeah, that's a big thing. But again, that's like bodybuilder shit, like in particular. Mr. Sir doesn't want to take steroids because of the hair. See, here's the thing that I don't understand about y'all people. My thing is, I would get on fucking roids if I was a little bit older and I had a little bit more money. Because it just, I don't know. Seems fine to me. Fuck it. I'll take it, son.
I'm going to play around with it. If I have to do like 0.25 milligrams of dutasteride or finasteride to fucking, like, you know, fucking hold that off. I mean...
fuck the finasteride.
It's...
Give
dude,
me the bald head, homeboy. I'll be fine.
Nah. I'm fine with down-regulating some of that DHT. It might mess up your tea, though. I mean, this is why you don't do it without a doctoral supervision. That's why you go find a fucking meathead who's willing to prescribe it to you and fucking keep an eye on your labs.
Right.
Let's see. Curio, I'm about to get on HGH for real. Fuck all that noise. My dick is fat as fuck. I can stand to lose an inch. I just want to weigh over 140. You dig? Dude, Curio, I feel you. By the way, your dick won't shrink, but your balls may.
The dick will be fine. That's the thing about it.
That's not true at all, Sassy.
Once you get on testosterone, you don't get off it. I mean, maybe when you're like older and shit, like kind of like around Kai's age, then like you'll start seeing like some fucked up shit. But
it just depends. Like me, if you're like Cat's age and you're doing cycles for like gains, you can come off it no problem.
Yeah, for me, I don't even want to do it for gains. I just want the recovery. Like that's my thing. Is I just fucking hate feeling sore after working out.
As a normal non-athlete, the only drug I'd be addicted to would be prednisone. No, it's dude, it's Curio. I feel your pain, brother. No, it's if you're like as Kat alluded to, old as fuck. If you're my age, dude, they barely even question you when you ask for it, to be perfectly honest. If you're over the age of 35 and you go into like a lifestyle clinic or an anti-aging clinic and you say, I want testosterone, gimme, they basically just give it. Yeah. Super easy to get.
Testosterones are just demonized because of the fact that like bodybuilders have been using them unsupervised for decades. That's the big problem, is like as long as you have medical supervision, they're monitoring your levels, they're fucking, keeping track of like how much you're taking and what you're doing, it's fine.
Yeah, Rabbit. It can be therapeutic. They give steroids for joint inflammation and allergies. It's not what people think. No, it isn't. Especially when you're not doing huge fucking like cycles like some of the bodybuilders and yeah.
No, Mr. Sir Kimbo had an enlarged heart and was taking them unsupervised.
Oh, lovely.
Fucked himself. Kimbo Slice. He was a dude back in, I think, around like early YouTube to 08, 09 kind of territory, and he was like famous for putting like underground street fights, partaking in a lot of them, mind you.
Yeah.
And he knocked the motherfuck out of people, swole as fuck. And he was also taking steroids for them. And eventually the heart gave out and died. He trained. He didn't train Masvidal. Masvidal fought under his. Under his things. Also, but he was high as fuck too. Kimbo Slice was not a clean cookie. I can tell you that.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, there's two schools. There's two schools of human beings, right? And you should have seen this dude's fucking face light up when I said this. Like, I went in with my, like, I have like a multi-sectioned binder of just health paperwork, right? Like, just, this is all the shit that's wrong with me. Here's all the testing and this sort of stuff. And I can just sort of drop that like a fucking book. And it's fucking thick. I looked at him and I said, look, this body's basically shot. I'm fucked, right? So I've always been in it for quality over quantity. And so I'm here for quality. Don't worry about quantity. And you should have seen this fucking meathead's face light up. Like, he got it. He got it. Like, this motherfucker with arms the size of my waist looking at me like, I get it.
Yeah.
Fucking there's...
Also, that is...
Yeah, good.
Yeah. Also, that's not stream friendly. The music isn't stream friendly, but I think the footage is fine. If you want to play that, give an idea to these kids what Kimbo Slice was like.
God damn.
Dude, he was swole as fuck. His heart gave... I mean, there's a reason why his heart fucking gave out.
Hold on, I'm trying to get a... Legitimately, the guy I saw today's arms are significantly bigger than this guy's arms.
Oh, of course.
I'm not kidding you. Like, this motherfucker, I think he's just doing... Yeah, I think he's just doing reps all fucking day. Like, it's just cycle after cycle and rep after rep. This motherfucker, like, yeah, like, it's a vanity thing, for sure.
Yeah, I actually was, dude. I was that little fucking kid who hung around all the DJs that were watching Kimbo Slice vids.
Kimbo was like watching a refrigerator fight someone. Want some quality roids too, guy? No, I mean, he really, like, I straight up asked him, I'm like, so do I have to come into the clinic to get this done? And he said, no, I can send you home with it. I'm like, this shit's a fucking scam. This shit's a fucking scam. But I knew it was, right? Like, I knew this is bougie white people shit. Like, this is lifestyle medicine, right? Like, what do you want? Just give us the nod and we're in, right? Like, they'll hook it up. You got a fucking hangover? Come on in. We'll hook you up to a vitamin IV too. Like, they'll take care of you.
Oh man.
Yeah, it is.
I actually remember Joe Rogan talking about something like that. It was like it was specifically for hangovers.
Oh, yeah. We have a tour bus that will pick you up at the casinos in this town and do that IV drip delivered by a doctor on a blacked out bus.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Vegas.
Oh, that's great.
How
is
much?
It like saline shit or like?
What, no. It is. It's like a B complex, some vitamin C. I think some zinc, maybe some potassium. It's got like the electrolyte. So it's gonna be sodium chloride, potassium citrate. No, it'd be potassium chloride, calcium chloride. It's gonna be B complex, vitamin C, and something else is usually the hangover IV drip.
That's wild.
Yeah, and maybe it depends who mixes it, but yeah, maybe some amino acids as well. So that's it.
Yeah.
There's
sister wants to know how much that costs.
Oh, for the bus, I don't know. I've never taken it. I'm sure it's a jacked up banana bag. It is. But Gatorade and saline in an IV, baby. Yeah, basically. I've never taken the bus. I have no idea. But generally, the going rate for those sorts of things, if you go into a clinic or an office, is usually 150 or a little north. You could hit 200, 220, depending on what's in the mix. But usually you're looking at like 150-ish for a drip.
Gotcha.
The bus, I have no idea what it costs, but there is actually a doctor on that bus. Hey, Comedy Lounge. There's actually a doctor on that bus, and will be, administering. Like I said, it's a blacked out bus. They'll pick you up in front of your casino, get you a hangover IV drip, and deliver you to at your next stop. What about for Kimbo pills? Okay, so I can tell you, I don't know if this has got to be like I can tell you, in my experience, my clinic is offering like monitoring plus dosages, for $170 a month. So for like testosterone.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so I did a short Google as we were talking, and it turns out I'm more of a meathead than I realized. Fucking. So going back to the fucking like boxing bag, apparently, the average like weight that you should be aiming for is like no more than like 80 to 100 pounds. Got one that's about like 150. I also got another one that's 170. So rip my shins when I'm older.
I'm sure you can do that, Comedy. I, again, would never advise you to, break any laws of your locality, be they municipal, county, state, or federal. Again, I would never encourage you to do something illegal. I myself am seeking out bioidentical hormone replacement therapy under the supervision of medical specialists with a prescription. So everything I'm doing is a medical procedure and completely on the up and up.
It's great.
So again, I am merely talking about my journey as an individual, as a human being. This constitutes no medical advice, no recommendations. Consult your own physician as you see fit. Bougie white people doctors are some of the best fucking things on earth, quite frankly. Of course, this is what got Michael Jackson killed, is bougie white people doctors. But, Propofol's a hell of a drug. His shit be licensed. Exactly. Curio.
Get your crime on, get your swole on. Fucking print that on a t-shirt.
Should all medicine and hormones be buyable in stores safely? Okay, so here's my opinion on the matter. I think that I should be able to go down and take a test, right? And if I get past that test successfully, I should get a prescription pad. It's that simple. I think that should be an option, right? Like, you don't have to make the test easy, but I think that there should be a way for us as just regular people to bypass a lot of this shit. Sign some shit off, pass a test, sign off on some shit, and be like, yeah, like, why can't I grew up in a medical household. I grew up with a lifetime nurse. I grew up in hospitals to a large extent. I have spent a significant amount of lifetime experience around medical professionals of all types. Like, I've picked up a couple of things along the way, right? Like, oh, my throat is scratchy. No, you don't just prescribe yourself antibiotics, right? Like, there's things I know that I should be able to do. And I don't see why I have to run through the fucking, I have to jump the hurdles and shit like that. There should be a test and some paperwork I fill out. And if so, I get a fucking prescription pad. And, sure, limit it. Like, you get 30 prescriptions per year or 15 or whatever. But, yeah, I feel that, that should be less controlled than it is, for sure. Or we could just go the full Mexico route and just fucking let the pharmacies just dole this shit out and just don't pay any attention to it. Just be like, yeah, sure, there's laws against some stuff, but whatever.
Yeah. Personally, ideally, I'd just have it 21 and older, covered under a single payer or public option, and just fuck it. There's just some people that just want to get uber fucking swole and athletic. Let them. Fuck it. Just put it on the taxpayer dime.
Well, that's kind of the Marcus. That's kind of the point of having to pass the fucking test in the first place. Walked up the hill both ways to the hospital, you darn kids. Can you explain more of your journey? I mean, what portion of it? Yeah, like what portion of it would you like to hear about? Is there any aspect of my journey in particular that you are curious about, Brown Eyed? I'm fairly much. I'm a fairly open book compared to I think a lot of people. Occupy. I was an Occupy organizer. Las Vegas. Helped organize it. I helped run materials. Helped network for the group. Since I had a lot of connections in the business community, I could get stuff from them. I mean, that sort of thing. If that's what you meant, Mister. Otherwise, whatever.
I mean, opium used to be available over the counter, pluses and minuses. I mean, that's the thing, is that I don't think it would lead to societal decay if we just said, fuck it, steroids are easily accessible now. Are there gonna be a bunch of dumbass kids that kill themselves with it? Sure, but they're already doing it illegally.
It's gonna happen one way or the other.
Right.
Yeah, comedy. How Mexico does this is the best way. Why keep medicine away from people who pay taxes and pay for their medicine? Bayer didn't make their money on friggin' aspirin, kids. You mean IG Farben? Bayer used to sell heroin. Let me actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me get some of that old advertising up on the screen.
I think Brown Eye just wants a TLDR, just in general.
Here we go. Oh,
that's fucking wild, son. Yep. Oh, that's crazy. This is wild.
Once upon a time, kids. Once upon a time. How would the test differentiate if some random person thinks they need antibiotics and they're wrong? What test should keep them out? And that wouldn't be the same as the current system. I mean, the current system produced the problem we have today, and the current system had people who had to go to school for 8 years, and they still created that superbug problem. So all I'm saying is either we would end up in the same place we ended up today, or not. Either way, the differentiating factor didn't seem to be the doctoral degree. The medical degree didn't seem to really pan out for us. So, sure, that. Free marijuana for all.
I'm with it.
Okay, so Brown-Eyed story. Will you still be a guy? Yes. Oh, no. I'm taking testosterone. I'm, not yet, but hopefully my blood panels come back sufficient. Then yeah, no, I'm not going that direction. I'm leaning into. Yeah. I will be. Again, I'm a bro. I'm a dude.
I know you are. I'm just fucking with you.
But no, I will be taking my testosterone levels back to potentially a little bit above. When I was, prime-ish, right?
Dude, you used to be fucking swole. Don't play around it.
I used to,
Well, not swole, more shredded. But,
I was shredded, not swole. That is accurate. Yeah. Yeah. I just want the recovery.
It can give you gyno. That is true with her.
Oh, gynecomastia. It can, but generally gynecomastia is in cycles territory.
Yeah, when you're really on it.
Yeah, when you're gearing up. That's guy trying to fuck. It's more about as Kat alluded to, it's more about workout recovery. It's more about having the energy for the workout and then workout recovery, right? Like your body just doesn't do what it used to. I know, like everybody, I know kids that you're like, oh, I'm fucking immortal. You're not. You're gonna hit 30 or 35 or like 38 or 40, and you're just gonna be like, what the fuck happened? Jesus Christ, this shit's just falling off of me as I walk along. It's fucking brutal. If I could get some of that 30 Duffy 31 body breaking, true story. Guys trying to prepare to defend the West. Almost makes you wish for a nuclear war. Anyway, yeah, no, I will be leaning in. I want some of that recovery. I want some of that youthful vigor back. It is what I'm after. Bitch tits is correct terminology. It is.
Yeah, I'll ever heard of Carrie Nation, huge anti-alcohol activist in Kansas, used to attack bartenders with a hatchet. She drank medicine by the gallon, 9% liquid morphine. All your heroes are either high or drunk. Oh, 100%.
Hang on, I'll get you a picture of this piece of work because I am familiar with her, by the way. She is a piece of work.
Right.
She even posed. She posed with her hatchet multiple times, by the way. She would also pose with her Bible and her hatchet.
Of course.
Meanwhile,
oh my fucking God, this bitch was doing like Instagram like way back in the day.
Yeah. Meanwhile, steady drinking, just basically straight morphine.
That's amazing.
High as a fucking kite.
Yep.
Of course, with the amount she was consuming, I'm sure she was just trying to keep the sickness off.
Oh my God.
Let's see. Maybe
that's amazing. Rabbit with the follow-up. She was batshit. Best part was they had a fountain dedicated to her in Wichita, Kansas, which got destroyed by a beer truck. Ain't that some shit?
Moomin. Look, Moomin, I would never give medical advice on stream. But if you happen to be able to find an anti-aging clinic or a lifestyle medicine clinic in your part of the world, all I'm saying is they may be able to help you with that problem. Of course, seek doctoral consultation. But yeah.
Honestly, for me, I think I might, like, if I have enough money, I'm thinking of just, like, the minute I hit, like, 26, 25-ish, I'm going for it.
What you want to do is you want to see an endocrinologist now and get your level, and so you can then show, like, a fall off.
No, okay, cool.
Yeah. You'd be like, here it was, several years ago, and this is the level I want to get back to.
Yeah, literally at 21, here it's gone down at like fucking 26.
Yeah.
I need it.
Yeah, I wish I had my levels at like 18 or 20, so I knew them. And be like, this is what we're shooting for, boys. Right? Like,
yeah, I don't miss my 20s. I mean, my thing is just like, Rabbit, I just got a bunch of like undiagnosed like joint issues and like injuries here and there. My shit's pop like a...
How do you deal with your joint pain? Do you have a lot of joint pain? What do you do?
It's more like things just like flare up if I irritate them, and a lot of that's just like I just do a lot of like strengthening around like a lot of the areas. So both of my ankles fucked. I do a lot of like squats and like mobility exercises and that sort of shit. My left hand's completely fucked. A lot of that's just like don't hit it, don't like don't bash it against things like how I fucked it up.
Don't hit it with a hammer. Yeah, don't hit it with a hammer.
Yeah. It's it's just that sort of shit. It's just I know I can strengthen my ankles. It's just like when I say that they're fucked, I mean like they're fucked. Like
once the cushioning, the cartilage, is kind of worn out, there's not really much you can do to. I mean, you can do chondroitin and shit like that, but
it's not bad. I have like ligament damage,
which again doesn't heal.
It doesn't. No. It's just one of those things where you just gotta kind of just learn to live with it.
Tendon and ligament damage is just what it is.
Yeah, but it's not cartilage. Cartilage is a whole different beast from what I've heard, especially around the ankles.
I'm 6
My
foot,
joints are not.
31, lazy as shit, and like 180 pounds. I just need to exercise and gain more muscle mass. All right, well, you know, I mean, I'm just saying. Brown-eyed, I'm 55 and no joint pain. Brown-eyed, weren't you the one who was fucking relying on prednisone?
Good God. I'm 20, like 5'10", 5'11" on a good day, fucking, and I'm like 250-ish. Not muscle, mind you, just big boy. Guy can attest.
Rabbit, with enough drugs, you too can experience no joint pain. There is, I forget his name. There's an Australian comedian that I watched his stand-up special 2 weekends ago, something like that. Not good enough to stick his name in my memory, but he was fun. He was funny. He was serviceable. You know, he wasn't a hack. No, not Jim Jeffries. He went and did the Antarctic. No, I'm sorry. He did the Arctic. No, it was the Antarctic ice marathon. And he was at a low point. He was hanging out in Thailand with one of his buddies, and he woke up in a pool of his vomit in an inch of water, bleeding. And his buddy later, when he said, you know what was really bad? Hey, Fidel Emula, thank you for the host. He said, you know what was really bad is my buddy then wanted to talk about it. And so, yeah, apparently he got really hammered, turned on like the shower and like flooded the villa they were in. And he said, his buddy said, you know what was truly disappointing was when I woke you up, you didn't freak out. You just looked at yourself and said, oh, not again. And so his buddy like had this sort of like come to Jesus like talk with him and said, why don't we try something different? Why don't we try to do something different? I've been reading about this marathon in Antarctica. And this community is like, how long could it be? Like, it's, what's a marathon? Keep in mind, not athletic, not physically active, drinker, partier, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
He's tried yoga a few times, that sort of thing. And he's like, okay, sure, why not? He signs up. It's in a year. So he starts training. He starts exercising a little bit. And he goes to see this exercise specialist. And he's like, hey, I'm going to do the Antarctic ice marathon. What should I be doing? The guy said, first you need to be running in sand. That's right out of the gate. And he's, as an Australian, he's like, oh man, running in sand is hard. I don't want to do that. It's going to be running in snow in sub-zero freezing temperatures. But, running in sand is hard. He says, so I start training and I start getting into it and just both my knees go. Just both my knees go. He says, so I start seeing a physical therapist and sports medicine specialist. And he said, so starts giving me like cortisone injections in both my knees and, hey, what do you talking to me about what my goals are. He said, I'm doing the Antarctic ice marathon. He said, oh, you're going to die. He said, what? Amazing. He said, you're going to die. He said, no, but seriously, like, what's the worst can happen? And he just looked at him. He said, you could die. Like, it hadn't dawned on him yet what he was doing. His doctor, his sports medicine, sent him off with multiple cortisone injections in his knees before he flew out and sent him with multiple pill bottles full of like what would amount to T3s in this part of the world. So codeine and Tylenol. And just like multiple pill bottles. He's like, you're going to get halfway through this marathon and everything's just going to give out. He said, so just take these. That's what sports medicine looks like a lot of the time, is just, you're going to beat the shit out of your body. Here's what I can do to cover up the pain for you.
Oh, yeah. I saw a lot of that when I was, like, training more actively, dude. The amount of shit that, like, wrestlers, like, the high school and, like, fucking college wrestlers take to, like, get through their training sessions is crazy as fuck. They're all getting those, not cortisol. I forgot what the fuck injections they are, but they take like these injections in like all their legs and shit. And
it's cortisone injections.
Oh, cortisone. That's
Yeah.
what I was thinking of. Point is, fucking, I've seen it. I've seen it firsthand. These motherfuckers are like, you know, they got like some back issue. They pulled a muscle here. They fucking, you know, their hands not really like working the way it's supposed to. Just, you know, give them some fucking cortisone, some fucking, you know, some painkillers, and they just truck through it. You know?
Maniac, yeah, is a hard gainer. I feel you on that one. Yeah,
Yeah,
you just work your way.
Also, yeah, also Goofy for Jesus. I've had a lot of sprains, but a lot of them are diagnosed, so I never figured out what grade they are and shit. It's just, you know, one of those things you just don't go to the doctor for when you're broke as fuck. So, you know.
American healthcare, ain't it great?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, it was Rabbit. That was his response to waking up in a pool of his own vomit and blood and an inch of water in a Thai villa, was to go run a marathon in like negative 50-degree weather. Now, here's the interesting thing. He figured he came last. All right, fun, some of the fun like highlights of the race. He went, there was some dude, I forget from where this guy came from, but he was going to be the first person from that country to run a marathon in Antarctica or on all the continents or some shit like that. Either way, he was going to be the first to run the marathon from his country. There was a Chinese dude there, and you know, so he, you know, he's feeling really kind of inadequate when he went to base camp. He's not like, these are ultra marathoners and shit like that he's hanging out with at this point, right? Like there's like 36 people there and they are world-class athletes. All right. These are people that can like run 150 miles and shit like that, right? These are top tier. So he goes out and he starts, and they've got like a track basically set up because they don't want to lose them in the snow drifts for all intents and purposes. Chinese guy peels off and goes and sits down and just starts smoking a cigarette after one lap. Goes out. He's fucking, he thinks the guy who's going to be the first has lapped him at some point, and is like, he thinks that he's already completed the race. Why is that? Pretzel just shut the fuck down. Interesting. Pretzel has shut off completely.
Whoa, ain't that some shit?
He and he thinks this guy has finished the race and is just walking laps now, right? Like around the point he's halfway through, this dude is just like walking laps. And he's like, this motherfucker right here. He finally finishes. And he actually made it to the end. He actually finished the marathon. And he just basically collapses across the finish line. And he's just said, I'm last, right? Like, I'm last. And the guy said, no, you're 12th out of 36. It was like, what? Yeah, you're 12th. Well, what about the dude who was going to be the first? Oh, no, he's walking. He's walking the entire thing. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. I'm going to be the first to run the marathon is walking the marathon. What about the Chinese dude? Oh, he bought the race last year. He's actually the owner of the race. He just came out to see what it was about, so he did one lap, and then he just sat down, and we gave him a medal. This dude broke himself mentally and physically. But he created an entirely new life for himself. After that, he went back to Australia. His buddy was like, hey, why don't we do something else? So they're doing an Australian triathlon. And, you know, it's like how many miles swimming in the bay and shit like that. And, you know, he's like, how far can it be?
Right.
So, yeah, to his credit, but it was basically codeine that got him across the fucking finish line.
Ain't that some shit?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm with Wither, though. Fuck it, I'll take it. He did good for himself.
No, I mean, mad fucking props to the dude. Let's see. Microsoft is looking to buy Discord for $10 billion. Jesus Christ, they're gonna fuck it up. They're gonna fuck it up just like they fucked up Skype. Dude.
Their Discord ain't really in a hot shape anyways.
Oh, you haven't seen what Microsoft can do to a product.
I mean, I was there for the Skype days.
Oh, there
before
you go. Let's see, bone on bone in my knee, but on my feet 10 hours a day. Jesus Christ, Southern. And that's the thing. That's like we were talking about. Like when cartilage goes, it goes.
Yeah.
There's not much you can do about that sort of shit.
Good. Sounds like you've dealt with that for many years. Big hugs to you. Don't worry about it, Goofy. It's just, yeah. I mean, I'm still young, so it's not like the pain's like severe. For me, I'm just kind of dreading what happens later when the body really starts to go.
Oh yeah, when you're 35, your knees are fucked.
Yeah.
Or your ankles or whatever the fuck. Whatever you have a problem with at 20, by the time you're 35,
I know.
you're gonna be reminded of it.
Oh, I mean, that's the thing. I'm still reminded of it to this day, so it's like, fuck.
Yeah.
I'll get to it when I get to it.
Yeah, it's definitely like that's why keep your liver in working order as best you can. That way you can like just dose yourself beyond belief.
Well, that's the thing is that's also another reason why I just don't drink. It's like, to me, I view drinking as just like a straight net negative. Like, and I don't know. So here's hoping that that'll come to help me out later.
Oh, and Rabbit, the reason I keep saying we're old is because we are old, you old fuck. Oh, life is scuffed. That it is. Hey, Seller's alive! Seller made it back alive.
Oh shit, he didn't abandon us.
No. He lost. Sprained my ankle 3 times when I was 18 and 19. 36 now. That ankle swells after any physical activity. Exactly.
Yeah. See, for me, I'm going to be having that shit when I'm like on both ankles. So it's like, that's going to be fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know.
This is why we're all in on transhumanism. We're all going to get fucking robot limbs and shit like that.
Yeah, no, I'm down.
Yeah.
Fucking, see, that's the thing is that's also why I'm just for like, I don't want to say recreational, but like recreational, like testosterone and shit. Fuck it, dude. If you want to like load up and just like live like a 20-year-old in like your fucking 40s, who am I to judge?
Right? Like, we should be able to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so
and I'd be willing to have that just like covered under like a single payer or like multi-payer system, anyways.
Let's see. Stray, I'm 21. They're already saying I might need an ankle transplant for one ankle and another surgery on my other ankle. Good times. Cadaver bones is what they're probably looking, Estrella, or full synthetic artificial replacement. Which way are you going to go? Neoprene ankle and knee braces. The added pressure helps for a little while. Oh, yeah. I mean, we all have. I've got. And Rabbit's got a message for you.
Oh yeah, I see it. Fucking see, that's where I screwed up. Cat did the whole destroyed joints thing with all the shots and painkillers. Eventually went to alcohol. Had to recover for that. I mean, I feel you, and I've been tempted, but I don't know. For me, I have like a very like not. It kind of like borders on like masochistic like relationship with pain, but like it's as cliche as it sounds. It's like one of the few things that like reminds me that I'm alive. Like even if it's like injury pain.
I mean,
I don't know how to describe it.
We got plenty of like, and these are just 2 that I had in this room, right? Like that's the thing. Like, if you've got joint or shit, like you've got a collection of this shit at this point.
Amazing. I need a penis replacement surgery. RV. Literally everyone in here will testify, including Kai. I know Kai knows this for a fact, but anytime transhumanism is brought up, I'm all in on the robot dick. Like if we can figure that out, that's it. It's over. That's the end of history as far as I'm concerned.
Really, Story Girl has written transhumanist fiction. Rock on.
Cool. Dig it.
I am unabashedly a transhumanist, not the weird eugenics kind. It's a pain in the ass that I even have to point that out. But yeah, I'm all in on it. fucking whatever. Let's get this shit done.
I don't even know if I'm alive. Maybe this is all just an illusion. Hurt yourself real bad, and you'll find out real quick that you are in fact alive. Life is pain. No way around that.
Would replacing all my limbs limit or expand my age expectancy? It just sort of depends. Whether there's no way to make that prediction.
Yeah, how well it goes, what they're actually doing to you, that sort of shit.
Seller is more invested in reading Graeber now that he knows that there's rifts. My functionally disabled 50-year-old body is screwed enough that artificial everything might be pretty handy. No, I feel you, Story Girl. I'm right there. Fucking, let's Ghost in the Shell this bitch up.
Free advice for anyone: if they offer cadaver versus metal replacement, go cadaver. Yeah.
Hey, biddies. Thank you, Brown Eyed. Thank you for the biddies. Let's see. Written as opposed to published. That's fine.
Fair enough.
Played soccer when I was younger. After the sprains, I used to lace up brace whenever I played. Yeah.
Yep.
Did that too. Growing up in New England, I wasn't bougie enough to fucking play lacrosse, so I played soccer. That was weird. That was a weird moment when I've caught like our Mormon neighbors. That was one Mormon family ago. In the corner house, their kids were practicing lacrosse, like outside. And I was like, what the fuck? Why are there? Okay, just so you know, knee is what AutoMod picked out on that statement. Knee.
That's
Knee. Knee is what AutoMod felt needed pulling from Goofy's message. Jesus fucking Christ. Brilliant. Yeah, I saw him practicing lacrosse. And I was like, why the fuck? And I went and talked to the family, and they're like, oh no, it's a common sport out here in the valley. Like all the high schools and middle schools play it. I'm like, I'm sorry, frat boy sport from New England money, like, is just an everyday sport now. Okay. Like when I was growing up and where I was growing up, if you played lacrosse, basically you wintered in the Bahamas and summered in the Hamptons. It was like that. And all of a sudden, all these fucking like middle class motherfuckers are playing lacrosse. But yeah, I grew up playing soccer, skiing, doing all that, things that are good on the knees, good on the joints. Yeah, lacrosse equals you fancy, huh? It was always that. Oh, so that's why you think it's bougie. Oh, yeah, Rabbit. Like, I know the origins of the sport and how we stole it from your people and all of that sort of thing. But, I mean, truthfully, yeah, it's super bougie. Like, where I come from, if you play lacrosse, like, your family's net wealth is usually measured in 10 digits or more.
Great.
Let's see, EDM. See if this shit. Yeah, Pretzel's just, like, straight up broken tonight.
America also stole basketball from Canada. That is very true. From fucking Naismith. I forgot his first name.
I'm sure there's merit to a bunch of stuff he says, Seller. But as far as anything he has to say about anarchism, I'm not going to listen to a word that man has to say.
I'm still in shock that he endorsed that one chick's book.
Yeah, no, I mean that's straight up. Like if he thinks that book should lead to a whole new field of intellectual study, I don't need him to talk to me about anarchism.
Yep.
That's not a thing I need that man to speak about. Like, oh, okay, anarchism is a global conspiracy created by the Illuminati and foisted upon us by the Freemasons. Okay, David, sure. Fucking that dude could sit down and shut the fuck up for all I care.
It's funny. It's not the stolen thing I care about. It's that there's so much padding in the white version, says Rabbit.
Fair enough.
They still like beat the fuck out of each other though. Oh, dude.
Yeah, I saw some Michael Parenti shit earlier today, yesterday.
What's his deal?
Fucking he panders to tankies.
Oh, that it?
I mean, there was a whole bunch of fucking stuff that was just like, yeah, that's a take, I suppose. Yeah, but it's your traditional fucking like off left fucking talking points. U.S. bad, China great, fucking, you know, lifted people out of poverty, fucking blah blah blah. It's the same shit we hear like a billion times. What flavor anarchist? Post left, post anarchist.
I think they're asking about David Graeber.
Oh, Graeber, I can't speak on. I don't know what fucking flavor Graeber would count himself as. Crazy. Given that I mean, again, like I just have to I have to give him the benefit of the doubt and think that he just didn't read the book. Or that man is batshit insane.
Right. Also, take care, Brown Eyed. Yeah, you have a good one.
Night, Brown Eyed. Sleep well.
Yes,
take care of yourself.
Graeber.
I found a video essayist who espoused on Trailer Park Boys. That's valuable work, though. I mean, you know, fuck economic theory. We could use like a grand unifying theory of like Canadian comedy that I could get behind.
Dig it.
I don't even know how to wait, what? No, somebody asked if I liked Michael Parenti or Chris Hedges, and I said I don't know much about Michael Parenti, I think was the statement. I don't know much about either of these fuckers, to be perfectly honest. Parenti, I was reading some of what he had to fucking say the other day, like I said, like this weekend or something. And Hedges is, I mean, the only reason I know who he is because he's from fucking St. Johnsbury, and Vermonters all sort of keep track of each other. It's just this weird thing we do. We all have to know, like, if there's another Vermonter doing something. But I mean, he's just like, Truth Dig, socialist, Vermonter. This is what I know about Chris Hedges. And Parenti fucking has a bunch of really like off lefty takes. I don't give him the benefit of the doubt, says Rabbit. He had some basic takes that are about 40 years old, but hasn't been really mainstreamed, but otherwise he went off the rails with some of his theorizing. All right. So if fucking an anthropologist can say, like, yeah, he goes off the rails. Dude, I'm telling you, like, Kat and I spent, like, a couple hours, like, on the line. We went through about half of that book that I'm talking about. That book is batshit insane.
It's fucking hilarious, dude.
Graeber endorses it. And not only wholeheartedly endorses it, but says that it should lead to an entirely new field of academic study.
Yeah. And, like, the book's basically just, like, this whole thing about how, like, anarchism is apparently, like, some fucking, like, creation by the Illuminati and Freemasons as a way to, like, spiritually draw away from, like, what was, like, her thing? Like, conspiracism? I don't fucking... Dude, it's like reading, like, a schizophrenic ramble about somebody who's mildly educated in politics and history.
Yeah, so fucking Mr. triggered the Ben Shapiro bot. Is it better than Ben Shapiro's fiction, though? I mean, no. No. Ben Shapiro's fiction is a work of art. Unintentionally, mind you, but a work of art. This book, this Anarchism and Occultism, or whatever the fuck its title was, is just bullshit. It's just bullshit. Yeah, so... I mean, okay, Wither, I will grant you this request. I will bestow it upon you from on high. Is there anything in particular you want to hear? Shapiro's one of the biggest chicken hawks. There's a fucking term I haven't seen used in a while. But nice to see it in circulation, Electron. One of the biggest chicken hawks I've seen after Sean Hannity and Mark Levine. Tucker, too, probably deserves mentioning in that. Seller. Oh, Seller. Good luck with that. I'm not going to help. Seller. I'm slowly chipping at this one. I have. Enlightenment, the making of modernity. I have questions about whatever modernity is. Good luck. Oh, John fucking Bolton too. Yeah, definitely John fucking Bolton needs mentioning in that. Fuck, if we're talking chicken hawks, John Bolton definitely needs fucking mentioning. Jesus Christ. Give me some choices. No choices. Okay. Hey, something happened. Karina.
Right, Karina. Yeah.
Thank you, Karina.
Here's the thing, Graver's assertion that debt was created by owning women is basically a Marxist feminist argument from the 1970s. It's not exactly new, but it's also not a well-defended premise, and most modern theorists highly dispute the premise. I don't fucking...
Alright.
So I don't talk about these people.
Alright, Wither. Here are your choices. By the way, I found Bob Black's copy. All right, so
nice.
Anarchism in Korea. Hey, RV, thank you for the biddies. We got Anarchism Korea, Independence, Transnationalism, and the Question of National Development from 1919 to 1984 by Dong Yung Hwang. We have Defiance, which is anarchist statements before judge and jury. It's literally just a book of anarchist statements when they're in court. Like, yeah, I'm here. Fuck you anyway. And I have Bob Black instead of work.
Take it.
Hey, it's fucking working again finally. That only took like 4 or 5 closes. Korea has oh, okay. You got it? Cool. Let's see. Okay, fair enough. Apparently Chomsky makes a good critique of, in Skeptic's opinion, a good critique of Parenti. He states that Parenti is historically inaccurate with his assertions on Marxism-Leninism. And when it comes to academic, veracity, I generally trust Chomsky. Statement before court. Fuck your whole ass court. Defiance sounds cool. I choose Defiance. All right. Any anarchist in particular that's been drugged before a court, that you're interested in? Tell you what. Louise Michel, Piotr Kropotkin, Clement Duval, Louise Levier, Ravachol, Georges Etivier, Auguste Vaillant, Emile Henry, Santé Césareau, Felix Fenion, Enrico Malatesta, Marius Jacob, Raymond Calamin, Enrique Flores Mohon, Mole Steimer, Louise Olivero, Abby Hoffman, Bo Brown, Kawasi Balagoon, sorry, Ann Hansen, Bill Dune, Nikos Maziotis, Paula Larupa, Rami Sirianos, Olga Nucleus, Jeremy Hammond, and Eric King. I don't know any anarchists. What's the most sarcastic one? I couldn't tell you because I haven't read them all. There may be a fucking sleeper in here that's just like, you know what? Fuck you. Okay, so tell you what. Recent or old? Give me Abby. All right, Abby. That would be in 1970. 157. Here's the picture. Definitely Abby. So little mini bio, and then I don't know who are the most historically recent anarchists in context of colonialism. Maybe that sounds super privileged. Seller, just because they are actually ordered chronologically. So the most recent would be Eric King in 2016, Jeremy Hammond in 2013, Olga in 2013, Rami in 2012, Pola in 2011, 1999, 1984, 1984, 1983, 78, 70, 18, 1918, 1918, and then all the way back to 1871. So there you go. All right. Abbie Hoffman, for those of you who don't know, was an American anarchist and activist prominent during the late 1960s and 70s. Hoffman and 7 others were tried for conspiracy to cross state lines to incite a riot, an aspect of the Civil Rights Act of 1968. Can't imagine what that was being used for. And teaching how to make an incendiary device, impeding police in their police duties, all in the aftermath of the police riots outside the 1968 Democratic Convention in Chicago, Illinois. After the Black Panther Bobby Seale had his case severed from the other 7 defendants following days of being bound and gagged in the courtroom, the trial became an incredible theater. Hoffman often appeared in court in costume. One day, along with co-defendant Jerry Rubin in judge's robes, when the judge ordered the robes removed, they revealed Chicago police forms underneath. Ultimately, all of the defendants were acquitted of conspiracy, but 5, including Hoffman, were found guilty of inciting a riot charge and sentenced to 5 years in prison. 2 years later, the U.S. Court of Appeals overturned all of the convictions. Here is the statement. Just for those of you that don't know, Abby's a dude. Seems to be a little misunderstanding there. Too bad Rubin became a stock trader. Yep. All right, here is the statement. All right, let me just figure out the formatting here because there is weird formatting for these. Because occasionally, all right. I feel like I have spent 15 years watching John Daly shows about history. You were there. It's sort of like taking LSD, which I recommend to you, Judge. I know a good dealer in Florida. I could fix you up. Mr. Foran, the prosecutor, says that we are evil men, and I suppose that's sort of a compliment. He says that we're unpatriotic. I don't know. That kind of has a jingoistic ring. I suppose I'm not patriotic. But he says we're un-American. I don't feel un-American. I feel very American. I said, it's not that the yippies hate America, it's that they feel that the American dream has been betrayed. That's my attitude. I know those guys on the wall. I know them better than you. I feel, at least. I know Adams. I mean, I know all of the Adams. They grew up 20 miles from my home in Massachusetts. I played with Sam Adams on the Concord Bridge. I was there when Paul Revere rode right up on his motorcycle and said, "The pigs are coming, right into Lexington." I was there. I know the Adams. Sam Adams was an evil man. Tom Jefferson? Thomas Jefferson called for a revolution every 10 years. Thomas Jefferson had an agrarian reform program that made Mao look like a liberal. I know Thomas Jefferson. Hamilton? Well, I didn't dig the Federalists. Maybe he deserved to have his brains blown out. Washington? Washington grew pot. He called it hemp. It was called hemp then. He was probably a pothead. Abraham Lincoln, there's another one. In 1861, Abraham Lincoln, in his inaugural address, said, I quote, "When the people shall grow weary of their constitutional right to amend the government, they shall exert their revolutionary right to dismember and outthrow that government." If Abraham Lincoln had given that speech in Lincoln Park, he would have been on trial right here in this courtroom, because that's an insightful speech. This is a speech intended to create a riot. I don't even know what a riot is. I thought a riot was fun. Riot means you laugh. This is a riot. They call it a riot. I don't mean that to be serious. I suppose to be funny. I tried to be. I mean, it was sad last night. I'm not made to be a martyr. I tried to sign up for a few years, but I went down there. They ran out of nails. What was I going to do? So I ended up being funny instead. It wasn't funny last night, though, sitting in a prison cell. A 5x8 room with no light in the room. I could have written a whole book last night. Nothing. No light in the room. Bed bugs all over. They bite. I haven't eaten in 6 days. Not on a hunger strike. You can call it that. I'm just, the food stinks and I can't take it. Well, we said it was like Alice in Wonderland coming in. Now I feel like Alice in 1984 because I've lived through the winter of injustice in this trial, and it's fitting that if you went to the South and fought for voter registration and got arrested and beaten 11 or 12 times on those dusty roads for no bread, it's only fitting that you be arrested and tried under the Civil Rights Act. That's the way it works. Just want to say one more thing. People. I guess that's what we're charged with when they decide to go from one state of mind to another state of mind. When they decide to fly that route, I hope they go youth fair, no matter what their age. I'll see you in Florida, Julie. That was Abby Hoffman's official declaration or statement as a defendant in his trial. There you go, Wither.
Take it.
I mean, that's very much that is very much in Hoffman's characteristics. That is who he was as a person, you know, that sort of thing. If you read Kropotkin's, it's very much a Russian prince and an academic speaking, right? Like Hoffman was a fucking acid head and a sort of revolutionary figure. Like Hoffman didn't believe in that entire quote unquote justice system. That it was a dog and pony show for him. So he made it out to be one. Like the bio says, showing up in a judge's robe to court and knowing that the judge is going to order the robe off, having a police uniform underneath it. Where did he even get it? Dude, those days were wild. Those days were fucking wild. Like that's the thing. Like those days were wild. And
I just realized, where the fuck is this motherfucker getting a police uniform from?
Yeah. Yeah. So that was very much a Hoffman take. Like I said, I mean, there's Abby's picture, that's just carrying a rifle, flipping you off with "fuck" written on forehead, Yeah. But yeah, I feel yeah, exactly.
Ms. Chris 17 says, "Wow, this is very disrespectful of our forefathers. What they did back then is equivalent to what is happening in the bigger cities now."
Oh, snap. Really, Rabbit? Well, that's a new one. Apparently, Rabbit got schooled yesterday that Bakunin and Marx never talked and had no sources in common. Cool.
Yeah.
That's,
Postmodernism is really doing its thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's a thing. Let's see. All right, just scrolling back. Except all the 60s counterculture fuckers just sold out. There's a few of them that hung on, But most of them just became stock traders and shit, sold the fuck out.
Yeah.
Silicon Valley, tech bros, stock traders. This is what they became.
Total 180.
Rabbit. Who the fuck was arguing that point? Like, you don't have to tell me who, but like, what was the position? Like, what crazy tank, was this just tanky brain?
I mean, it wouldn't even be them. They're like stupidly educated on like that era of like socialist history.
Like, who the fuck would argue that Bakunin and Marx didn't know each other? They fought infamously. Like, they hated each other.
Like, pretty vehemently, too.
I mean, it was fucking high school Mean Girls shit, but I mean, it most surely was for real. Anarchy was invented in 1983.
That's great. Was it a CIA invention as well?
Said to the indigenous anthropologist who is specialized in, oh, Jesus Christ, that must have been a hell of a conversation. Jesus fucking Christ. So when I grew up, where I grew up, the elementary school was expropriated for what we're pretty sure was a haven for a family witness protection program. Makes no fucking sense. There's a family living in my childhood school building, and all I want to do is explore it. Interesting. Twitter. Oh, all right. Well,
yeah. Well, I mean, that makes more sense.
Never mind. Although I am, dude, I am tempted to just tell you, Rabbit, like, get on air. I want to hear more about this fucking exchange because I'm a masochist at heart. What section of a book, such as a chapter, would you recommend for my students to better understand communism outside of Marx? I wouldn't have that chapter. If you wanted to know like Bakunin's relationship to Marx, I would have a chapter for you. As for, you know, how to better understand communism outside of Marx, that's not my field of study. So I wouldn't have a ready source. Rabbit may, Cat may, somebody else in chat may.
I couldn't give a single chapter. I'd just like give books. You know, I guess State and Revolution, like by Lenin. Like that's not like, it's probably a good place to start. Maybe you can look into like some of the readings of like the writings of people like, fuck, who was that one?
No, Skeptic. No. Total blind spot.
What's a blind spot?
Any of Ho Chi Minh's stuff.
Oh, yeah, no.
Sorry. I'm still trying to catch up. Like here, this is my like I'm Eurocentric and I'm trying to catch up stuff. Oh no, there's more than that now. Yeah. Oh. So. Oh, and also, yeah, no, it's here, right? Yeah, okay. So, anarchism in China, Chinese Revolution, Latin America, trying to round that one out. African anarchism and anarcho-blackness, trying to round that section out. Japanese anarchism, because these are my blind spots right here, right? Like I can tell you about, like I can even tell you some of Latin America, but not a whole lot of it. But there is anarchism, you know, elsewhere. And yeah, this is the Japanese one. Like it's actually pretty thick. It was thicker than I expected it to be. And I have a few more books I need to get on China. Because there are actually a few texts that are very difficult to source. I've yet to find, there's one in particular I've yet to find for less than $100. There's one that people are like, oh, look on half-price books for it. Yeah, it was $140 odd on half-price books. Yeah. Oh, and then there's Korea. Of course, there's a bunch of infamous Korean anarchists. So, yeah, that's sort of, where is it? here's global anarchism. Right? And I've got this part pretty well down pat. Now we just gotta round out the rest. Let's see. Scroll up. Super homophobic. Ho Chi Minh. Interesting. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed a communist is homophobic? Next, you're going to tell me that he probably fucked up some indigenous people, too. Shocking. Perlman's against Leviathan. It went something like Perlman's against Leviathan clearly proves anarchy was never influenced by Marx and Bakunin, and Marx didn't draw on the same sources, so you know nothing about leftism. Okay, those are words. I fully recognize that that is English, Rabbit. Fuck if that doesn't make any goddamn sense, though. Holy shit, Rabbit. Oh, no. Wither. Other countries have stock markets. Yeah. That's totally a thing. I'm wondering if... Okay, so there's gotta be. I've never looked into them specifically, but there's no way that they don't have. They have very little, admittedly so. Fanboy Chow seems to be the proponent, 1905 to 1908, but they forced him out. Interesting. There is very little anarchistic activity in Vietnam. Fascinating. Twitter is a festering cesspool of whiny 20-somethings who are desperately clout hunting. Big Bear, I envy your library. Yeah, that's not even, like... It's a thing. It's a problem. But, I mean... Also, they are reference as well. They're not all intended to be, like, read cover to cover. Some of them are reference as well. Especially, I mean, stuff like... No Gods, No Masters... is very much a reference guide. It is, if there's a movement or a particular individual, there is a section in the book about it. Like, you know, the resolution passed by the General Assembly of the 1st and 2nd Squadrons of the Baltic Fleet held in Kronstadt, right? Like, there's a section on that. Right, like, so, you know, I have reference books as well. Yeah, my weekend...
Was that Mel chick, Rabbit?
Let's see, I got yelled at by some white chick. Hey, class analysis, thank you for the follow. I got yelled at by some white chick because I didn't support genocide. I'm not even kidding. Got called a tanky because I'm not a sock damp. You had a fucking weekend, Rabbit. Jesus Christ. That was a fucking weekend. Rabbit, like, I'm telling you, you need to get on the air now. Like, now I have actual questions.
Dude, Twitter, like, left Twitter is, like, just a fucking cesspool, dude.
Yeah.
I can't fucking stomach it anymore.
Like,
I've had my fill.
Yo ass needs to get on the air and tell the story. Because what in the fuck were you doing on Twitter all weekend that you were engaging in this sort of shit fuckery? Hey, Finzel. Oof. That's an older account, 2015. Come over the ANCAP side of fucking Twitter. I'm good.
It is actually kind of fun. They just like
okay, Rabbit.
All the time.
Oh, Story Girl. All right, for those of you that, you know,
Fucking things up, making everything shitty. It's profiles and shit fuckery.
There you go. I just discovered a new left Twitter account and realized I give 0 fucks about Twitter. No hate if you choose to engage. No, it's Story Girl. No, that was written for the channel. That's mine. I need that to play every time I check my Facebook account. It's not just you Aussie fucks that use the term shit fuckery. Although you guys do use it more than most people. But it isn't exclusively Aussie. But corporations won't enslave you. Yeah, exactly.
God damn it.
Oh, Aussies have an entirely like separate dialect. They're
100%.
Yeah, they're doing their own thing down there.
Fucking just went on Twitter and now I'm just triggered by all the gun control talk right now.
Oh yeah. It's gonna flare up every time there's a shooting. Don't worry.
Yeah.
It's not gonna happen.
I know it clears out. It's just fucking annoying to
It's
see.
the boom and bust cycle. All that's doing is, driving up prices. Let's see. Oh. I mean,
Oh, damn.
I hope not. So I'm gonna have to immediately start picking on them.
Wait, Story Girl, what's that about?
Oh, seeing MLs on Twitter go to Thought Slimes. Going to Thought.
Twitter in general just makes me like have no faith for like leftist action.
Saying, do you support terrorism? If you want to call it identify as, sure. Oh, jeez.
There's this one like ML chick on Twitter. Her name's like Mela's Chaos or something to that effect, and she's like super big tanky, super pro China, and like her only response whenever somebody like fucking asks how she feels about like the Uyghur genocide, she just goes genocide is bad and like a little sad face emoji. Never says anything else. Just anytime. Just I mean, like, I hate it, but, I can respect the, committing to the bit for, like, several months at a time.
What in the fuck, Karina? A, werewolves are hotter than vampires. B, okay, well, but what about werebats? Were what? Oh, Jesus Christ. This is some hideous ass shit.
That's
And
40K for you.
also, yeah, the Warhammer community needs to, like, just not. That's all I'm just gonna leave it at that. This is whatever the fuck Karina just posted. Jesus,
Dude, that's actually
goddamn.
kind of baller, though.
I mean, is a monster, yeah, but not like hot.
Well, no shit. I mean, I'm just saying, like, as a monster, dig it. I can respect it.
I mean, it's definitely something that needs shot in the face with like everything.
Would you say that it needs to be purged with holy fire?
No, because that's like some Warhammer shit.
I tried. Chat can testify that I at least tried there. Taylor 2 Rabbit, just don't become like me and try to do some like what's it called? Don't try to do any research on Thought Slime. Your opinion of that person will just fucking poof the minute you start like actually looking into what they've said and done.
Oh, so Parenti's another fucking one that goes around saying the Uyghurs are committing terrorism.
Of course.
It's fantasy, the somehow mostly Nazi-free half of the fandom. The fact that there's like half of the fandom that is like unabashedly Nazis I don't know, something. You may want to look at something. I'm just saying, like, I can go to like a Comic-Con and hang out with all like the fans of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Chances are none of them are Nazis.
See, this is the problem with like satire in general as like a medium. There'd be a lot of fucking people that just don't get it.
Jesus fucking Christ. When half your fan base is fucking like unironically Nazis, it's time to just cash it in, folks. Just be like, nope, we're done, shutting it down.
Yeah. I know you are, Sellard.
Oh, okay. So Michael Parenti's stash, aka Carl, was right, not fucking Michael Parenti. All right, cool.
Yeah, things can give you life that are bad for you. Baklava is the thing. Okay, I get you now. Okay, that's fine then. I was just, you know.
Oh, big.
How much you do, Sellard?
Big Bear, hey Sue, Big Bear, there is no explanation. There's no way to rectify that. They are antithetical. It is a misnomer to say ANCAP. You can't rectify this. Capitalism is hierarchical. Anarchism, dissolving unjust hierarchies. Capitalism, coercive. Anarchism, individual autonomy. Okay? Yeah. You can't make this work. It's a misnomer. What they are neo-feudalists. That's it. They want the freedom to have Daddy Musk as their commander-in-chief instead of fucking Biden. That's all.
Yeah.
It's
don't follow Warhammer as satire or just Nazi propaganda now. They've cooled on the satire, but they still make it fairly clear that you shouldn't support anybody in there. Like, it is just unironically, like, literally everyone here is bad. Life is suffering. This is grimdark. Like, it's just horrible.
Electron, the meta-ethical analysis, I'm going to hit you with this shit. The meta-ethical analysis of anarchism is foundationally built upon the idea that rulers are an unjust hierarchy. The justification for the anarchos portion of anarchy, the without ruler, is that rulers are an unjust form of hierarchical organization. This is the foundational philosophy behind anarchism. Now, here's the catch. Capitalism inherently creates ruling classes. It creates, by its very nature, unjust hierarchies. Anarchism is a critique of this, and in practice, an undermining of. There's no way to rectify this.
Yeah.
I don't want to drop the dick on the table, but I've been studying this for a long fucking time at this point. There is no one that agrees that is a serious scholar or political scientist. Like, it's just, I mean, ask Noam Chomsky about anarcho-capitalism and he laughs. He literally just old man laughs. It's so fucking hilarious at this point in his career. He used to give like actual credence to these questions. Now it's just like, fucking, what? It's not a thing.
Kat, what's your deal with Thought Slime? Okay, so like, to put it like kind of blatantly, he's like literally everything that I find like wrong with like the left as like a person. He's overly moralistic. He doesn't really give a fuck about logical consistency. He purity tests like a motherfucker. He'll actively spread lies because he thinks it's like the moral thing to do. He's like gone out of his way to just, you know, fuck over like leftist like content creators and shit. Like, he's just like, for all intents and purposes, someone who is so morally driven to think that they're right, that they're willing to like hurt people, actively hurt people to get things done, and they just justify it by saying that it's the most moral thing to do. And they never really attack like right wingers. So it's like, you know, I don't really have a lot of respect for that.
No, the black market is a free market organization. I have enough in an economics basis to understand that at the high levels, interchangeably, what's happening is free market versus free market is the black market, and vice versa, right? Like I have no illusions to this, but I mean, just point to like Mexican cartels or some shit like that if you want to see what happens in a free market, right? It's no different than in corporations, only. It's no different than in corporations. I was about to say that they have they end up, utilizing a monopolization of violence within the black market, but I mean, private military contractors. So it's really just the same thing at the end of the day. Howard Zinn, smash or pass. He got a bunch of stuff wrong, but okay, he got a bunch of stuff right. Few things wrong that were kind of critically important. But I have a copy of People's History. No, smash. Yeah, Howard Zinn. I like him. So in this, if you're attempting to implement an economic ideal, which is what those are called, the purest version, which is what ANCAPs constantly strive for. See, we just haven't tried like the purest version of capitalism. We just haven't gotten there quite yet. What mythical version of capitalism would you love to implement? That you would, what school of economics would you follow? Any particular philosopher or economist that you would advocate for? What version of capitalism do you think would free us all? Especially from unjust hierarchies and rulers. Keep in mind, in the freest markets, they would be free to create company towns and pay you in company script. Fucking neither, mister.
See, the only like ANCAP types that I'll respect are people who are just straight Austrian school. People who will just openly say that they're like not, they don't give a fuck about empiricism.
You're not an anarchist then, Electron. You're not an anarchist, right? Like this is not, stop using this term. You're using it incorrectly. If you're okay with company towns being paid in company script, congratulations, you have a ruling class. You're not an anarchist. You're just not. Like, these are not... It's not how this shit works. You're using a bad faith, inorganic argument or term to provide yourself political cover for a position that you don't want to admit you hold. The fact of the matter is that at the end of the day, you're almost a monarchist. You want a king. You just want it determined by market forces. That's all. Rather than lineage. In your world, Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, Elon Musk, these would be your rulers. These would be your Joe Bidens and Nancy Pelosi's and Dianne Feinsteins. This is your ruling class. They would just be determined by market forces instead. That's insane.
I don't know who Edward Herman is, skeptic.
Oh, we need Swede to correct his economics. Of course, poor Swede fucking with the heart valve. I often feel putting Swede up against ANCAPs just to shorten Swede's lifespan. Fucking government intervention creates monopolies. No, capitalism creates monopolies.
Yeah. Like,
and regulatory capture and governmental integration can speed or aid that process if regulatory capture has already occurred. But capitalism creates monopolies.
Yeah, and this also lets me know that he's like not an Austrian school. Like he's not part of the Austrian School of Economics. Like, holy fucking shit.
Timmy! Fucking Timmy! Hey, Timmy! Alaikum salam.
I am going to... Why are people saying that? Can someone, like,
Fuck if I know. Rock on, Reed. So my background, I'm a first-generation American, born from first-generation Americans. My dad's parents came from Nazi Germany to Canada. Rock the fuck on.
Nice.
My mom's dad came from the Netherlands, and both my parents have never voted. Mr. Regulatory capture is just this. If you understand American politics, you understand regulatory capture, right? The corporations and big business and moneyed interests are in control of this shit, right? This is regulatory capture. The point at which corporations have literally undermined and influenced almost all aspects of your governmental system. This is regulatory capture. Rock on, Reed. Reed, I've been pushed away from socialism because it's too you are the boogeyman in your own world type of thing. My brother gave me Conquest of Bread to read. Rock on. I mean, start with the classics, I suppose. But I mean, you know, if you ever want to modernize, just let me know. I'll give you some recommendations. Throw you some stuff. Oh, well. Reed, if you ever want to have a chat, Reed, by all means, doesn't have to happen on air. More than happy to have the conversation, one way or the other. At least I try to be. Fucking, there's so many of my brethren that I've come across. so many that it's like I just want to walk around fucking with a newspaper and smack some of my fellow anarchists with it. No.
Yeah.
Bad anarchist. Bad anarchist. Oh, Jesus Christ. Blink.
What do you think of C4SS?
Blank. Hold on, give me one first. It's an organization. It's I have a few books by them. It's the Center for a Stateless Study. I have Reed. I'll get you a link here in a second. I have a few books by Center. Okay, hang on. I just got a tier 1 gift sub to Wim TV, a place I have never been. So that's a thing. I'm okay with them. Hey, Reedster! Fucking thank you for the 5 gift bomb. Derek Metcalf, Diet Mushroom, Dan Simpson, Keiko, and King of William. Oh, fuck me. I unbanned that dude.
Of course you did.
Yeah, it's just, wasn't the night to fucking interact with that person. And thank you for the follow, Fatal Meltdown. And so who actually asked me that? It was Take Two Tabs. By the way, I like that name. What do I think of Center for a Stateless Society? I have some of their books. As an organization, I know very little about them. I can't speak on them as an organization. But like I said, I have a few of their books, one of which is really interesting. Some of the stuff that they get away with under the heading of collective authorship. No single individual takes responsibility for the writing of some things. There have been some really interesting documents put forth. One of them I have is like that thick. It's a treatise on political violence, and not so much like let's do a historical analysis, more a how do we feel about it and when to roll it out. It's definitely a fascinating book to read. So yeah. All right, so we're gonna clusterfuck this bitch up, because why not?
Hey,
Hello?
Oh, better get in.
Okay, so who's
Hold on.
Yeah, how did your stream unmute it? Oh wait, somebody just got an echo.
Yeah,
That was my fault.
You're good.
as usual, it's fucking
Sorry.
as usual. It's Mr. Radio himself's fault.
Hey. I'm a boomer. I own it.
Okay, and Reed, first time talking to you.
Hey man, what's going on?
All right, can you count to 5 for me, please?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can do it in German too.
That's okay. I'm pretty sure German.
Yeah, fünf.
I don't
Beautiful.
fucking.
Cat with the foreign language specialty right
shit.
there.
I don't fucking
My-
remember, dude.
my-
Numbers have always been a weak point of mine when it comes to that shit.
My stepfather was having work done on their yard. And yes, you can imagine the ethnicity of the people doing the work on the yard.
It depends on what kind. I don't know.
It's Southwest America.
They're Hispanic.
And he walks up to one of the guys who's like trimming a tree
No.
and says like,
No.
great job on the tree. And the guy just looks to the supervisor, who I happen to know, this guy by the name of Jose. And he just looks at him, and apparently my stepfather, it says, oh, doesn't he speak English? And fucking Jose just relays to him that you did a good job on the tree. And
Right.
my stepfather then begins speaking Spanish.
Spanglish.
God.
Oh no.
Spanglish?
Oh no.
Did it vaguely resemble?
No, it's it's burrito, taco, quesadilla. It's that shit. Like
Right.
Goodo Jabo on the trio.
Spanglish.
Oh.
Did he own it and like yell it at him too?
Apparently, after I informed my mother that this was a thing, she just looks at me and says, "Oh, no, he does that when we go to the Thai restaurant too.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh,
It's just a thing he does."
no.
I'm like, this
It's like
no.
soft racism.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I would call.
Yeah, it's in that like he's like 75 and white. What are you gonna do? Like, there's no
Part
touching
of his
this.
job.
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody in the
You can't like tell them no anymore.
well, somebody got upset at me in a chat the other day because I said something about talking Spanglish. Oh yeah, I speak some Spanglish.
Right.
The person was like, "That's not a thing."
It is a thing.
Valid?
It is totally a thing. It is totally.
Spanglish is totally a thing.
Well, it just-
Who the fuck's gonna say that it's
I mean,
not a thing?
anybody
You know,
who's ever
realize
like
pretty
anybody who's ever like been worked back of house or knows anybody who was worked back of house has heard their fair share of Spanglish.
Exactly. I live in Texas, and that's the example I was given. Like, I work with a lot of Guatemalan people now, and my Spanglish has had to twist from like if I was speaking to like Mexican Spanish.
Right,
people.
right.
Yeah,
I mean,
They all got like the slang too, like on different groups.
Yeah, it's anybody who's been around the restaurant industry knows Spanglish is real.
well, and if you've lived in New York, you've got New Yorican, which is like
Yes.
Span English.
Yeah, it's Puerto Rican Spanish, like, which is hyper sped up. Like, Puerto Rican Spanish is like super fast, and then
I mean, they
you,
just-
yeah, then you get the New
Right.
York, New Jersey accent thing going. Sometimes it's, dude, it's weird.
Well, like,
and
even-
with random English words thrown in, like they don't say jefe, they say bosso.
Or if they
Yeah.
say like "como está, way" in Puerto Rican Spanish means like crab or something. In Mexican Spanish means dude.
Yeah, it's like
It's there's enough overlap that I don't get stabbed when I go to Puerto Rico. That's
There you
all
go.
I know.
Yeah,
Right? Like, I've managed to
Like-
order food and make my way to the beach, and you know, like, look, I'm stupid like that. Like, scrawny gringo fucking like gets like slum Airbnbs in the barrio and shit like that.
But some
Just because that's where the
Americans,
food
like,
is.
Don't understand like the gringo, like, you know what I mean?
Pluto and El Drinko, please. por
Yeah.
favor.
Like, I talk a lot of crap in Spanish to my coworkers. Like, that's all I know how to say in Spanish. I accidentally said it to this one dude, and he was like, I forget where he's from, El Salvador, and I think I said something. It was like puta madre or something like that. And he looked at me like he was about to fight me. I was like, oh, and then,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
hey, he's like,
Yeah.
"Hi, dude, like, calm down," type of thing. But it's weird, like. It's okay to say that those sorts of things if you're self-proclaimed gringo. Does that make any sense? I don't.
I mean, Salvadoran Spanish is its own character too.
yeah. I mean, all of them are, to be frank.
Yeah.
oh yeah.
Big Bear, yes, Puerto Rico is amazing. I enjoy it down there. Karina asking, how does one use a language you're practicing in an ethnic restaurant politely?
You don't.
Well, I think
You do? Yes, you do.
I think
Yeah,
that
you
there's-
do.
yeah, I think most native speakers enjoy people trying, right? If you make a good faith effort, look, you may get made fun of a little bit, but that comes with the territory.
No, I mean, I speak German, or my family's German. It's my minor in school. There's like 2 restaurants in the Dallas area that speak German. Those are the only places you'll get to practice actual dumb crap you learn, like in school type of
Well,
thing.
don't
Right.
misunderstand me. I'm not saying that it's rude to have a conversation in Spanish. It's that frequently, and this happened aggressively in Mexico City, you can be speaking mangled Spanish. And many of the people that you talk to are just so thrilled that some white ass has learned any Spanish at all that they will tell you, "Oh, you're doing a great job."
Yeah.
Like, no, I know I fucked that up. Would you please tell me what I said wrong?
But yeah, they'll be happy to have you try. Do I like mole? Well, it depends what kind of mole, mister. That's yeah, it's not just a kind of sauce, it is sauce. It is an entire category of sauces. Mole negro. What?
You know, like guacamole.
Yeah, it's sauce. So mole negro infamously takes days sometimes to make and dozens of ingredients and is one of the most complex flavor profiles probably on the planet.
And it's delicious.
Is that Tex
It's amazing.
Mexican?
Oh, it's Mexican.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's chocolate sauce.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much. And they blend it and shit. It's awesome.
Yeah,
Ballers.
it's-
Fuck.
But
It
it's
is-
way deeper than that, though. Like I like Tex-Mex compared to California. Mexican food. Couldn't tell
That's
you why.
fair.
Let's see. Why would you get stabbed in Puerto Rico? They're friendly people. They're also extraordinarily homophobic.
Are they really?
Yes.
Oh, I mean, all of Latin America is, to be frank.
Yes.
Unless you're
A
a
lot of
bottom.
Yeah, it's a thing. Last time I was there, there was no, that was the time before last. I'm sorry. The last time I was there was hurricane, and it was pretty calm. The time before then, they discovered a gay dude's decapitated body in a trunk.
That's fairly common.
I believe it because I read a book on the history of Texas politics, and Texas was a 2-party state till '95. Like people who are older than me remember like Ann Richards and stuff. But one of the last communities to flip Republican was old Blue Dog Democrats. Actually, his traditional Hispanic voters in the Rio Grande Valley, like they're a lot more traditional conservative than people think. They're like a big chunk of the.
Oh, they're insanely
No,
conservative.
yeah.
boy.
The Latino culture is the definition of conservative, or the Latin
they took
culture.
that fucking Catholicism like water, son. They love the shit out of it. I mean, they have their own mix to it, especially like in Mexico.
Because
But
of all the jewelry.
They do certain stuff way better than us in Canada. Or I'm Canadian too, but like treatment of indigenous peoples and stuff is better in some Central and like South American countries than it is like here.
well,
Zumi,
it depends on what you're considering to that point, because like there's a lot of like gray area with that.
point of
I mean,
order.
Kat,
um,
Kat, we know our people. Incense and jewelry. Come on. There was a reason.
While I'm aware of the gay bars in San Juan, not across the whole of Puerto Rico. Sorry, I haven't looked into gay bars outside of San Juan. But one, I have better things to do with my day, like eat tacos and like drink like sangria on the
I
beach.
thought anarchy was about open arms, man.
But
just kidding. Just kidding. Sorry.
the statement that people bash gays everywhere, it's been a while since we had a gay dude decapitated around these parts.
Not really. I don't want to say not really, but it was illegal to be gay in Texas till 04. Like a lot of people don't know that. Like,
Illegal, but people weren't going around chopping their heads off.
They were burning down houses though.
Fair.
There's that.
It's still very much a thing in those parts. It is.
Is it safe to say we've made like leaps and bounds in regards to LGBT rights?
In
Or
Rabbit, in
LGBT
let's
rights?
see, it would be, well, Sue's Canadian, so they're not technically people.
Oh,
I love you, but fuck you, guys.
What?
Wait,
Are
well,
you,
I mean,
are you are you
like,
allowing your colonizers to to dictate or define yourself these days, Sue? I thought you were something more than Canadian. I didn't think you were. I thought you were above and beyond those lowly
The petty
Canadians.
concerns of the
Yes, the
Canadians.
petty concerns of the Canadians.
Hey,
But
we committed our genocide in the 1900s, a cultural genocide. Okay.
if you're Rabbit or my age or Sue's age, we have seen leaps and bounds in our lifetime as far as like maybe not LGBT but LGB.
Yeah, if you'd have said, honest to God, if you'd have told 19-year-old me that gay marriage would be not only legal, but there would be states where it was in their fucking constitution, I would have laughed in your face.
Yeah. It is honestly, if you lived through the 90s, like the 80s is a whole fucking thing. Like we're not even going to talk about them. But if you lived through the 90s and some of the rhetoric and the moral majority and shit like that we had to put up with in the especially the early 90s.
I'm sorry, do you mean Focus on the Family?
Yes, aren't they great? Are they still a thing?
Oh yeah.
I
know.
Yeah, they just
it sounds
rebranded.
weird. I don't disagree with the God. Okay, I'm not a Reagan. Like, I don't think like family should be a white dude and like a white girl with 2 kids. But I definitely think that like family is important in a sense of like community and like building mental health stuff. Is that?
I think oral sex is important.
No. A family is important in a sense outside of neo racism tags and ideology. The family is very important. Like when it comes to Indigenous communities, like especially up here in Canada, they work very hard to destroy the whole entire family.
Well, it depends on which First Nations people you're talking about, but yeah.
All of them. We all went through the 60 scoop. We all went through residential school. We all went through all of it. Hey, Sassy. And I will tell you, and it still goes on to this fucking very day. Nothing has changed.
Oh, yeah. I'm Canadian, by the way.
Yeah, I'm up here in Canada too. I was born and raised up here in Canada.
Oh, shit.
So I
wasn't,
am fully aware and know exactly the history of my people up here in Canada. And especially when it comes to all of my Indigenous people up here in Canada. The government still is on its little hype train of kill the Indian, save the child. It has not stopped.
Well, and it's translated into CPS too, right? From my education the past 2 years. Like I'm from Texas, and I wasn't even taught that I live on Wichita territory.
Well, they don't teach you a whole lot of shit up here in Canada either. And they try to for a while, and then different provinces.
I'm from Alberta. I get racism. Like.
Oh God, you then please tell me you're not a fan of Jason Kenney.
No, dude, I go to NDP, bro.
Just tell me you're not a fan.
I go to school at UVic and I voted NDP.
Okay.
But
then you're not really a capitalist.
No, I am a capitalist.
NDP is not anything to do with capitalism.
Yes, they are actually.
Sue,
Yes,
Sue,
they are.
Sue. Look, Sue, just listen to me. Just take the vote. Just take the vote. All right, just take the vote.
No, but it's interesting that you say that because most parties that are today social democratic, they dropped their democratic socialists from their party platforms in like the 70s. So most, like,
except for Jagmeet Singh, who seems to be bringing that back.
they're socked in. That's what. I'm a rich white boy. Like my parents did well, type of thing. My thing is like I am down to fight for the cause. Mm-hmm. My thing with communism is like I am very sensitive. I'm a sensitive dude. Okay, I'm a big sweet. That's why I like hanging out with Kai here. I'm not calling Kai sensitive, but he's a welcoming dude.
You're sensitive, Kai.
No, not really though. But
I like the implication you're not. I like hanging out with you. You're a hateful bastard. It's fantastic.
You know, I feel my Doug Stanhope portion of my heart feels like I could probably take the insensitive, abrasive asshole compliment far better than I could the you're a sensitive dude. I don't know what that says about our broken ass culture, but
well, communists are just nasty, man. I mean, on a whole, they're not very welcoming. of people who are not on their side.
Well, it's just because you're not. Oh God, it just it's because you're not a principled leftist.
Yeah,
I get, yeah, that's a good term. I like that.
you're
Yeah.
dissembler.
Yeah.
Well, I'm Texan. I call myself Texan Canadian. That goes to show you how lost I am.
I'm
Okay.
just bitter.
So I'm just old and
Saves
bitter.
time.
Okay, so let me do some catch up here on chat. Story Gold, yes, sangrias are amazing. And Karina, Brazilian friend, said gays were allowed, but if they acted out of line with men, they'd get hurt all the same. I've had recommendations for Puerto Vallarta from Be Over. Be Over got her vaccine this morning, so congratulations, Be Over. Take your vaccination card and you can get a free daily donut from Krispy Kreme for the rest of the year. I'm not fucking around. That's a real thing.
Are you kidding?
Nope, that's a real thing. Krispy Kreme
Get
made
injected, get fat.
yeah, Krispy Kreme made a backdoor deal with the insulin manufacturers. That's best I can tell. King of William, thank you. Sorry, you caught me on a bad day. I wasn't about to fucking debate you or do debate bro shit on that day. I'm glad you're back. Congratulations to you on getting the gift sub as well. And thank you for the compliment all the same.
Oh, Duffy's here.
Yes, Duffy is here. Fatal
Sorry.
Fatal remembers the 90s as well, Rabbit, so we're not alone.
Good.
Fucking let's
Great time to be alive.
It was a good fucking time. I mean, sure we had some homophobia to deal with, but man, the 90s were great.
9 Inch Nails and Clinton. What a contrast.
It was
Islamophobia really wasn't there yet either.
no, we were all the Hollywood bad guys were still vaguely Russian.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Story Girl, for the record, any progress Latin America has made with homophobia has been going the opposite direction with transphobia for years. See the link I posted for, in a year when 28 trans women, mainly people of color, were killed in the USA, over 300 were killed in Brazil alone.
Holy shit.
And I posted for Skeptic the incident when it was 3 visits ago. I was looking at the date. It was 3 visits ago in Puerto Rico when the gay kid got his head chopped off and then his body burned. And then I posted one for last year where they're actually hunting trans people in Puerto Rico. Just a thing. Again, lovely people, lovely island. I love going there, but just like everywhere in the world, there's some issues.
I don't know what it's like there, but like I know what it's like for a person to be forced into the wrong side of fighting type of thing. And like, is it like type of thing in Puerto Rico where it's like super ultra religious and people are just brought up like that? Or is it like organized like governmental type of thing?
Oh no, it's not. I mean, if they passed a fucking bill last year, was it last year? That's supposed to like usher in new like same sex and trans fucking rights and stuff like that. But when it comes down to it, there's a culture thing going on.
Right.
And
Can I just say Canada needs one fucking political class or political fucking group
No, it
that
doesn't
is
start.
not filled with fucking idiots and chuds?
Well, it does. It has to start with us as a nation calling out the French Canadians on their racist policies that they implement and how they vote.
Oh no,
And the lines
French
are
Canadians-
drawn.
The French Canadians, the French Canadians are the least of your worry.
Duffy, do you need a Discord link? Is that why you were running that command? If so,
I love them, dude. We play Valorant together.
Every Canadian I know is like, yeah, I'm Canadian, and we got some, but fuck the French Canadians.
Well,
That's where I spent the most time. Is in Quebec. Also, by the way, let me catch up on these. Zoomy, thank you for the resub. 4 fucking months. Saying Jamaica has an anti-gay problem. They call them batty boys. Yes, they do. I don't even vacation in Jamaica. I don't go there. That and there's prettier.
Duffy said they do need a link.
There's
Karina, it's weird how like progressive like French Canadians are in terms of like economics.
And Snappy with the 2-month streak. Thank you for the resub as well. Time does travel quickly. We're up to 10 in Colorado.
Oh yeah, I was gonna tell you that, but
Rock on. Now all the bad guys are Muslim. So progress, says Amherst.
There was Zoomy had said, well, we got cannibals on Grindr. I'm like, do we count that as a step?
yes.
I'm okay
Okay.
with I'm
If it's
okay I'm okay with I'm okay with voluntary cannibalism.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with voluntary cannibalism. I'm just saying, do we like notch that off as
Not,
No,
in,
here's the
okay, not
thing.
in front of the right wingers. We don't talk about it, but like,
Yeah.
you know,
Have y'all heard of the scientists in England that are trying to do lab-grown human meat? Like, they interview cannibals at prisons to try to like.
I dig it.
From what I
look?
from,
Everybody needs a hobby.
from
Don't judge.
from what I've heard, it's not dissimilar to pork.
I've heard like comparisons to veal most often. That
Oh.
seems to be like the common like link. Veal or like pork. Those are the
See, I'd have to know what body part you're talking about because I've known too many variously related cannibalistic tribes, and like each of them specializes in a particular type,
of course.
which
Dude,
you have not
sometimes
seen
they
hilarious
have
until you've
also,
seen
like-
anthropologists in a pissing contest over which one of them was the more violent tribe.
Doesn't New Guinea have something like that? Or like,
Oh yeah, well my guys drank the eyeballs. What did your guys do? I'm like, guys, can we not with the competition?
doesn't New Guinea Papua New Guinea still have like places like certain like things like that?
Technically, they
Cannibal?
don't eat them.
they just
Amazing.
don't. Who was the last big name douchebag that just went missing a few years ago?
Well,
Range
okay, we have to qualify this slightly because there's technically different forms of cannibalism. And one of the ways that they engage with dead bodies is that they will behead them and then collect the heads. And then
Not
they
so
will.
bad. That's not that
Well, technically, they feed off of what they say is they feed off of the spirit of the person that they have killed and steal their strength. So, I mean,
I
technically, that's
believe that.
cannibalism. At least it's you believing that you're being cannibalistic,
So Christians would believe that's cannibalistic.
I suppose.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Karina, especially in the factor that indigenous language needs to be taught to kids in school along with English and French.
No, I don't think French needs to be taught. I don't. I'm raised.
How come they lost?
My parents raised me to hate French Canada.
Do you want more French Canadian terrorists? Because this is how you get more French Canadian terrorists.
Well,
All right.
Oh, God.
And it gets I get sensitive about it because I major in political science, and I can't get a job working the federal government if I don't speak French, to my knowledge.
Mhm.
Okay, is this like that joke? You know, the Japanese have really low incidences of heart disease and they eat mostly vegetables. The Italians have low instances of heart disease and they eat a lot of salami. Clearly, the biggest cause of heart disease is speaking English.
Oh my God.
I'm too drunk and analytical right now. What?
Let's see.
That language causes terrorism was the joke.
Oh yeah, that's what they'll say. But I say I live in Texas, 40%. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
They dock gay cruises in Jamaica. A lot of guys won't get off the boat. I don't fucking blame them. Like I
Me
said,
neither.
yeah, no, that's not it. As a gay,
No,
as a,
Canada has like a mass load of tribes, Asteria.
as a gay man, don't go to Jamaica. Also, like if you go to Dominica, not the Dominican Republic, but Dominica, like
Different island.
yeah, like
It's beautiful.
the best island. Fight me. It's the best island in the Caribbean. But
I'm not going to fight you.
here's
Fucking agreed.
here's a word of advice. If you do happen to dock at your cruise ship, don't have gay sex on your balcony because you will be arrested. Interestingly enough, if you have heterosexual sex on your balcony, chances are they won't arrest you. Because there have been incidents of that. But the last gay couple that decided to have a quickie out on the balcony ended up in handcuffs and brought ashore. I'm just saying, they aren't like stabby homosexual. I'm sorry, stabby homophobic. But they definitely are like, hey, could you just not do that here? Kind of homophobic. So as long as you're fine, like going back into the closet, you can visit like paradise on earth. And for me, it doesn't bother me in the least. That's not a compromise of my morals or my ethics.
That being said, the tribal region on the other side of the island is autonomous.
Yes, they are. And they're super chill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got any psychs?
Um,
Who, the Kalinago?
the people, the indigenous tribe. I actually don't know the name of them over there.
Oh, that's them. That's
Yeah.
the people that I'm related to.
Oh.
That is their primary political center is on the island of Dominica.
Gotcha.
Which
Where is that?
So about the Sykes.
It's about halfway between Puerto Rico and Trinidad.
it's the only island that the colonizers didn't successfully colonize.
So it's like the Ethiopia of the Caribbean.
Well, the Spanish and the French both thought that from a distance it looked boring, so they decided not to land there.
And-
It's weird how history is just full of like stupid fuck ups like that, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for like 300 years, nobody touched it because like the very first guy that passed by was like, it doesn't look like there's anything over there.
And it's got the second largest volcanic lake in the world. It's got like high elevations. It's got pristine jungles. It's just the Champagne Bay alone is worth swimming through.
Geopolitics question from this.
Just don't eat the apples.
Yes, don't eat the apples. Holy shit. But tons of amazing seafood and no, what's the stupid act? Jones Act. No stupid Jones Act that you have to put up with in Puerto Rico. Not the best beaches. Puerto Rico has far better beaches than
Yeah, they're volcanic beaches mostly.
yeah, the volcanic beaches are kind of fucking bullshit.
Is it like white sand beaches? Like
No.
Destin?
no,
No.
No, it's like rock.
yeah, volcanic
Really?
beaches. Yeah. But the island itself is absolutely pristine and a fascinating amalgamation of culture because a lot of the slaves from like the Dutch slave trade would escape in that part of the region, part of the world, either from Suriname over or because you can. I mean, if you're super athletic, you can make these island hops. You can swim them if you're really good.
I'm moving up to Vancouver Island in 2 months, and I'm
Damn it,
excited.
Kai. They didn't know how to swim. No native ever traveled between the
Yes,
islands.
clearly.
Not good.
I have a geopolitical question though from that about people like looking at the island being like, we don't want that.
Don't
so,
want what?
okay, or whatever island you're talking. So, I don't know how anarchists like view geopolitics type of thing, but I'm always confused on the push that America's in the Middle East for oil, when Alberta, which is right above Montana, has the second most or third most oil in the whole world. Like it has more oil.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, Alberta does. Yeah, it does. Like for a fact.
No, it doesn't. It's down to the oil sands.
It's still oil. Like the Athabasca oil sands.
No.
I-
You need to understand something. We need to step away from oil.
Well, but that's
Otherwise,
not.
one day when you have kids and grandkids, you won't see them. They won't live to be old enough to be a grandparent.
But that's not
I'm
the point of the
anti-oil.
statement. And no, the Alberta has like a massive amount of oil as for
Well,
the
what-
amount.
It's a loaded question because you're presuming that if you source from a different location, then that's going to somehow change the political climate. It can't because oil is an
that's-
open market.
That's true.
So it's going to get traded internationally no matter what.
That's true.
Mhm.
Oh,
The-
and
the-
by the way,
The power grab still. Sorry.
we're there for more than just the oil.
Oh,
Oh,
God, yes.
It's not as simple as fucking it's a war for oil. It is not that simple.
Yeah, it's just domino theory. That's all it is.
Oh, and for those of you that were wither, it's not a crabby apple. It's the manchineel. I'm sorry, manchineel.
Yes.
Yeah, manchineel.
It is. Yeah, it's not technically an apple, but it looks like a green apple. But if you eat it, you'll shit yourself to death.
It's poison. It is poison. You can find it in South America. You can even find it in Florida. It is from Florida to the Caribbean, Central America, and down to South America. And yeah, it's about
I just
yay
saw
big.
the-
Fucking green looking apple looking motherfucker, and
And they're sweet.
they actually, by reports they taste good, but as Rabbit alluded, if you eat one, you probably
yeah, you're not going to enjoy your way out.
You're not making it.
Yeah, the woman that I saw who survived because she and her friends got lost on a beach because white tourist, but they thought it was like free growing apples.
Yeah,
So
just
they
eat
ate a
one.
handful and then managed to make it back to the hotel before, I don't know, dying. So she was Instagramming from her hospital bed about the process of recovering because they had her on 3 or 4 different IV drips at the same time.
Yeah.
Good fucking Christ.
It's
Yeah, her body was done.
I mean, here's if you've had any survival training, here's number 1. Cut into it. What comes from it? A milky white sticky sap.
Walk away.
Never eat that. Never eat that. That's step number 1. If you've had any lick of survival training, if something gives off a milky, sticky white sap, do not consume that thing. You might not want to let that touch your skin either, depending on which part of the world you're in. But it will cause like blister-like burns on your skin. All right. So this is put a cut in this stupid fucking thing and drip it on your skin, and it's gonna start blistering and burning. All right. This is just what a drop of this shit will do on your skin. Imagine what happens to your insides when you eat this damn thing.
Going to Inuit villages, that shit went the world.
Oh, Zumi, there's animals that can eat it just fine, but they can process the toxins. And you can technically eat the fruit if you boil it to within an inch of its life and then do several other things first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of those.
Does it taste good in that state?
Oh, it's sweet. It is.
Oh,
It's sweet. You could turn it into like a jam or something like that. It would be probably good.
Gotcha.
I mean, you ever
touch
lick the sugar?
fruit juice. Oh, that's great.
So, one thing, I don't have an attachment to land. Like, for instance, I'm from Texas. If Mexico comes here tomorrow, I'm gonna learn Spanish. I don't give a shit to fight, like, for where I live, type of thing.
Technically, you'd be one of the
They're-
Mexicans if that's like the logic.
Yeah, they're
that
already
you-
here. They're already here.
If they're
Yeah,
not.
they are. Yeah.
Mexico's not
Yeah.
looking to move that border. Fucking.
Well, I'm just saying.
Nice.
I know, but they figured that out ages ago. They're like, fuck it. Most of us are on that side of the border anyway. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
So, it's weird. I believe in open borders until I'm Canadian.
Oh,
Say a lot for Canada.
Oh God.
It's
Okay.
weird.
What?
I'll give you an example. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
open
please
to.
give
Sorry,
me an
I'm here.
example.
I'm here for like mind change too.
Okay.
Anarchists don't
Okay.
believe in borders.
Yeah, just like flat.
Yeah.
It's a stupid idea. And
I do. I believe they exist.
oh yeah,
Oh, well, yeah. But like,
Not
And-
quite the same thing.
it's just it just depends how you want to look at it. Whether you want to look at it as an ethical quandary or you want to look at it as a pragmatic economic issue.
So I guess ethically, I do agree with no borders. That is where, like, I think people should be able. I go to school in Canada because it's cheaper for me. I think other
Wow.
people should have that right,
Hey, Squid.
like America should. But when it comes to like people who just say stuff like, I have friends who I know who are like, "Oh man, I'm just gonna go to Canada," type of thing, and like, I know like it wouldn't be much of a net like benefit, like some of these people don't work, type of thing, like. So it's weird.
There's there's a book that you need to get. And since you come from money, you can just buy your damn book. Hold on.
I don't mean to be an ass. I'm sorry. I really don't mean to.
that's fine.
Brian Kaplan and Zach Wienersmith. Open borders. Yeah, open borders. The science and ethics of immigration. And yes, they will. And yes, Wienersmith, like a Smith of wieners. Like, come on, this is a person who crafts and works on wieners. Like, come on. But
Make hot dogs. Don't judge.
but it is literally a comic. It's an illustrated book, but it's annotated. It has sourcing, right? Like that's the thing, and it will walk you through why you're wrong.
Politely to boot.
Just the whole way that's phrased. We
No,
will
he's
very
right.
politely
He's right.
and with illustrations walk you through why you're wrong.
Yep.
No, he's right. I literally came here to like
Yeah.
I'm down for
That will it will it's literally the science and ethics of immigration. And if you have questions when all is said and done, we can put you in touch with Irish Swede, and
So I guess
he
what
can
I'm-
walk you
what I'm
through the
trying-
economics even further. Borders make no sense from an economics point of view either.
From an economic point of view, borders just means more tariffs. So why would capitalism want that?
I'm trying to figure out real quick what I mean underneath. I'm not trying to like walk back. I'm trying to figure out like what exactly I was trying to
It
find out.
actually, well, what you're concerned with is a subset of the population who would be considered non-earners, right?
Yeah, like there's people who deserve to go to Canada with these people.
And
don't,
the
it goes-
fact of the matter is that will be chapter 3, the natives' burden. And so what you are concerned with is a statistically negligible amount, and when taken into consideration with the $1 trillion bills on the sidewalk section, the amount of gains that the northern hemisphere has potential to make from an open border situation is such that there are literally estimated many, many, many trillions of dollars that could be gained in this situation. And so what you're looking at is saying like, okay, well, we may have to put out $20 billion extra. We made $20 trillion extra. It's a negligible amount that you're actually concerning yourself with at the end of the day. And they'll walk you through some of the math and some of the science of it. But what it
I think I agree with open borders. I do. I think what I was
Except when it comes to Canada, right?
no. I am drunk, and I swear that I do say dumb shit. I guess what I'm saying is, I guess I'm looking for a different solution to these people's things. Like,
Well, economically, it presumes a fixed workforce. Like all of the economic arguments in favor of maintaining borders and tariffs presumes that you have a substantial population within the border in order to sustain your needs, which is why the people who advocate for that shit the hardest are also the ones who are obsessed with breeding. They will constantly talk about how people need to have more kids. They need to make sure that they have strong marriages and blah, 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 blah. Because you always have less of a labor force than you have jobs available. So you're running into this wall where, God damn it, we have to keep our borders firm, except for all of these imports that we need. Oh, we need to keep our borders firm. Oh, except for all of these migrant laborers that we need to do all of the secondary jobs to maintain our standard of living. And then eventually you realize you're just maintaining the border because you like that as a political argument. It has
Not-
no actual use.
and not in. I advocate for. I think there needs to be open borders here in the. Like I was born and raised in Texas. I guess what I'm meaning more so from the Canadian part is that there's other people around the world who I think deserve more so than the people I'm talking about anecdotally. And we've all heard, I feel like
So
maybe
who are you talking about anecdotally, by the way?
People-
Because you
people
have-
who say on Facebook things like, I'm just going to move to Canada if Trump wins, or like,
But they didn't move.
Yeah.
I
well,
mean,
I
but
understand.
here's
Like,
here's
they-
my counter argument to that. As an anarchist, right? It doesn't matter who you are. You deserve everything that humanity can provide reasonably, right? Like this is equality. This is what equality and equity within a society looks like. I don't care if you're a lazy fuck who sits on the couch all day and just sits there and plays with yourself, right? Like I don't care. Like I want to provide you with all of the not only subsistence and material conditions, hello Marxists, but all of the conditions necessary for you not only to survive but thrive within a society
I agree
with
with that. I think
no
that-
stipulations attached. And so I don't care if you're a doofus or a dumbass or, you know, a malcontent or just lazy. I'm still going to put that up there for you to grab because, hell, maybe, yeah, you spent your 20s and your 30s sitting on your ass. But maybe you hit 45 or 50 and you're like, oh my God, what have I done with my life? And you have a midlife crisis. And the next thing you know, you're the next great stand-up comedian or you're a prolific author or, you know, you go and invent that thing.
Well, and I just already figured out. I said something wrong about French Canadians having more charter rights, but it
They
actually
don't
could
have
work.
more charters.
Well, and certain things like immigration and things like that to Quebec, like they do control that influx. But
Well,
it's
that's because the province of Quebec is it's a tenuous situation because twice they've tried to separate from Canada. That generation of separation is over, and they're trying to still maintain some form of
so
friendship.
they're better at like
Exactly,
recognizing
Emrys.
foreign education, for instance, things like that, than the federal government is. And one other thing which is going to drive you guys crazy is that I'm technically a German citizen as well. So that's where I actually, what you're saying, Kai, about everybody deserves a chance. I do agree with that because I am only given this chance because of my grandfather and through my dad. But I think you're right. I think I was holding it a bit too personally above ideological things.
And Estrella, yes, Quebec is Canada's Texas.
Yeah.
We are our own country, damn it. Sure. Just, you know, give up all those railroads.
The problem that I have with any province in Canada trying to separate is that y'all motherfuckers don't even take in consideration us Indigenous people that live there and whose lands you're actually on.
No, I do.
And then sit back and say, oh yeah, let's separate. Motherfucker, do you realize that if you separate, that means that all the treaties are now null and void in that area? That means the land reverts back to the Indigenous people by law.
Well,
Angie, you would be chapter 4 in that book, Crimes Against Culture section. Angie asking, what about violent offenders' criminal argument for open borders and national security? Like I said, this book basically covers all of the major talking points and questions that people have about open borders and well, what about this? What about that? What about mass poverty? What about fiscal collapse? What about cultural disintegration? What about the end of freedom? What about violent offenders? That sort of stuff. It goes through it all. And like I said, even though it's in digestible form, it's well sourced in the back, and give it a read. Open.
So
Plus
this
it's
is
a
where
null set
I'd agree
on
with
the-
open borders is Israel-Palestine.
On the criminal side, it's a null argument there. Most of our terrorists have been homegrown.
Yeah. It's the
The most
immigrant.
recent shooting, that guy was not from Lithuania.
Yeah, the immigrant population accounts for less than they are less criminally active than natives.
So have y'all ever had a state senator call you back after calling?
I'm not white enough.
So do you want to know who called me back and talked to me for 45 minutes, which blew my cap off this political world?
Who?
Angela Paxton. Guess who she's married to?
No.
Ken Paxton, the AG of Texas. Guess who didn't know that you could log into 4chan and Nazi websites here?
Amazing.
I swear to God, this woman had no idea. She sat and talked to me for 45 minutes. I was like, hey, you know how we can't log into
On
ICE?
4chan?
Yeah,
There's a
These
conversation.
these people are that dumb though.
So there's this thing called the internet,
Yes.
and there is this one section that is a fog of piss.
Yes. These people legitimately don't know that you can that can be stopped type of thing.
All right. So difficult to see, but it's good enough. Here is the 2006 to 2015 graph. If you can see the green bars, those would be foreign-born incarceration rates. You see the red bars; those would be native-born incarceration rates. We produce far more violent criminals and criminals across the board than immigrants.
Oh yeah.
Plus, that's not even factoring in the racist policies
And
in any way. It's just presuming that the number of people in prison is actually
And-
justified in some way.
naturalized citizens, that's them down there. Itty bitty little bar. Here's the natural born. Here's the naturalized citizen bar. It basically, see, even if we opened it up and we said, okay, so criminals can possibly come here, the high probability is that they would match our criminality rates.
No, not even. I mean,
But that's
They wouldn't
worst.
surpass it, they would just match it.
Yeah, worst case scenario, they match it. We're already kicking ass in that department. And let's us not forget that what we deem a criminal in this nation is special.
Laughable.
Yes.
well, even some like I have
Well,
friends.
and
who are
okay, hold on.
vaccinated- oh,
So
sorry.
veterans getting shitty here about, well, we're in the middle of a pandemic. Yeah, the US is the one that keeps getting restricted from travel. Like, you're afraid of foreigners who dealt with the problem, as opposed to the US that bungled that.
Angie,
What?
no, it's a treatise on. It's definitely Amerocentric, but it's just a global perspective of open borders.
Hold on.
There's no-
Iraq veteran
Come to the
2004.
top
I think illegals should not be here. My family came from Wales. My family came from Canada, dude. Most likely, we shouldn't be here based on our parents. They probably got in somewhere statistically higher because of their white. Also, too, like, you don't like. I'll get angry, like nasty over a sec. You don't deserve the benefits you have just because you fought in the Iraq War. Like, you chose that. Like, I just don't understand. Like,
Well, I mean, I
Yeah,
would
I
just
mean, just
go
like-
so far as to say that, again, we're having a conversation about open borders. The concept of illegals doesn't actually play into this conversation. Under
Very
the
much.
the thesis of opening borders on a global scale, there's no such thing as illegal immigration under that thesis, and we're talking about the merits and the potential economic and cultural value added valuation that would come from that. And
veterans should become before illegals. Dude, no. Like, illegals deserve. You took that by choice.
no, sorry, sit your young drunk ass down. There's a whole host of socioeconomic factors that lead into the militarization, and there's a pipeline from fucking poverty-stricken southern U.S. and fucking inner cities into the military. It's a whole fucking thing. It's an industry for fuck's sake.
Well, not to be confused with the people that the US just outright owns, like Guam.
Yeah.
They are required to
yeah,
file
there are
with the
those.
military.
But I mean, the fact of the matter is that either we believe in restorative and rehabilitative justice on the left, and that extends to everyone. If we're willing to extend that olive branch to a rapist and a murderer, and say that they should be treated like human beings and given all of the practices and policies and things that could help them to reform their lives in a humane environment, and then we treat veterans like shit in the same regard, then we're just being hypocrites.
Flying rectangle with the soy
Starts with the
boy.
shock doctrine too. Like, I mean,
Flying rectangle.
That's so
Keep talking
cute.
shit.
He's mad. They're triggered, dude.
It's 2016. Yay.
No, I mean, like, really, they just, you know.
Aw.
hypothetically, in a video game,
I have a question. I have a
I have a
question.
friend who does-
Why do foreigners who invaded, or not even invaded, let's just say, illegally immigrated over here to Turtle Island, think that they have some moronic right and claim that they own the right to say who's illegal and who isn't?
Oh man, my family's like the American dream. They came over when it was still the colonies, and they were totally fucking illegal. Like, I got the case law.
I mean, we've only been on the continent since '53, but one thing I can tell you is that I know my place on this continent, and this guy's saying my family immigrated from Wales. These illegals don't deserve anything. Nah, check. There's just too much going on right now. Like, there was a kid in the city next to me, Alan Tucker, that got arrested for a joint of weed, and he was strangled to death by detention officers.
Good God.
Sounds about white.
Ualata, sorry if
Sounds
I'm
about
butchering
right.
your name, but said maybe the border should stay closed so people don't come back to Europe. We didn't send our brightest.
I don't remember. Okay, I honestly I think it was Frankie Boyle, but he was talking about why is America so fucked up, and he just laid it out. He's like, you remember it was the Puritans, right? Like, we didn't fucking want them. Of course, y'all are fucked up.
Hmm.
Because we don't even learn. So I was taught that the Civil War is about states' rights. I was taught that we had to drop the bomb, and I wasn't taught philosophy at all. And my dad's parents, who grew up in Nazi Germany, and my mom's dad, who grew up in the Netherlands, grew up 60 kilometers away from each other. Until I got to a actual geopolitics class, I used to think that was because of God, but it's actually just because of fucking white privilege. Like, just straight up, the Canadian government only let Protestant white women over at the time, and my Grammy went over. And then I come here to Texas, and I just benefit just directly from this shit, and it just pisses me off, man.
I'm confused how you didn't end up like some sort of like skinhead neo-Nazi, to be frank.
I come
Kinda.
from Nazis. That's why I don't. I come from people who denounced their citizenship, who moved to a different country and started in Canada, and didn't even try to teach their kids German. I'm proud to be German because Germany gave him back his citizenship. But Uncle Sam doesn't let me have it. He technically can't know about it.
Gotcha.
But it would cost me $10,000 to renounce my fucking U.S. citizenship. Fuck this place. I hate this place.
Okay, you're becoming a lefty as we talk.
Well, all I'm
You've
hearing,
been radicalized in the span of like 2 hours.
all I'm hearing, and forgive me, but all I'm hearing is youth. I remember that energy.
I'm young. I'm 24.
Yeah.
I am young.
Mhm.
But
I
my
remember
big
that
brother gave me
energy.
the conquest of bread for Christmas, and from what I've read, I'm really, really liking it. But
I mean, that's
because
fine. It's
of
not.
stuff,
It's kind of a hard slog as a starter text, but
because of stuff online, I didn't know that communists and socialisms used to kill each other.
Communists used to kill everybody, basically.
kind of.
It's not my job
kind of their thing.
as a person sympathizing to get it. It's the other person's job to sell it, and in the most nicest terms possible about me trying to come to an understanding about something. That's why I like hanging out in Kai's community. Like, it's a really, really good introduction to like what anarchism is, at least to my knowledge.
So, speaking of communists and SOCDEMs used to kill each other,
Uh-huh.
my weekend.
Yes, please,
yeah.
please,
Story for you.
please tell me.
Okay, so this like there's some build here. It's not like it sprang fully formed from the forehead of Zeus. There's a couple of Asian Twitter that I follow that were, I mean, they were talking about the shooting, but they were
Did you
talking
say
about
Asian Twitter?
do what?
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they were talking about, not specifically the shooting itself, but the intersection on a lot of more left-leaning conversations. How do you rectify being critical of China with relationship to the Uyghur, genocide that is occurring,
Mhm.
without cross-applying that to aggressively attacking people who are Asian in the United States? And then granted, not everybody is Chinese, but there are some Chinese Americans who still have family over there who still consider themselves ethnically Chinese. How do you rectify that conversation? So, we were going back and forth on some of that, and I was asking questions.
What
And
was
one
some of
guy
the-
made the point, I don't really like the idea that white leftists are engaging in this conversation in
hey-
the first place
hey,
as
Rabbit,
a debate.
Can I
because
cut you off for a second just to cut somebody in chat off really quickly?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Dreamstuck, just really quickly. All right.
Did he bring out the big book?
Oh, no.
Several of them.
Oh no!
These are the books
no.
that I have just
You
in
just
the
had to open your mouth.
just in this media room alone, not even in my
So I just
bookcase,
need to cut
on
really quick,
on
but-
anarchism. And you're citing a Wikipedia article to me. Something that, I don't know, I've been studying for well over a decade. You're like, but Wikipedia says. So, I don't know. Hey, Rabbit, if I cited a Wikipedia article without the sources, and just a general Wikipedia article in one of your college classes, how would that source citation go for me?
Oh, I tell all my students. I just assume you wrote it yourself.
What do you teach me?
Anthropology.
Oh shit.
So I'm just going to tell you, I have more shit on my desk right now than what went into that Wikipedia article on anarchy. By the way, there is a distinction that political scientists make between anarchists, anarchism, and anarchy. All right? And the first thing you should know is that I'm actually well read on this topic. One, I'm not a angsty 20-something-year-old. I've actually researched this, right? Two, stop citing the Wikipedia article. It's not good in this class, all right? This is an actual political science space for all intents and purposes, and for those reasons, come correct, please.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
So you want to ask a question, but for the love of God, I have an actual crafted definition of anarchism and an explanation that I think I put in as reasonable language as I possibly could, that there is no monolithic version of anarchism and that it's a network of ideas, and in Emma Goldman's words, we much prefer it that way. And that if you are looking for that monolithic singular definition of anarchism, that you will be sorely disappointed. And any historian of anarchism or any political scientist can tell you this, that based on region, generation, it changes, right? Like the expression of anarchism changes, especially if you start talking indigenous cultures. Now it definitely changes. So,
Which Kai sits here with two English words being experts in the field of indigenous anarchism. There's two of us up in here with Kai at the same time.
Well, also too, if I may to that person, I am in political science classes, and Kai is. I don't even have to. He's never even said it. I know he's better well read than majority of any leftist streamer that I've been on. I try to engage people on voting reform all the time, just from my textbook and my comparative politics class. The amount of people on the left that can't even formulate conversations on it. Kai is very well educated, and this is even the first time I've heard him say that he's read something about it. And I don't know.
Yeah, but Kai's an incrementalist, and he will destroy us all.
Yeah, because we'll like make people like happy about their lives or some shit, and they won't want to like throw a brick through like your local like municipal office.
Bricks and mollies.
it's not my first rodeo, right? Like it just post anarchism. Fucking anarchist supportive electoralism. It's it's our day off.
Well, you don't talk like you just came out of Intro to Philosophy, like Vosh and like all those other guys do.
Maybe when I was 18.
It's funny because like I feel like Kai's beliefs don't stray too far.
No, they don't.
From those guys.
Well, see, that's the thing. My end goals are far different, and so like that's where like Richard Wolff and I would like have overlap. Strangely enough, is he argues that you can engage in like in standard like neoliberal electoralism, as long as you've got like an eye to the socialist goal, right, towards the Marxist goal. And I would argue the same thing, that as long as you are taking that into account, as long as you are accommodating those features of your ideology, as long as you are planning ahead to the next step so this won't be counterproductive to what you're attempting to do,
You're anti-violence, though, right?
then no, I'm not anti-violence. I'm not pro-violence either.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is I'm violence agnostic.
Anti-indiscriminate violence.
Yeah. Yeah. But I understand the historical context of violence. And so it is what it is as far as I'm concerned.
See, and that's I agree with that to a point.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No, 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 no. No,
so-
not this fucking bullshit chug.
Ah,
Fucking ideology.
Calm
fucking
down,
bullshit.
Sue.
There has
that one's easy.
Oh, so if
I-
you need me to shut up, say Reed, shut up. I'll be quiet.
No,
But I
you're-
spaced out. What the fuck happened?
No, it's just it's the standard chuds.
um,
Ah,
There's
uh,
never been a
never
socialist
been.
country, blah blah blah.
okay. Well, fuck it. I don't give a fuck about him.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to write Anarchism for Dummies. I swear to God, like dude. If I had the fucking, like I always say, I have the soul of a writer, but none of the work ethic.
Actually, there is. Someone did write Zumi. There is. Richard Wolff wrote Anarchism for Dummies. He also wrote a lot of other different things for dummies.
You serve a bigger purpose than you think, though, Kai, and like doing what you do.
Oh no, well, I mean, thank you. But I do, it is a conscious effort that I attempt to be a first point of contact for many people, for anarchists, because quite frankly, I'm a pretty face and I'm approachable.
I mean, Kai,
Yeah.
have you known any writers?
Oh, I know. We're all fucking like,
Really?
we're all continually suffering through the writer's block.
Work ethic? What the fuck?
Yeah.
But let's.
And,
Am I a parent? God, no. Oh, Jesus, that is
to
the.
the people in the call, if I piss you off or trigger you, just say Reed, shut up.
You're
and
fine.
No, you're golden. I
Um,
mean, shit. When I was writing my thesis, my work ethic was a freaking gallon of coffee. That's about it.
You're okay. You're okay, Reed.
Well, that
again,
was
you
just-
missed the point. Dreams struck. You're again missing the point of anarchism, and that's again, I don't blame you, because you clearly don't understand what anarchism is, because you were heavily reliant upon a Wikipedia article and heavily reliant upon the first paragraph of that Wikipedia article. So, I mean, that tells me a lot about your like position and understanding in this topic, right? Like, it's open borders and self-governance, though anarchists would sway away from using the term governance, but self-organizational methods using distributed topologies is something that's like usually reserved for like the 200s classes sort of situation. And I'd have to like drop the conversation back to an Anarchism 101 for you. And so while I appreciate that you're sort of catching up from behind, right now is not the moment that we'll be doing that. Come back another day, and by all means, I will catch you up on a 101. Rabbit.
Yes.
So you were hanging out on Asian Twitter.
Okay. So, and it's not like I was having a long-term exchange. It was just me mostly reading what they were talking about. But one of them had said, this is why I don't give a lot of credence to the lefties who say, I accidentally fell down the alt-right rabbit hole. It's like, no, you didn't accidentally do that. Even if you presume that you were like finding things in common in the things that they were saying, this was a choice. And now you're continuing to engage in this conversation from the standpoint of, oh, this violent person is the ultimate conclusion of this same place where I am. So essentially, you're saying that what you need in order to become enlightened is for minorities to die. That's not our burden. That's not our responsibility. We're not here as a stepping stone on your ladder of enlightenment. So,
Yep.
yeah, okay. So, I retweet that post, this long thread of conversation. I retweet one thing And what I said was, this rings to me like it's just a recasting of the sassy black maid. I didn't learn race relations were bad until my mom's maid told me about her life. And it just seems like a very entitled position to take.
It's really not, though. Like, it's been
Well,
around.
Here's the thing. So, Twitter, for those of you who don't interact with Twitter, it is a cesspool of 20-something reactionaries who desperately glom onto anything that they think will start a fight. So,
That was probably the most accurate description of Twitter I've heard in a while.
thank you.
It
I try.
works too. Everybody
Yeah.
falls for the bait.
I like to call it clout chasing made into a sport. But anyway,
No, that's everybody. Like,
what I had said was, and I had to pull it up because I didn't even remember what I'd said.
Karina,
What
I'm
I
looking
said
at buttholes. Thank you.
I swear to God, I fire and forget. I go on Twitter like once a day. I say something shitty and then I leave.
Nice.
Honest to God, the best quote that I've seen in a while was from one of my native follows. And he said that if you want to know why I'm so sassy on Twitter, it's because one of my ancestors got shot while she was milking some cows. And she went to the local newspaper because she didn't know who'd done it. So she went to the local newspaper and put in an advertisement saying whoever the hell it is that shot me is not only a pussy, but he has bad aim. I'm like,
oh,
not all heroes wear capes, y'all. But anyway, so
just get shot.
that's what I'm saying. So what I tweeted was, given my experience with lefties who are desperate to appropriate the suffering of others in their personal narrative, there's a frustratingly noble savage-esque aspect to the worship the poor's rhetoric. Parentheses, please tell me more about how the Uyghur genocide affected you, Karen.
so
That got retweeted by some sock dem who I don't fucking know. I've never seen this person before in my life. And literally what she retweeted was, hey fellas, did you know that it's Karen behavior to acknowledge the Uyghur genocide? And my Twitter became a shitstorm of weird ass lefty sock dems losing their shit on me because I think genocide is okay.
yeah, see that's where
What?
I got on Prime Kai's panel the other night because somebody said something along the lines of,
Okay, so there's your first mistake.
Yeah,
why
that's
why
problem
do
number
kids
one.
be involved at all or in the spotlight of like Black Lives Matter or something like that.
Oh, they have to center themselves. That's the requirement. It has to be, how did this affect you? Okay, so I have my YouTube link on my Twitter, which means they then started popping into my YouTube comments to start arguing with me about random shit.
Oh my fucking God.
Brilliant.
And that's where the Bakunin thing came from.
Okay.
Oh,
So
that's great.
I had to pull up this comment too, because I didn't remember this either. Okay, so this guy got shitty with me about, because in my video I talk about Marx and Engels and Bakunin and Proudhon and Kropotkin, all of these different names.
Mhm.
His assertion was that, and I'm having, because it genuinely was all over the damn map. Your title's misleading. I can't find any anarchists who ever worked with Marx. Freddie Perlman, who is arguably the most influential contemporary anarchist, despised Morgan. And then he referenced Against Leviathan. And I said, did you just claim that modern anarchism started in 1983?
I mean,
His response to that was, Marx and Engels didn't have anything in common with Bakunin. So now suddenly we've jumped back 100 years. And Bakunin died before having any major interactions with Marx.
Holy fucking shit, dude.
Yes. So
they think the revolution is coming.
I have a question, and maybe someone in chat can
I
answer.
could probably
for
do
me.
some.
Are SOCDEMs actually clinically insane?
No,
A lot of them are.
Okay.
no, I'm self-proclaimed SOCDEM and like I got mental health stuff. Like I definitely don't like appreciate that.
Well, all of these people claim to be sock dems, so you
I
might want to
mean-
check into your group because
So-
I don't understand anything I just said.
Well, one thing is most sock dems I know don't like identity politics that much. Like we're like just sock dem because we know that's where we lie. I don't view capitalism as like the fucking devil.
Okay, so I'm gonna fucking go out on a limb, and this is gonna be hot take territory. Not cat hot take.
So close.
Most sock dems have no idea what they are.
Yeah, no, a lot of them are very undecided.
They don't know what
Like,
the fuck they are. They have no political knowledge. They have no civics knowledge. They don't. They have a few ideas about what they want to do politically, but they don't know the philosophical underpinnings. They don't know the like ramifications.
Look at guys like Jimmy Dore.
Yeah.
Better pragmatic answers to social issues than communists have.
Yeah,
I mean, when I look at Jimmy Dore calling for like force the vote, I don't see pragmatic politics.
Yeah, exactly.
sorry,
When people talk
Does
about
Jimmy
education-
Dore call himself a sock dem?
I don't know
Yeah,
what.
he does. He's
Does
a,
he really?
he's a sock dem. He never talks about like season the means production. He
No,
doesn't talk
But
about
does
any
he
of that.
actually call himself that?
Yeah,
So-
he does. He
Oh,
calls
okay.
himself a social democrat. He's like pro-capitalism.
All right, cool.
The dude who platformed the Boogaloo Boys as
Yes.
inclusive and LGBT friendly.
Yeah, that guy.
Yes, that dude.
Huh.
Communists and evangelicals are not that much unalike in that they will put their ideology above everything else in a political conversation. The revolution is like the second coming to Christ.
Yeah.
Guess
I mean, sure.
freaks out the most when I say that.
There we go.
I mean, that's not wrong. It's just, there's plenty of social democrats that just like are kind of like progressive on social issues, so they don't really have to think too deeply about their positions,
One
and that
issue I
leads to
have
some
with
weird takes.
identity stuff is like a lot people generalize Trump voters as Nazis and they throw that term around like it's nothing when
And
I think
fascists.
it's too extreme.
No, I think Nazis are Nazis.
Yeah,
I think-
and
I
I
think
think
that-
fascists are
I think that-
fascists, and I think a lot of leftists need to learn that lesson.
Yeah, no shit.
I learned my place and my white privilege through my German side of the family. I don't know what that says about anything, but
It tells me
Like,
nothing, quite frankly.
okay. So, how do I put this?
The sins of the father shall not be borne upon the son, as far as I'm
Side,
concerned.
My German side of the family than I do my Dutch. When people hear that I'm German or something and they call me a Nazi, that I don't. Is that a right to get upset with that or like?
I mean, yeah.
I mean,
Are you a
yeah,
Nazi?
A little bit. It's a little fucked up.
Yeah, I
think
mean,
it's
are you a
maybe-
Nazi? Because if they're calling you a
No.
Nazi and you're not one, that's kind of fucked.
Yeah, unless you're
what I'm
over
saying.
75 years old.
My papa's 95, but I'm German is because I was brought up here. My friend's dad is French, but he's a Trump voter. His parents survived during the occupation. Is it okay to call him a Nazi?
Is he a
Because-
Nazi?
No.
Does-
Well, then
Just-
no. It's pretty.
But-
It's a pretty easy.
Former Nazi?
Does identity politics happen with anarchism?
Okay,
Yeah.
let's
Like a
pull this
large-
apart slightly.
Well, that depends. That depends on who you talk to.
Okay.
Also true.
Yeah.
But more importantly, I don't think anyone here is assuming that your family members are Nazis. So, I mean, we have issues with Trump, obviously, but it's not because we presume that everyone who voted in favor of Trump is automatically a Nazi.
Post left anarchism doesn't do the whole id poll stuff. So
Because that's where I'm not German in that sense. My family's just lived in Northwest Germany, but the borders have changed hands quite a few times. The only reason why I say I'm proud to be German is because of where the country is today.
okay, so I've found like no less than a dozen references to Marx and Bakunin, not only knowing each other but basically hating each other.
Yeah.
I think they broke up.
I mean that.
I
Yeah.
think-
It's
I think it was
100%.
a dramatic breakup,
Um,
and they never wanted to talk to each other again.
But
Communists,
I mean, they both wrote extensively about each other.
Oh yeah,
I mean, on the International Working Men's Association and Karl Marx by Mikhail Bakunin. Right? Like,
Mikhail.
they didn't, like they knew each other.
It is such a poison pen letter. Oh my god.
The reason why I socked him
Amazing.
is because I'm too fucking dumb to understand finance and economics.
You're not too dumb.
I
You're just
mean,
not educated
that's-
I
on
mean,
it.
if
That's
you want
all.
to like come out and admit it, but you know,
Yeah,
My
that's a
brother
pretty
is a
telling
mathematics
admittance.
teacher. I've pulled him more to the left, like not with that stuff.
If you have a hard time understanding economics, can I interest you in Richard Wolff?
Eh.
but
I just
I don't
straight
think you know what, hot take for the chat, not too hot, just a little. I guess this is like kind of warm, but I don't.
Yeah, I was just saying.
I think if you're trying to learn about economics, you probably actually shouldn't even start with Richard Wolff. You should gain like a basic understanding of like modern finance theory and shit, and then you can like fuck with him first. I don't know, like learn about like Keynesian economics first, or just
I
like some.
know the gist of it. I'm
Yeah.
Start with
not
Reagan.
on board with taking down the whole system type of thing yet, though.
but
No,
That's
just start
fine.
with Reagan.
Oh, I hate Reagan. He was a
fine.
fraud. That's where I started with my.
holy shit,
the
there's
fin-
Jackie.
Oh shit! Ain't that some shit?
My
What's up,
problem
Jackie?
with capitalism is that different currencies produce different rules for richer people to get away with stuff.
Rise,
That's the way
Rose
it's always
Against the
been.
Machine. I love that name.
That's Jackie.
Hi, Jackie. Nice name.
What up?
Yeah, that's the way it's always been. That's not necessarily, that's not a distinction of capitalism or neoliberal hypercapitalism. The powerful have always gotten away with what they do.
It's true. It's true.
Look, I think we all know socialism is when the government does stuff.
And communism is when the government does more stuff.
Yes.
Well, here's
Yo.
my thing with communism is that there's never been a purely communist nation, because if you're going to be a quote unquote socialist nation
But are you-
within a capitalist global ecosystem,
But are you
and
not,
you trade goods with
have you considered that you're not considering AES?
God damn it.
Eat it. Why, Kai? Why do you gotta do this?
no, my bum cheeks are open.
Somebody throw the
God.
tanky alert up.
It's a fucking.
Wait, you have the. Oh, yeah, tanky alert.
Oh yeah, have you seen it?
Oh, shit, I forgot to tell you. Okay, so that was like the icing on the cake was
Somebody's
when-
hang
you know,
on,
the-
hang on. We're doing the Cope song. It's a minute 20, so everybody get yourself some water, refills, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can't be socialist and trade goods with the capitalist nation, because those goods you use are still produced against your means of production. Does that make any sense?
Oh, I thought we were taking a break.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just let the music wash over you.
Yeah, I've been playing the fucking Friday Night funkin' game this whole time, so like my mind's like half on that, half on the stream.
Just say Reed, shut up. I swear to God, I'll shut up.
Nah, don't worry about it.
Honey, you're fine. It's okay.
Yeah, we're all just like kind of like vibing here.
Reed, shut up.
Well, except for Kai, who I think is going to that.
No, I just went and filled some water and fucking opened the door so it's not so as hot in here.
Kai, you're like my big brother's age, I think.
How old's your big brother?
Early 30s.
I'm almost 40.
Kai's 106
Or that.
today.
I just choose to believe that like Kai's age like temporarily shifts just depending on how he feels.
It
Yes.
It does. Yeah, it does.
It's healthy people, though, right?
Wait, what?
Like you run and.
Oh no, I'm broken. I'm the opposite of healthy. This body is shit.
Weren't you saying you run like 30 miles or something?
No, I used to run quite a bit.
Yeah.
It's
See, I
probably
think
So you stay skinny? Is that how that works? Like bodybuilders who used to bodybuild?
I've never had an issue with weight. Yeah, I left high school weighing like 110. And then like I got after it, and by the time I don't even know what I weighed in that picture that only Kat has seen. A couple of people have seen that picture. I don't know what I weighed in that picture, but that was all muscle. Like all of that extra weight. My set weight is in and around like the 130 or less territory. Like it's nothing.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's
You
nothing.
weigh less than my limbs.
But you know, then it's just gravy. Any muscle I put on top of that. So, you know, yeah, it's. But the state I am in today is a far. It's a shadow of what I used to be.
Science or like something smart, like IT work, like tech.
Yes,
Okay, okay.
yes, that is what I did. It sounds
Don't
sick.
assume that IT automatically correlates to smart. Because
No.
I have met, and I know Kai can attest to this. There are people in IT who have no fucking clue what they're doing.
Well, it depends. My brother is a philosophy degree, but he's been a product manager for his whole career.
It sounds sickly, but all of my labs have always been like this is my set weight. Like it works for me. But like I said, like the only reason I would ever be around that weight is if I have muscle atrophy, which I do due to exercise intolerance derived from small fiber neuropathy, et cetera, and so forth. But we'll see if we
I have a
can't work on
question
that.
for everybody here, and I'll shut up. I have to go pee.
Cool.
I want to start a compromise panel
Okay.
where I have like maybe 3 to 6 people on with a given topic. And opposite of debate, I want people to come to a compromise. What is something anarchists in general view as compromisable with the right?
Oh, we
Uh,
compromise.
You know,
on-
I'm just gonna lay it out forward, and just like no bullshit. And I don't know if it's a compromise with the right, but like, it's real fucking simple. We'll stop the socialism talk, we'll stop like all the economic talk as long as you can guarantee that like we get like trans rights and like racial, like we stop the racism shit, like all that. Like if you can fucking give us
yeah,
that,
I'm not giving them that for that price.
No,
Mm.
I've streamed once. I'm actually just inquiring. I haven't.
I'd fight for them against the socialists and communists if they give us universal health care, housing as a right, and higher education. And like I'm willing to like, okay, I'll play ball, but y'all gotta pay.
Okay.
Like I can play ball, but I mean I want shit that will like look, I'll let you keep your racist gamer words. I don't give a shit. If you improve the actual conditions for those people you're using pejoratives for, I'm guessing that we can probably make inroads there.
I like that. I haven't thought of that before.
Like, I mean, I hate to sound like I'm fucking Marxist here, but material conditions count for more than just fucking the things you call people.
Yeah.
Like putting a roof over somebody's head, putting food in their stomach, giving them a chance at a better life, covering actual health care in this country, I think would go a very long way. And I will knock all that shit off. Like, I will stand there beside fucking ANCAPs and fucking MAGA-hatted idiots and shout down the fucking commies and the socialists along with them if they sign on the fucking dotted line. Right? No backsies, no bullshit. This shit goes through tomorrow before I say a word in your favor. Right? Like, because I know how they play ball.
See, I'll even sign.
Oh shit!
Did I lose
Did he
you?
cut up for you?
No, you just cut out weirdly.
Yeah.
I like that.
I guess like
We hear
if I
you,
could, like,
Rabbit.
could I? Yeah, I can't hear Rabbit.
Oh, well, no, I mean,
Because the rule is no communists on the panel.
Wait, what? Oh,
anyway, we'll just continue. What were you
No
saying?
communists?
Oh, there you go.
yeah, why? I feel like you lose a huge chunk of the left of that.
Oh, I don't care to
Oh,
build
yeah.
an audience at all. I'm just actually trying to get something in the works that I think would be good and productive.
Right, right. But like at the end of the day, like we can't just ignore those people. Like they're still part of the political conversation. That regardless.
Depending on the issue, it can just go in the same circles, like round and round and round and round.
Right, right.
See,
but I
I'm
mean,
a
like,
lot lighter.
I guess my thing is that like,
I
I
will-
also
I will
see that with the
see-
right, like just regardless.
I guess.
But I will cede all of the vocab, like literally, no holds barred, whatever slur you want to throw out. I will cede all of that if I never have to hear another Bible quote for the rest of my life.
Okay.
I'll let him
That'd be
keep.
good.
I'll let him keep the Bible for all I fucking said. Like you give me all that other shit, you can keep your stupid Bible quotes. I've got plenty of Bible quotes to throw back at your hypocritical dumbasses. I don't care.
Right.
No, yeah, you're golden. I'm not like this is two different
Yeah. Oh yeah.
like negotiations.
That's what I liked. I haven't heard that yet. And I'm not trying to. This is not happening like anytime soon. I actually am fucking.
Oh no,
dumb.
we know. We're just running with the hypothetical.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
Frankly, I think they'd like throw a bitch fit over like I don't know, like raise taxes or whatever, and like kind of tell us to just kind of go fuck ourselves.
Well, see, I heard a great fucking argument for like it's all in the branding, and somebody said like we need like a patriotic freedom of education act that just yeah, and just fund college.
Yeah.
Like this is the sort of shit. Like include trade schools. Right, like
Yeah.
know who
There
you're.
you go.
You know who
Yeah,
you're talking to. Like we're gonna fund community college and 4 years of university and trade and vocational schools, and we're gonna file it under the patriotic American is the best in all of the universe Freedom of Education Act. Right? Fuck
I
it.
think that.
I think we can get that through.
Yeah.
I don't
I don't know.
because education is like a state level thing for the most part. So that's
But that
Well,
and there's-
doesn't matter. You can fund it from the federal level, much like state Medicaid programs are funded largely from the federal level.
Yeah. Well, and there's a conversation to be had with the center right, which is I am willing to concede the, raising taxes conversation if they are willing to concede that we don't need fucking means testing for every goddamn thing they propose.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't give a shit if some rich kid gets a grant to go to college, as long as everybody else gets a grant to go to college too.
Yeah, means testing goes out the window.
Yeah.
Well, that's one thing too, where that's where a common ground thing can be found, especially with talking about Canadian healthcare, is that it's not federal, and people down here have this big misconception about it, and it's completely provincial states' rights all the way 300%, and that's a big. Sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. I was just arming myself. Though I was reading. Rabbit, we're gonna need your input on this one too because we're talking to the queers. I have a question about gay slang, says Be Over. Can I ask it? I almost called Kai a name that I think would be a compliment to his youthful looks, but I second guessed myself in case it would be interpreted as offensive or a put down, intended as a compliment. But I'm not sure if the word is just reserved for use by gay people. Should I ask?
I'm presuming this is Twink.
It's gotta be Twink.
Shut
I am no.
I just
I am
say midget.
too fucking old to be a goddamn twink. Let's just put it that way.
Still rock the aesthetic though.
Yes, I still rock the aesthetic.
You
admittedly
do.
So. Once upon a time, though, I was fucking super lithe and blonde and fucking tan as fuck and running around shirtless in all sorts of inappropriate settings and
honey.
sometimes clothesless.
I was such a muscle twink. I did not have to buy a drink for myself for 3 years.
Back.
You bought drinks?
See?
I still wouldn't have to do it.
Also true.
Free is Story Girl. I'd want free up to the second PhD. Let's see. And as far as I know, like I think. Okay, look. On behalf of gay people everywhere, twink is a free word. Anyone can use it. There.
You're giving the pass.
I'm giving the pass.
you.
Therefore, here, hum-ba-da-ha-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, whatever magic words here. fucking Twink's a freebie. Yeah.
Thank you for
Yeah,
that.
chicken
That-
just means underage. That's all chicken means. That's where chicken hawk comes from.
Well, I
Is
think
it?
everybody
Yeah.
needs to be as cordial as respect. Like, that's like you don't have to get offended if somebody asks
Jackie.
something like that.
Which, by the way, the town where I grew up, so there was a club, and then there was the underage restaurant that was right next to it. The club was, I don't even fucking remember the name, but the underage restaurant, which by the way shared a
It was
door with
right.
the club, but the restaurant was called the Coop.
Jesus.
Like,
Yeah,
we're just
that-
laying
my
it out
mom-
there, aren't we?
My
Just-
mom calls all of her coworkers Punjabs.
Oh,
they're
that's
Punjab-
amazing.
And
Yeah.
it's politically correct. They're like, Punjabi, Punjab, we don't care. It sounds the same. It was a culture shock to me. I was like, Mom, you probably shouldn't say that. Like, it sounds like super racist.
Well, I mean, if they are Punjabi, that's slightly different.
Yeah.
No, they're Punjabi. There's a lot of Punjabis in Alberta, in Edmonton. But it was like a culture shock to me on like what is okay to say and like what is. Because you can't, if you call a indigenous person in Canada a Native American, that's not okay. But here in the U.S., it's okay for some reason. Is that
I miss the Coop. Now that I think about it. But I was 18.
I'm lying.
I was fucking stupid. It's fine.
I like First Peoples. I like that term from Canada. I picked that one up from Canada, First Peoples.
yeah?
I like that one. But
What are we talking?
and
Call us
just
the
Like,
OG
what-
bitches.
we're just
what
talking
to
language.
call- Yeah, like what do we call like indigenous people? here
Well,
in the
first we
States?
were talking about what do we call. We're rounding the bases with what do we call people.
Yeah, like Kai. Well, originally the question is it okay to call Kai a twink?
No, it
as a
was.
straight
Is
person?
it okay for a heterosexual to use the term twink
Oh, yeah, that's what's like
vis-a-vis
well,
me?
yeah.
Talk though, it is.
And I have bestowed and blessed upon the heterosexual masses of the world an eternal unyielding twink card apparently. So feel free to use it.
Can we print that out?
Is there a certificate for this?
I just
Like,
Kai with like a fucking thumbs up, just smiling like a motherfucker.
Uh-huh.
No, you gotta do
There you
it
go.
right. Do it like the Universal Life Church.
And,
Yes, Cat is still baby Kai. There's no way around that
Yeah.
one.
We've kept that.
Yeah, we do. We hung on to that.
and be over smart. The first word you learned at residential school was jailbait. I think that's the equivalent to chicken. No, jailbait is like someone that's underneath age, that's underage. That's
can-
jailbait.
That's
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 residential
good enough looking to bait you into maybe going to jail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I fucking yeah, no, I've Walada or yeah, forgive me. Yeah, I've never heard it used as a derogatory term either. And Alaraz, what's your fucking deal?
Because he's just trying to
Yeah,
make some-
see, my thing is, I was just hoping he would like burn himself out
Yeah, like
after
we
a while, but he just keeps going.
yeah, we've been letting you get away with a lot of shit in chat. Like nothing like
Same with Zumi.
yeah.
Zumi's been getting away with it.
Well, Zumi's
I-
Zumi's
Jonah Info?
like OG Coomer and sort of gets like granddaddied into like Zumi is literally the first Coomer.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. So there's some weirdness that Zumi gets up to from time to time, but yeah, we seem to let it. Yeah, I'm not gonna ban you, but I just want to know what your fucking deal is. You keep asking about people's kids, and you start asking women in chat if they've got daddy issues, and then you got comments about my fucking age and tail of Twink Rabbit. Nice, Aussie.
Oh, that's good.
infrared.
It's weird. That's all I'm saying.
Indeed.
Yeah, Tam, I'm sorry if I'm shattering like any fantasies here, but Kai can definitely attest that I do not
Oh
look like a twink.
no, Cat is
Oh.
not a twink. Oof. That is not the appropriate term to use for Cat.
I a twink?
Probably you sound like it.
I think I'm
How
probably.
how tall are you?
like I'm technically 5'9", but it says 5'10" on my license.
Okay, how much do you weigh?
Like 150
How much body hair?
tons, man. up
Oh,
there.
nope, sorry.
Oh,
Nope,
you're an otter.
you're an otter.
You're an otter.
Yeah,
Dang.
not a twink.
Sorry about your luck.
Aussie,
Now, if you
even
want, like,
there,
axe.
fucking otter. Be over, no, the weight is where you get the bear. And sometimes older age as well, depending on the crowd you're running with.
Well, somebody called me a neolib the other day, and that actually made me upset.
I got
As
called
it
a
should.
fucking daddy the other day.
Oh,
It was weird. It was weird, dude. I was like,
I
what
was
the?
not prepared.
You were called a daddy?
I was not prepared.
I mean,
Like, I
Yo,
guess
no,
they
I
didn't
tell-
know that you're
I tell
not.
girls that's not okay.
Well, but I mean specifically in a like attracted to sense, and I'm like,
Oh,
no,
Yeah.
not ready for this yet.
if I ever, dude, that's good. Like, if I remember, if we're first thing, I'm gonna walk up to you and be like, fucking, there's no way I'm not going to. Oh, you know what I'm gonna fucking do to you? I'm gonna do do to you what fucking drives Cat fucking batshit when I do it.
Oh, what are we doing?
Estoy caliente, ay papi.
I hate it every time, but it's just so great.
Hi, puppy.
It's sexuality.
Shut the fuck up, not you too, Rabbit.
I, yeah.
Oh no.
Is it a
You
real?
got them all doing it.
Why is wait? You meant
The cat's out
accountant.
of the bag.
Okay, while we're on the subject, why is accountant a sex worker?
Wait,
dude.
what?
I'm sorry, Jackie. What the fuck fucking were
are you
you
talking about?
asking? Ask the
Please
question.
be a
again.
dad joke.
Oh, I think it's like a kind of like a not back joke setup.
Okay.
Why is an accountant a sex worker?
All right.
I want to know now.
Thank you for the follow, Alvarez.
Alvarez, like he's saying some stuff that could like trigger certain people's like emotional, like traumatic past. Like
Not a safe space.
An accountant?
that's true.
I don't know how
even
long you've been
more.
around, or for the new people, you can look in chat right now. It's gonna run by Reed. But that is the channel statement of praxis.
Okay.
And so it is distinctly not a safe space. We maintain certain standards of decorum and civility, and of course adhere to TOS, but not a safe space. We engage with fascists, we engage with authoritarians, we engage with fucking chuds of all types. So yeah, keep that in mind if you've got any tender spots, if you've got any triggers that may necessarily,
So
keep your mental wellness in mind.
well, I got banned from Infrared's channel after chatting with him.
I feel like everyone got banned. From
That's
this
okay.
shit.
That's not hard to do.
I would wear that proudly if I were
Right.
you.
Fucking
I
for real.
don't, dude. I said some nasty stuff. I said
Honestly,
stuff-
fuck MLs in general.
Oh, interesting. No,
Oh, just throw it out there.
Rose.
Well, I've look. The further I've gone down this anarchist hole with Kai, the less and less respect I have for the off left. The further down I go,
Yeah,
which I guess makes sense.
fuck 'em.
Saying it out loud, but still.
Okay, so Jackie was saying that on TikTok, Gen Z is calling sex workers accountants, and she's too old to know why.
I couldn't tell you. That's
Gen
that's
Z
that's,
doesn't
that's,
have that opinion. Those kids are really politically motivated in the right
I mean, for
direction.
the same reason that Sus is getting popular, because there's a game.
kids.
Yeah, no, I mean it may very well be fucking just because like somebody said, like Aussie, like if they say sex work, their accounts will get deleted. Like this may
Also
just be as simple as OPSEC.
Couldn't
Yeah.
fucking tell you.
Oh, yeah,
That
that's
is
one.
a failed Gen Zer. I mean, I'll wear that proudly.
That game
I know
name.
enough to get by in my circles.
Hey guys, I want to tell you about our sponsor today, Raid Shadow Legends.
Oh no.
Wilhelm, you can thank Wilhelm for that one. That game's name, Raid Shadow Legends. Yeah, for those of you who were, oh hey, side cam. For those of you who weren't here at the top of the show, actually, I got that email over the weekend. One of
Oh, you
those.
did?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I got.
nice.
I got somebody saying like, "Hey, we work with mid-sized streamers and podcasters, and we connect them with advertisers. And if you're interested, we'd love to connect you with, some potential advertisers. And I also got, I got a company that does swag and stuff. They're sending me a mug, a sticker, and a beanie with Cappy. If you don't know Cappy, there's
Nice.
Cappy.
Are you gonna have your own T-shirts?
No T-shirts. They did the beanie. They're doing a mug with the Cappy with Cappy, and then a the PR letters on the back, and then they're doing a cutout sticker of Cappy. And they're like, we'll send you samples. We just want you to have some samples of our products, and if you want to use us later on for merch, that'd be great. I told them, I was upfront. I'm like, look, it's merch for me is weird, but I'll take the samples. So I've got a graphite gray beanie with like a 14 color embroidered Cappy coming on it.
Nice.
Yeah, and the sticker, and then the mug. So that all happened over the weekend. The advertising one was weird. I was like, clearly you haven't listened to any of my material.
I mean, I'll take the free shit though. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, SM7B.
That's that whole fucking social construct thing, remember, that Twitch brought in? With whether you're ad friendly or not.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, are you ad friendly?
Oh fuck.
Fuck, motherfuck.
I think with Twitch, it's essentially paid it can be in a sense like an addiction type of, only not sex addiction, but it's definitely not like a natural way of interacting and getting to meet people.
Nice, go ahead.
I mean, I think we just have to be a little bit careful about how we phrase it, because transactional relationships, or I don't know how just like sex work in general has existed throughout human history. Even we see this in animals and shit. It just seems like some people just kind of trend towards that sort of means of sex intimacy. And then I don't know. It just seems saying unnatural is a bit strange.
I just have to care more, I guess.
All I can tell you,
I mean, I give it.
Just look at the primate studies, right? Look at any of the primate studies. Higher primates. It's been a couple of these studies. There's one that's the most infamous. They taught primates the value of money. Basically, just you give this to the researcher and you get food in return. What's the first fucking thing that starts happening within the primate society? The male primates start trading the tokens to the female primates for sex.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that compared to how an audience can feed, how machine learning can feed your content, your view and ideology type of thing?
I mean,
a certain streamer says something that's anti-SJW, then they get very popular, then they turn right, type of thing is what I'm.
well, it's not the same at all. But I mean, I don't see how those neurons fired off for each other. But hey, if you want to take a second swing at it and try and walk me through your thought process on that, by all means.
Sure.
And yeah, first profession, for sure. Let's see. Yeah, that's true. What Rabbit just said, that's accurate. And so yeah, Estrella fucking we get hey, thank you, Annis MG29. I'm gonna call you Anna. Feel free to correct me. But thank you all the same. I appreciate it. And Estrella, yeah, we get a pittance from ads. It's absolutely nothing. And Goofy, I know you asked. I didn't miss that ask here. I will do it quickly. You wanted to know what all the colored buttons were. That's my mixing board. That's a Rode Procaster. Hey, Lucy. thank you for the raid. Thank you for the follow. Not the follow, but the host. And if you guys don't know, go ahead and click the link in chat and follow Lucy. So that's my mixing board. So like here,
Fucking things up.
all right, and you can hear me. All right, like this. That's my mixing board. So there you go, Goofy.
I found my thoughts.
Let's see. All right, scrolling back.
Oh yeah, if I happen to miss anyone's comments in chat towards me, please let me know.
I haven't seen any, but I will most assuredly remind somebody to remind me to remind you.
Okay, thank you.
I'll be sub-delegating that to both Cat and Rabbit.
I'm not
And
enough.
getting the brown people to do your work again. Tales
Yep.
all this time.
How it goes.
Hey, at
No,
least
no, it's fine. We're familiar.
at least it wasn't a gun this time. That's all I can say. Ace, thank you for the gift sub and congratulations, Jackie. And officially you're an anarchist. Karina wants to let you know, Sue, that ask, I suppose. Did you know that you're loved today?
Aw, I appreciate that.
Oh, I finally figured it out in a question.
Okay.
So it has to do with criticism of streamers online and the ideologies they adhere to. Or ideological, or what they frame themselves as, streamers like Hassan and stuff, are socialists, quote unquote. Same with Vosh or Voosh.
It's Vosh.
Do anarchists hold quite the ideological line in day-to-day life as communists do and stuff like that? Does that make any sense?
That's going to be an intensely personal sort of thing. You're going to find
Yeah.
variations in that. I've known people who, I mean, arguably, due to their ideological lines in the sand that they've drawn, they're fucking living out in the woods right now. But I also know people that are working within the system for change, such as myself. Like, it just sort of depends. There's a spectrum, and there's no one-to-one comparison.
Yeah, I always thought Hassan's shtick was that he's like a brocialist. Isn't he? Isn't like his thing that he's a himbo who has lefty leanings?
Well, he calls himself a Marxist, I think. But I think it's just
Oh, okay.
grift. Same with Vosh, says he's anarchist. I don't think he...
And yes, Story Girl, I do like Rode for my mixing gear. It's look, that's the second one I've had. The first one was a little hit and miss, but they replaced it wholesale. Like not wholesale cost, but just whole fabric. They've replaced the entire unit, and it's been great ever since. I quite enjoy it. So yeah, I could recommend the Procaster fucking as a mixing board. But as far as microphones go, I like Shure. And I know like podcasters and shit are big fans of like the SM7B because of its like aesthetic, right? Like they like the way it looks. But the fact of the matter is that I like the way it sounds. And that's how you should be judging your audio gear, folks. not by ooh shiny, like a matte black finish look pretty. No, how does it perform as a microphone? You dumb fuck.
I have
Don't judge me for my life choices.
advice on that, actually. So my dad works with streaming diagnostic software, so like OBS. His company can analyze and diagnostic test that. Hulu. Relatively any mic that's not like a professional one like Kai has, they're gonna be, it depends on how you adjust with it, but they're gonna be relatively like similar sounding.
It's and I mean even then it's fucking, I don't know, it's sort of comparable to like athletic gains. Like it's one thing to work out, it's another thing to engage in athletics, right? And so once you start fiddling in that like environment of audio gear, like sure, you have a Rode, you've got a Shure SM7B, right? Congratulations. Now you need a cloud lifter to add more. You need to add some oomph to it. So you need to bring the decibels up. You need to add gain to it. So you add gain to it. But what's your mixer? Is your mixer capable of, okay, so now you've got to get at least a prosumer, if not a professional grade mixing board to take this in. Well, what about your lines in? Are you just using some cheap Chinese fucking XLR cables? Because that's going to introduce noise into your line as well. So now you need a higher end XLR cable. It's like that. There's a knock-on effect. And then once you set all that up, what you can't see is like all the stuff above me and in front of me that softens the room. Because you would be picking up the echo off of the ceiling because it's sensitive enough to be doing that sort of thing. So now you've got to start thinking about your room's acoustics and shit like that. Once you start playing around in that like audiophile arena, you start just having it's all or nothing sort of situation.
I can't tell the differences in that stuff. Does that sound stupid?
No, it's just not something you're attuned to. And if it's mixed correctly, at your end, you shouldn't hear a difference, right? Like that's sort of the thing. On my side, that's, yeah, like I can hear all that shit.
Now, on the other hand, if you want to become attuned to that, take a couple of classes on video production and then hate life. Because you will throw your shoe at every movie you watch.
Yeah, I have a natural ear for like pitch and singing and matching pitch, but when it comes to telling the differences, like what's better for headphones, I just literally, I don't know.
Semi-pro level audio engineer. Rock on, Strago. When I started podcasting, when I started recording, I wasn't even podcasting. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. When I started recording, I was on an XM 8500 mic with a Xenix analog mixer. So like entry level, like $85 analog mixer, some shit off the rack XLR cables, and an 8500 XM 8500 mic, and I was just making it work. But it's been a couple of years now, and
it's not a terrible rig. I've seen much worse.
Yeah, I mean, it's I was equipped, but there was definitely like audio quality wasn't there, vocal range wasn't being picked up by the microphone, noise was in the mix, that sort of stuff, and so we cleaned it up.
I'm a big fan of Alexis. Alexis does good shit.
Look on. Mnemonic, I should get some better studio monitors. I have Klipsch as mine. I've had the same set of Klipsch speakers since I was in high school. You want to buy it for life brand. Klipsch is one of those brands.
What's the best software for getting started out with that stuff?
Wait, what do you want? What kind of software?
Okay, so I guess I'm talking creative, but recording, I guess creative stuff.
It sort of depends. It depends how you feel about a variety. Hey, thank you to follow M. Trevin.
Audacity.
Yeah,
Audacity is the easy one.
Audacity is going to be your free and easy fucking thing. But if you want like multi-track, multi-channel, like professional mix capability with like mix down and full spectral analysis and all those sorts of things, then you probably want Audition.
Okay. Because that's one thing. I'm on Twitch Studio because that's the easiest thing for me to start out on.
Oh, well, if you're doing video broadcast, that's another thing. Like Audition is audio.
No, it's something eventually I want to get into, like having a podcast.
Then Audition. It's how I always recorded my stuff, was through Audition. So I had a uncompressed multi-channel master track. And so like all of like the sound effects or music or all of that sort of stuff were different tracks from my voice, because like the Rode Procaster that I use does that. It has a USB input into the computer and does multi-track, native multi-track recording. So like you can have 4 different microphones on this, and you could have 4 different people speaking. Each 4 has their own headphone output. And so they can hear themselves and the mix and each other and that sort of thing. But all 4 voice tracks would be recorded independently. Like the computer track would be recorded independently. You can run a phone call into it. You could run a line into it. And then, sound effects and shit like that are separate tracks as well. So yeah, if you want to do something like that, that's going to be audition territory.
That's where trades, or we need to do better with trade school, or at least similar to like prepping kids to go into a more complicated trade. Because in Canada, there's certain programs for like audio stuff at my local technical college that I can't even apply for because like we didn't have the schools or the classes in high school.
So what I'm hearing is that I need to have a girlfriend that knows all this shit.
I mean, you don't necessarily need a girlfriend. I mean, you could go second half gay.
That's true.
That's true.
I'm just
That
saying.
is true.
It's an option. It's an option. I would never want to pressure you, but I just want to, I want to make sure your options are out there. That's all.
I mean, Sue's definitely one of the dudes who could rock it.
Dame Carrot, I've got trains running behind my place. I don't think I can soften that.
You'd be surprised. Some of the digital filtering software can do an amazing job.
Auditions, basically you can go through with Audition. If you can capture the sound of the train running behind you while you have dead space in your recording, you can actually get an analysis of that portion of the spectrum, and then it will use an algorithm to parse through the rest of the recording and pull out anything that matches that, even if there's other sounds on top of it.
So my friend,
Right, Ace? Right?
Dame, unfortunately, Adobe. That is the most unfortunate part. And again, I would never break terms of service. I would never encourage you to do anything illegal. But the Adobe Suite is infamously pirated. Again, I personally am telling you to adhere to all laws of your locality and do the right thing and pay for the subscription of Adobe. All I'm telling you is that from a newscaster perspective, that this is something that does regularly occur within the industry that I wholly disapprove of.
I need to read TOS.
Now, that being said, there are some free download programs, depending on what it is you want to do.
Yes.
That can, do similar things. Like I use DaVinci for a lot of my video production, and its audio isn't too bad as far as the spectral analyzer and all that. And you can do multi-tracking. You can do a lot of integrated sound and video that you wouldn't normally expect from what is essentially a free download.
Linux too is good stuff.
Stellar Noir, thank you to follow. Whatever your fucking name is, Jason Kiwi and that crew, like, they're not getting unbanned. They're wholly toxic. It's not even that they're toxic. They're boring trolls, right? Like MAGA Princess and Jason Kiwi and Scott Kiwi or whatever their fucking names are. They're boring. Like,
I don't even know who that is.
They're like, this is their greatest sin. It's not that they're fucking trolls. It's not that they're like super toxic. It's just they're boring. They repeat themselves ad nauseum. They make the same 3 fucking like boring ass old jokes. Tell them to get new fucking material and come back another year. That's all.
Have y'all heard of the Chud Farm? It's just.
I mean, are we talking like attack helicopter level? Get some new goddamn
like
folks.
just
What?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
7th or whatever. They need to go there, dude. That guy has like 20 chuds at least every time his freaking community went there.
Jason Kiwi is not associated with anyone else. I don't care. They seem to come in packs. So either way, nope.
The internet's the first.
That guy probably is Jason Kiwi.
I disavow.
Yes, don't be a Rick is still the number one rule. Jackie. 100%. Don't be a Rick will be a rule until the day I stop doing this. Okay?
I wonder what Rick's up to these days.
We even have Jackie, just for you. Hang on.
I am part of the problem. Yeah. I am part of the problem. Yeah. I am part of the problem. Yeah.
There you go, Jackie. That is Rick.
One day I will know this story.
He's from the
It's kinda
Podbean
boring, to be
days.
fair.
Yeah, it's not super. He's like the OG Chud. Like Fox News racist, argues in bad faith, boring as fuck, sits in chat and says, no, wrong, false, wrong, bullshit.
Okay.
He's the origin point for the rule system, right? I had rule 0, don't make me make any rules, and then Rick made me make rules. So the first rule is don't be a Rick.
So it's like having Crowder in your chat.
Yeah, basically.
Pretty much.
No,
Oh,
it's like
God.
having a real life Crowder. I think Crowder's too fucking dumb to believe the shit he says all the time. And he's just like coked out and a grifter. But these dudes who like come into places like streamers online, these people are real life like.
Don't judge coked out grifters. Everybody needs something to do.
Dude, I wish I could have walked that path. Right? Like, dude, that seems like such a fucking great gig.
Doesn't it?
Honestly, like it's such an amazing. You're still young and hopeful. You still can, Kai. Yeah,
To be frank.
I've grown up around lies, and like
It's-
that's my moral compass. I can't do that.
it's a fucking dude. That like Kenneth Copeland level of like it just. Who's the other douchebag whose name is escaping me right now?
I mean, you're skirting close to the Carlin life plan here.
Who was the douchebag that kept his like church closed during the hurricane?
Oh shit. Damn it, what was his name?
Yeah, who is that douchebag? Who's the megachurch douchebag that kept his church closed during the hurricane? No. Joel Osteen. Thank you. Osteen. Yes, Joel Osteen. Thank you, chat. Yes, Joel Osteen. Dude, that's an insane grift he's running. I mean,
He is magnificent.
Yeah.
He really.
Dad like actually has improved himself behaviorally a little bit because of bullshit stuff like that. It's crazy what. It's,
5,000 for front row seats. Jesus Christ.
Yep.
I honestly, okay. So those of you that look, some of you haven't heard my opinions on con men before, but I love con artists, right? Like I absolutely adore these people. There's something to it. The artistry of it, right? Like they're not just holding a gun to your back and saying like, give me your fucking money. You hand them your money, right? It's the
Really?
That's the part that just has always captivated me. And I have an old podcast episode about con artists and the history thereof. I have a fascination with these people, especially living in Las Vegas, right? Like I've known a couple. Magicians, con artists, and hypnotists all share the same space, right? Like if you know a professional magician, trust me, they know con artists. It's just
Yeah. I did cold readings for a couple of years. You'd be amazed how much money you can make as a tarot reader.
yeah. It's and you want a fun afternoon? Go to a tarot reader and switch up your appearance. Like me, I would go in a suit and tie. Right? Slick the hair back with some gel, put on a suit and tie, maybe throw on a pair of glasses, and go to a tarot reader. It's fun as fuck.
I can't. It is the most bullshit stuff I've ever heard.
That's the point. That's the point. A good fucking cold reader will, I mean, how good were you, Rabbit?
Oh, it's a skill. I mean, I was good, but like I can't do it as well as I could at the time.
Yeah, it's a muscle.
Yeah,
Okay.
you got to keep practicing that shit.
You said
Like I even did and this is considered a kind of a magic trick, but what you do is you walk into an empty room and someone has hidden an object somewhere in that room, and all you do is stand there with one hand on their shoulder, and they will walk you to the object they hid. You just have to know how to feel for their muscle.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
that's mentalist territory, who are fucking terrifying when they're really good.
Yeah, I used to do that as a parlor trick.
Nice.
Should have charged money. Really should have.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Aussie, basically, there's minute kinesthetic feedbacks that people give. And generally speaking, it's not... Okay, generally speaking, you can actually read people. You hide an object somewhere in the room, and as you get closer, they react negatively. And so they essentially try and pull away from the object that they've hidden. And
Yeah, 'cause
there's...
they don't want you to find it.
Yeah, and so there's minute neuromuscular feedbacks that really astute people can pick up on. It's filed under mentalism, generally speaking. Like I said, living in Las Vegas, I've met a few magicians. Actually, one of the largest magic stores, chains here in Las Vegas, that actually sells to professionals. One of my friend group, who he's dead now. Vegas, baby. His father started that, and so I've done IT work for certain people as well. I've gotten to know a few of these people, and honestly, I adore con artists. I absolutely do.
I can't, dude. I just
it's a skill. It's an amazing skill. Being able to
skill.
No. You okay, so you never got the lesson. Manipulation is a tool unto itself. Whether you use it for good or bad, that is up to the user of the tool. That's it.
I agree with you. I agree with that. I was raised in theater, and this is purely anecdotal. I know I hate it, but a teacher once told me that you can use your words for good, you can use your words for bad. I hope you use yours for good, type of thing. And
I'm agnostic as to whether you use them.
I
Loose,
get a lot for politics from people I run into at home.
Lucy, Jesus Christ. My great grandpa was a con man, and then discovered the church as his greatest con started, and as his greatest con started his own.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. You're talking about how this is, malevolent in intent, but Houdini spent the last years of his life going around to psychic readers and challenging them, specifically because he believed in an afterlife and he was pissed off that people were grifting off of this stuff.
I didn't know that.
So,
Oh yeah.
yes. I mean, having that skill, it enables you, it empowers you, because you can watch someone who's doing a cold read and oh, please, he's doing the first letter bullshit.
James Randi was a trained magician. He was an experienced magician, and he was one of the most famous skeptics and debunkers of con artists the world over because he had the skill set.
Founded Skeptic Magazine, in fact.
Yes, he did.
I do the same thing though. I actually do, depending on the conversation. If I don't know conflict, I'm either Canadian or American, depending on.
Thank you, Sidewalk. Yep, Squid, James Randi, and Penn and Teller. Rest in peace, Randy. And there's amazing stories that come from that community. Sir or Lord Ludwig, depending on how you want to, which persona he was inhabiting at the time. But he sold the Eiffel Tower twice, for fuck's sake.
It's the twice part. That's the true majesty.
Yeah, he sold the Eiffel Tower not once, but twice. And if you hear the story's amazing. He basically just basically the Eiffel Tower was not intended to be some world monument, right? It was put up for a fucking fair and it was going to be torn down, right? And so he spreads word amongst contractors that it's coming down. The government's going to sell it for scrap and it's coming down. And he gets just a string of them and starts touring them around and taking bids. The wife of one of the leading bidders gets suspicious and confronts Ludwig and says, "What's the deal?" and he comes clean. Now, this is the mark of a true fucking con artist, right? He comes clean. He admits to her that he's actually on the take and that he's a government official, but he's on the take. And so whoever bribes him with X amount will get the highest bid. It's that simple. And she said, well, what do you want? Briefcase full of francs at the Paris train station. Delivered a briefcase full of francs in his hand at the Paris train station. This motherfucker gets on the train and just leaves town. Now, what does Ludwig do? He turns around and comes on back to Paris because nobody turned him in. Nobody said shit. Why? Because they were so embarrassed that they bought the Eiffel Tower from some rando dude that they didn't go to the cops. They just shut their fucking mouths. So he sold it a second time. Managed to get on a train out of town before the second guy went to the police. While he was on his way over to America on a vessel, on a ship, he was running the black money scam.
What decade is this?
Oh fuck if I remember, early 1900s.
Oh, okay.
The guy's just a fucking thing of legend, and honestly, I have nothing but disdain in my heart for anybody who falls for the black money scam.
Yes.
I got nothing for you. There's a lot of stuff like Sweetheart, like the Sweetheart role. Dude, I hate con artists that play the Sweetheart game. That one is fucking messed up. And I know I'm throwing some like inside baseball using some of these terms, but like the black money scam is one of the dumbest fucking cons ever run, and it works. Basically, somebody walks up and says, hey, I got a fucking bag full of money, of like currency, and it got diverted on its way to being burned or destroyed, and it's all inked up with black ink. And see, I've got this I got this like magic like cleaner solution that, you know, see, if I pour it on this, see how the ink comes out, and it does on that bill. And if you just, here, I'll give you the money. If you just buy the solution from me, you can wash the bag yourself. I personally just don't have time to clean this giant bag of cash using this miracle solution that I also am in possession of, apparently.
I have sympathy for that person.
I got nothing for him.
I don't.
People are
That's exactly the same scam that they were doing with the emails. Send me $10,000 and I'll send you $1 million.
One reason why people support the Trump scam is because
Hey, Clydeson.
Hey, Clyde.
Everybody go follow Clydeson. If you're not already following Clydeson. Let's see. Some shit what happened there. Okay, I'm just checking what who got timed out, what happened. Yeah, well, you're in luck. I have some cleaner. Do you write books, Kai? I'd buy them. Conti, I do not. I'm an essayist. I don't actually do books.
I mean, there's books on cold reading.
Oh,
and there's
yeah.
Books on.
No, Kai is not single. How did your stream go, Clydeson? We're just talking con artists because, quite frankly, I enjoy the topic. And so, yeah, that's the black money scam. It's absolutely absurd, fucking, that people still fall for it. One of the other ones that Ludwig was working on his way over was the magic money device, or the money printer device, which is, again, absurd. Basically, I've got it's a spring-loaded device that has usually 2 bills loaded into it. And the device is designed or geared to slowly push out the bills.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, look, I've got this device that literally prints money, and I just, it's so slow that I don't have time. I'll sell it to you for, say, $250. See, there's a 20 coming out. In a second, it'll be done. And the 20 comes out in your hand, and it's a real fucking $20 bill. And a second $20 bill starts coming out. It's just way too slow for me. So I'll sell it to you for $250 and just get it out of my hair. Oh, okay, sure. You have a magic device that prints money, do you?
I have a question.
And people fall for it.
Yeah, they do. A lot.
Do you feel like the Trump scam is comparable to the black money one?
The what?
The Trump like con, is that comparable to like the black money thing? Like it as being as simple as that?
It depends on which con you're talking about.
People believing Trump's bullshit for emotional reasons.
No, that's a far more complex set of factors, shall we say.
See, my favorite's always the violin scam.
Oh,
I love the violin
AKA
scam.
the pet or the ring scam as well.
Yeah.
It's been done with dogs, it's been done with cats, it's been done with wedding rings, but most infamously, in its classical sense, it's a violin. Rabbit, do you want to explain the violin game?
Oh yeah, this one's really easy. And by the way, I say this as someone who has certification in museum management. This still goes on daily, and at least 10% of all of the artwork you've ever seen is absolutely fake. And it goes as follows. You walk into a pawn shop and you say, I have a Stradivarius violin. No one's ever heard of it. It's a completely undocumented violin. Oh my freaking God. That's physically impossible that no one's ever heard of this Stradivarius violin. I need to call an expert in on this one. Hold on just a second. Your friend, who has an office that he claims makes him a violin expert, they call the local violin expert, your friend Todd. Your friend Todd comes walking in and goes, holy shit, where did you find a Stradivarius no one's ever found before? And the pawn shop buys it for an umpteen $trillion. And now you've walked away, having lost all of a $20 violin, and you and your friend split the money.
And
So it's like pyramid schemes, kind of.
no, it's
No, not a pyramid scheme.
This is
You have a friend who claims to be an expert, and you then set them up so that they get called in to verify your lie.
Yeah, it's the authority. It's playing on people's willingness to placate authorities. Basically, you could do it like Rabbit's talking about like a high level version of it. To be perfectly honest, one of the like to bring it down to the everyday is that you get some like cheap knockoff fucking costume jewelry and you lose it in a bar. You make sure you lose it, right? You make sure somebody in the bar finds it. And then you come back and say, oh, you know, I lost that. I lost some jewelry, that sort of thing. And then the next, somebody else, the accomplice comes in and, you know, notices the ring. And says, oh my God, that's, you know, like I'm a jeweler and that's flawless quality. And I'd probably, that just by the looks of it, I'd put that at like $15,000, something like that. And so now you've got a bid off on this ring. And somebody's going to want to take possession of this ring. And so, yes, this is how this con works, is you artificially inflate the perceived value of an object so that somebody's greed takes over.
Can that happen in debates? Like somebody artificially do something like in a rhetorical context, like on Twitch.
I mean, people use like, I mean, it's not the same thing, but I mean, we definitely can use a lure.
Yeah, you can pull someone off of a topic really easily.
Yeah, like you can bait them in. You know, like I do it infamously with the Jewish question shit all the time.
Yeah.
Because it always inevitably ends up at the Jews eventually. It's always like, oh, and the Jews. So, you know, you just bait them out with like banks or media. And the next thing you know, you fucking got them. But I mean, yeah, it's definitely different. Yeah, Lucy's fucking great grandpa was apparently an actual con artist. Like Lucy's been in chat fucking talking about like the money printing device. Yeah, he had some of those.
Oh, my biological grandpa on my mom's side was a con artist, but he had a whole other family and shit like that, and like whole other like 2 professions.
Oh well, hey, Elaz, Elraz, centric mods. Okay. Either way, thank you for the biddies. Thank you for the 10. I'm sorry, not the 10, but the 1,000 biddies. Most assuredly. Yeah. Okay. You know, it's interesting, Lucy. Yeah, I like the ones that adhere to the classical games, sans Sweetheart. The Sweetheart. Yeah.
I have a hard spot for people who do the honeypot too.
They share a similar avenue of exploitation. That I have ethical quandaries with that one.
And
for sure.
Pulls certain laws cross the line.
Say again?
It is like con artist, and then like knowing how to get around certain things to gain your benefit. Draw the line.
Really? Honestly, it's like asking where the difference between a con artist and a magician lies. I suppose the only difference might be knowing participation by the other members.
Okay.
That's
like a magician walks up to you on the street and says, "Let me show you a card trick." That is miles away from, "Let me prove to you that God has blessed me."
True.
Yeah.
So is there? I have seen. Okay, I don't know. RV Cat, has any mod interacted with this Alaraz?
No, what he's thinking is he's talking like some of the people that have VIP status in
Oh yeah, those aren't mods.
those aren't mods.
Yeah, those aren't mods.
Maybe I sent a message to him like once or twice.
Okay.
Like I don't know. Maybe I added. I don't fucking.
Yeah, like I was just like I'm like I haven't seen any. Yeah. Either way.
And by the way, and I can speak to personal experience with this, having been and hung out with a lot of magicians, it's actually a point of pride that you tell them you're a magician so that they're expecting that there's a trick that they're going to be able to find, and then they don't catch it. Like that feels cool. Like I did something you didn't expect. Haha.
Oh, magicians love being fooled.
Oh God, yes.
It's the greatest thing to them.
For educational purposes, Kat, can you please say something in chat, write something in chat, so that they can see the difference between a mod and VIP and stuff like that?
Something. There it is. Okay, so Ace and Cat back to back. There you go. That's the little VIP. That's the moderator. The person who can stab you in the face with the sword. That's the mod.
Sword go pokey pokey.
Yeah. I'm gonna just be straight with you. I only timed you out because it's just you keep saying the same thing over and over again. It's boring.
I'm sorry.
Oh no. Wasn't talking to you, Reed.
Oh.
Let's see. They were angry with me and blocked me. Maybe he got confused with the train. I don't know, Amorous. How if I know? I wasn't following most of it. I was fucking talking about one of my favorite topics on Earth. And knowing that Rabbit, like, dude, Rabbit, seriously, like, one of these days, like, you know, fucking world willing, health willing, we gotta hang out, bro. The fact that you used to do cold reads, like, let's compare some notes. That's all I gotta say.
I liked it. I really did enjoy it. You know, I say sort of sarcastically, I should have charged money. But you get to meet people in a very specific way. Because, like, honest to God, if you cold read someone, I mean, even the find shit in the room thing, they will tell you, like, the deepest, darkest secret that has been stressing them out for the last 6 years.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like...
Yeah, it's fucked up. The shit people will
People
share.
just want a connection. They really do.
Yeah.
What's it?
Cold read, the difference between a cold read and a hot read is how much information you have. So a hot read is you're talking to someone and then figuring it out. Cold read is you don't know anything about this person and you figure it out.
Kai and Rabbit Take Vegas, says Squid. I am here for that YouTube series. I have an informal education in some of these dark arts. The stuff that I have practiced, it all relates to the hypnotic aspect of mentalism.
Oh God, hypnosis.
Yes. For those of you that like hypnosis isn't real, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. It is extraordinarily real. Stage hypnosis and street hypnosis are two different practices entirely. If you ever meet a street hypnotist, feel free to just keep your distance.
Yeah, walk away.
Yeah.
Just walk the fuck away.
If somebody can practice street hypnosis, they're proficient. I'm like modified Elman technique territory. Like I'm not going to be able to handshake induction. But I can get you there.
Those guys are creepy.
So for all of you who are sitting back watching Kai right now and wondering why you love Kai so much, well, now you know why.
It's actually, see, this is one of those things that, like, once you learn the foundational techniques of some of this stuff, you start looking around the rest of the world, and you're like, oh my fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
You're telling me I can shake my hand and make me do something?
yes.
Shit?
Yes,
I don't believe it.
there's very real handshake inductions, and they
You
are
don't have to do that.
terrifying.
That's also a good point, Rabbit.
It's generally okay. So here's two factors. One, if you're aware, you can, for God's sake, you know what? Fuck it, why not?
I believe it.
I'm
already
that username doesn't exist. I just tried to unban that username. It didn't unban, so I don't know what you're going on about. So basically, if you're aware and you're unwilling, all right, this is like a fatal factor for hypnosis. It is not the nail in the coffin. There's one Australian and one Brit that I'm aware of that have gone to great lengths to prove that they can, given the correct set of circumstances, work around these factors. It is highly manipulative, highly unethical. There's an American too. I won't go into detail what he uses his hypnosis for, but I have seen some of his sessions.
I believe it.
It's the Australian dude is infamous for getting people to withdraw money from their bank accounts. Yeah.
So one thing you were saying about the willingness, because I think of one reason why I said, well, I don't believe it, because I meditate and that has helped me stop a bunch of my demons. But there's like schizophrenic monks or just things like that where that's kind of what I correlate to. I don't know. Like if those people are so strong in their beliefs that like, or their mental illness can overtake them type of thing, it makes me believe that normal people or whoever, like just American on the street, could be susceptible to something.
See, but you're presuming that the pathway that they get through is your awareness of what's going on. The whole point of con artistry in general, but also specifically the more mentalist side of that work, is they're doing something that you don't anticipate. Like, you say, well, okay, no one would be able to convince me to withdraw money. Okay, on the other hand, you see someone walking up to you with what looks like their leg just got sheared off. You're going to be a little bit more generous. And I know that sounds really dramatic, but it's something you don't daily encounter. So you're not prepared for that to happen. Same thing with these guys. They don't automatically just walk up to you and say, I'm now going to hypnotize you and make you take out all your money.
Alaraz, point of contention. Everybody is susceptible to hypnosis because it's a natural state. Now, some people are far more susceptible and some people are far less susceptible, but everyone is susceptible because it is a naturalistic state. It is something that you do. And that's where any Elman trained hypnotist or hypnotherapist would tell you, I'm just a guide. I'm just going to walk you through a naturalistic process that already occurs daily in your brain. And so we've all experienced it. Road hypnosis, traveling
Yeah.
somewhere, you don't even realize, and you arrive at your destination. Generally, people call it autopilot and shit like that. Like, oh, I was just on autopilot. That's hypnosis. That is a type of hypnosis. And Elman induction techniques utilize this sort of thing. But, you know, a modified Elman gets you there faster, and a handshake induction, which is basically top tier hypnosis techniques, can do it during a handshake. And as Rabbit, so pointed out, it has to do with interrupting patterns, expected patterns. And that's a key part of the handshake induction technique, is interrupting expected patterns. And there are those that aren't going to be as susceptible, or not even at all, to a handshake. Like, if you're not susceptible to a handshake, you know, you're going to be susceptible to like an Elman, but you can't do an Elman induction in like less than 10 minutes, really. Maybe 5 if you're speed running it, but that's more of a modified Elman. And so you're just backdooring like a naturalistic process anyway. But yes, handshake inductions are terrifying. Not everybody's susceptible to a handshake induction. But there is a significant percentage of our population that's walking around at any given time that you can do that to. There are also those that have gone to great lengths and call him a fucking like a TV hack. But he's good at what he does. Darren Brown went to great lengths to show that he could bypass people's moral codes. He successfully got somebody to assassinate Stephen Fry. He got people to attempt to rob a place. He got, he went to great lengths to prove that point, that in fact your moral standing as a citizen, given enough time and enough exposure to the person with the correct experience and training, is not as much of a hindrance as we would have you believe. There's laws in place, by the way. I'm not allowed to just do a hypnotic induction. I'm pretty sure this falls under the legislation as well. Like, I know it was originally written for radio and TV, but I'm sure it would probably extend to internet broadcasts.
Probably.
Like, the UK is very stringent about that sort of thing. They're not allowed to show hypnotic inductions on TV. It's a thing. If you want to see them, you can go on YouTube and look up like modified Elman or handshake inductions and go down that rabbit hole. But yeah, this is where I have my experience and training in. So if any of you ever want to be hypnotized, I can actually do that for you.
Like interact hypnosis in a way?
Oh, well, okay, that's a good question. That's part of where social psychology and anthropology overlaps, is in our discussion and analysis of how much of an effect your surroundings have on your mental state at any given time. Excuse me. One of the most common, and this has been experimented, there's like 80 published studies on this. It is a well-documented situation. It's called the bystander effect.
Yeah.
Essentially, sit a bunch of people in a room. Now we can't do this anymore because it's incredibly unethical, but you don't tell anyone why they're there. Mm-hmm. Actually, you do. There's one person that you don't tell why they're there. Everyone else in the room knows exactly what's going on. You then start pumping a little bit of smoke into, under one of the doors, like a fire. And then you start playing some lights and it looks like there's a fire. If everyone in the room sits and doesn't move, the person who doesn't know that they're part of the experiment will just sit there. Like literally, they will, as far as their mind is concerned, they will let themselves be consumed by a fire because everyone else in the room doesn't believe that there's a fire there.
Well, I've had something like that happen recently. That's what I was asking. That's interesting.
Oh, I don't know. Fucking Jesus Christ. Alvarez, we're highly regulated. Fucking hypnosis is not regulated, I believe you mean, in the US. It's highly regulated. All 50 states, except Indiana, I believe. Indiana is one of the few states that doesn't have any regulation on the book for this sort of shit. And Riot Girl Callie asked, would you say it's likely people who are more susceptible to hypnosis are the same that would be susceptible to conspiracy theories? No. The difference, the differing factor for susceptibility or insusceptibility to hypnosis is control. Control freaks are less susceptible. That's where I've always found the line. That's where I was trained the line exists. That's the line. People who have trouble letting go and people who like are really like control freaks in their day-to-day life are the less susceptible people to hypnosis.
Which that is, by the way, I don't know if any of you are conversant in very bizarre and unethical psychological studies, but like the Stanford prison study, which was they took a group of volunteers, half of them got to be guards, half of them got to be prisoners, and in like 3 days, the guards turned into total assholes and the prisoners turned into, you know, very supplicant, and they didn't want to talk to anybody and they just stayed in their rooms the whole time. They actually had to break off the study early. Well, there was another study that was done ostensibly to figure out how easy it is to become a Nazi just sort of by accident.
Oh yeah.
And it's called the electrocution studies.
Oh, that
And
one's a
there's
fun one.
Do what?
That one's a fun one.
That was I forgot.
Well, the reason I love that study, and by the way, there is a shit ton of research on how badly structured the overall analysis was, and it was badly studied, but because it was designed badly. That being said, the majority of people were willing to electrocute someone they didn't know. One of the people who wasn't was a guy who was an electrician who said, I'm not doing this because I've been shocked that way. I know how much voltage that is. I'm not going to do that to another person. One of the other guys of the few who refused to do it was a guy, he just sat there because, you know, there's someone in a lab coat. They're telling them, no, you have to go on with this study. You have to continue pushing these shock things. It's therapeutic. You've got to do it. And finally, at the end of it, he refused to touch any of the switches. He was pissed off the whole time. They ended the study. They said, okay, dude, what is your problem? He said, I just don't fucking like people in lab coats. That was it.
He just had an issue with he just had an issue with the authority that he was presently interacting with.
Yep.
That people say that they would just do. They would just I would just flee the country. I would just flee Nazi Germany. I wouldn't have done anything. It's like, no, you most likely would have been forced in somehow.
Angie, yes, Angie, per your previous question, I have seen them. Not only have I seen them, one of my circle runs a Discord in which that is the primary function, and he is the hypnotist for that primary function. For those of you that may not have caught what Angie asked, it was about erotic hypnosis channels.
Alcatraz hypnosis regulation referring to children and
Again,
so
but yes, Angie, I've seen it. I've been there for a recording of it. I've seen the effects of it. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. Dame, no, it's not on Twitch. Most assuredly not on Twitch.
Although they'd be very popular.
Yes, they would.
Instant.
Yes.
But yes, I one of my circle runs a Discord server where that is the primary focus. He gives sessions, and he's very good at it. He's got the hypnotic patter just down. His rhythm and his cadence is as near perfect for therapeutic hypnosis as you can get.
Sorry.
But he uses it for other purposes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Alraz, if you have to sign a waiver, then it's regulated. Like I don't know why those thoughts are not penetrating. But if you have to sign a waiver, then that means that it's regulated. Never mind.
Dame. It's funny how some hypnotists can get people to drop quick, yet others almost tell your body to fight it. Yeah. Can you hit? Oh, yeah, no, Viva. Yeah. Most hypnotists learn by hypnotizing themselves. That's step one. You're gonna be your own teacher and student. Yeah, that's step one. If you can't induce yourself, then chances are you're not going to be able to induce someone else.
Yeah, that's true. That's recently been my experience a little bit. I don't have quite like diagnosed like eating disorder, but my mom does. So I was hitting bouts of like anorexia from stress and burnout a couple months ago. And I will not listen to my mom for medical stuff, like mental stuff. She's just not the right person. So my dad reached out to her, and what she told him was start cooking foods that I cook him every day. And I just started eating, like, because it's just what I know. Like, I love eating that stuff. I know it's a terrible thing, but eventually, like, I don't know if that's an example of like hypnotism. No, but it is. It is definitely a form of psychological influence. So MK Ultra is a thing. Well, I mean, yes, but no. Right? Like they wanted results above and beyond what you can get usually. And they did it in all the wrong ways. I mean, legitimately, trying to hypnotize somebody who's tripping balls on acid is one of the dumbest ideas ever created.
I mean, the notes are impressive. Of course, they're also one of the main reasons that we have ethics codes now. But the studies they came up with to experiment, you're like, no, what made you even think of that? I don't understand.
Hey, you know what would be really great is if we had somebody smoke like 18 joints and then see if they'll murder somebody on behalf of the United States government. Yeah.
I wonder if some acid is programmable. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're trying to push it with like the shock doctrine too as well. They're trying to push like brainwashing with mass like socioeconomic like shock and change. It's just like I don't know. I don't think it's
well, I mean, it's okay. So first, you have to understand, Edward Bernays is the father of modern advertising. All right, this is the dude who came up with the idea that you know what works is if like we throw a beautiful woman next to the brand logo, right? Works every time. Watch this. Sex sells, right? Play on their emotions, play on their base instincts. You can sell and you can inform and you can manipulate using these techniques. He was Freud's nephew. Right? Like this is how this works. So there is actual high-level psychological manipulation happening in our society. There's no way around that.
Yeah, I could probably be making a lot more money if I would be hired as a consultant.
Yeah. I mean, as far as public relations and manipulation go, fucking Bernays wrote the book.
Yeah. That's my problem. I like my soul too much.
And you know, that's what a lot of these tactics. There is an infamous old Darren Brown example where he takes a couple of ad men and predictively programs them. And it is terrifying to see in action. The extent, and because he demonstrates the extent to which they went to do that. And he pitches them like, what is it? It's a funeral home for pets or something like that. And he accurately predicts their, like, the logo, the slogan, all of these sorts of things that he, hey, Walada, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much. And tell me how to pronounce your name if you want. And, you know, it's not some like, shifty shit. what they did was they ran them through a pre-programmed basically run from the hotel. There's, you know, children singing a song. There's signage everywhere they're going. As they enter the building, there's things on the door. Like literally he is pumping their subconscious full of the ideas and the names and the words that he needs to be on their mind in 15 minutes. And the same thing happens with advertising. You know, you're constantly being bombarded with these images, with these words, with these brand names. And, you know, you see a Coke ad, and the next time you feel thirsty in 3 minutes, you're like, I want a Coke. It is fairly easy to manipulate people on this level. Alaraz, thank you again for the 1,000 biddies. That's quite generous.
Hype train.
And Peter Wood, I saw you stop by earlier. Sorry I didn't acknowledge you or mid thing. But thank you for the resub. It looks like we are officially doing a capitalism.
Nice.
Well, even to the advertising, like they will leech onto any industry and just, I mean, try to do its best. You know what I mean? Like, streaming, for instance, there's not a whole lot of laws right now or regulations in place about volume of ads that play and stuff like that. And it's gonna take the legislation like a while to catch up with it too. Like, I think.
Hey, Aussie, I'm with you. Hey, you know, it's like just hands off, fucking. Anyway, so did someone say doing a capitalism? Yes, Ace, we're doing a capitalism.
We have a train. We have a damn train.
Let me work on that. There you go. Worked on it right. We'll see how it plays out. I'm moving to the woods or space if possible. Fair enough. Hey, oh Jesus, Reed. Reed. And hang on. We're doing this back to back. Fucking Reed with the 5 gift bombs to Ladur, Middle Earth Marxist, and Cassiopeia Star, Drew Beans, and Kim. Thank you again, Reed.
Keeps going.
And Ace, thank you for the 5 gift bombs. Smallish Will Twitch, Loki Mantis, Liking Will Owl, Carpe Pax, Tea Time Renee, Ace. Thank you for those gift bombs. Yes, we're doing a capitalism.
That's funny.
Fucking hype.
Hype? Question mark.
Level 3. Yep, that's level 3 complete.
Yeah, boy.
Doing a capitalism soon will be a part of a society.
Oh no. Not like this.
Let's see.
I mean, this is where I find the best political narrative, for sure. Actually, like.
Gracias.
I think.
Slippery slope. Oh, Jackie. All this capitalism, but I don't feel exploited, says Sidewalk.
Starting.
Get on it.
Oh.
The exploitation comes later.
Chapomon.
Antifa Muffin.
Antifa Muffin. There's Ace with 2 more gift subs. Thank you, Ace. Pushing that, fuck it, what are we? That's hype level 3 or some shit. Level 4. That was level 4. Antifa Muffin. I fucking love it, says Ace. Final level. Keep the hype going until the clock runs out. It's crazy.
Well,
Really
you're at level 5-7%. So
yeah,
you know,
they really do gamify the shit out of this, don't they?
they really do.
Yeah.
See, but then you'll get the fire flower and you'll get the extra levels.
Oh, well, the level 5 emotes are the hype mage, the hype who, the hype lol, the hype potion, and the hype book.
I'm sorry, the hype
Oh.
mage.
Ace.
I was fucking kidding. They have a hype mage.
Yeah, they've got a hype mage.
We're 10% away from a level 5 hype train.
Fucking Ace, thank you for the next 5 gift subs as well. Thank you for the 12 gift subs that you've just given. Thanks the Clown, Boho Mama KS, Iraq Veteran 2004, Mediocre Commentary, and Bob Jips. Congratulations. Rabbit, fuck, it was 7%. Thank you for the biddies, Rabbit. If you want to know what percentage your $2 is worth, 7.
Excellent.
Although, hey, Ozmami, pushing that above the line, and Eeyore Explorers. Thank you, Oz. Thank you kindly.
Rhymes with nonsense. Thank you for the 100 biddies.
And now the level 5. There we go. It won't get out of my way. There's the hype mage. Yes, exactly. Holy shit. Alraz, thank you so much for all of the biddies, including those 2,000 biddies, but all of the biddies that you've donated during this stream. For those of you who don't know what the fucking money goes to on this channel, it either goes to keeping the shit running, so hosting, stuff like that, occasionally an Alex Jones impersonator or something like that, or by feeding my book habit. It's an addiction, I admit it. Or the long-term push goal is to send me back to school for a poli-sci degree.
We also have Femboy Kai as well.
Yeah, well, y'all gotta raise like a shit ton of money for that one.
See, you keep saying that. What is a shit ton?
Oh,
two years of college.
2 years of college plus $5K to Food Not Bombs.
Yeah. So guys, just
yeah,
donation buttons there.
That's the cost of.
Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Jones here for Proudly Radical. Since I owe Kai a few favors from back in the old days. Shit, I probably shouldn't talk about that. Wait, why are you still recording? Fine, just be sure to edit it out. Anyways, as I was saying, this is Alex Jones, and I just wanted to teach the proletariat a few things about anarchism. Anarchism isn't about chaos. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Anarchism is about the people. It's about solidarity and mutual aid. It's about removing unjust authority and hierarchies. We should all be anarchists. The world would be a better place. Now, I'm going to apologize again to all those parents whose lives I ruined because I'm such a douchebag. Jones, out. All right, Kai, this has got to make us even for that incident you helped me out with.
Alex Jones, everyone. Yep, Alex Jones. He and I go back a ways. What can I say? I helped him out with some stuff. Rebirth Tupac. I miss Pac. What does anarchists think about communists? We'll work with them, but we don't trust them.
Actually, I like the way the sentence is phrased. What anarchists think about communists? I mean, not a lot.
There you go. We're highly suspicious.
Yeah, generally.
Given our history, the fact that socialists and communists have killed more anarchists than fascists and fucking capitalists. Yeah. It's a bit of a rocky history. Let's put it that way.
I don't know. I guess like most charitably, we just like their economic critiques of capitalism. Kind of jive with a lot of those.
Yeah, Marxian critiques of capitalism are valid. Everything after that,
like what to actually do about it, they can kind of go fuck themselves.
Yep.
Don't concede, Kat. All or nothing.
I see, but then what does that make us? Do we just gotta be all cringe mutualists?
Yes.
Oh no.
Sorry.
I don't want to read Proudhon.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'll loan you my copy.
Oh no. Okay, fine.
Name is kill me every time I read it. Rebirth Tupac. Hey Tam. Thank you for the resub.
What the hell is a hype train emote?
If you donated during that time, you get emotes.
Yeah.
Oh. That's
Congratulations, you got a hype train emote. You got the book.
I got a book.
Rabbit, accept it. You got the participation. You got a participation award.
Yep.
Another damn book.
It knows you too well, Rabbit.
You damn anarchists and your books.
Damn, I just wanted the cool emotes. Well, enjoy, Tam. Enjoy.
Damn, Ace has got them all.
Holy shit.
Oh.
Yeah, boy.
Oh, a Ramsey told me he was gonna use one of my emotes for inspiration off of Discord. I see he just uploaded it. It's the Earth is fine. It's on fire with a fucking marshmallow on a stick.
Excellent.
I like that.
He also has the mind blown one.
Are you guys from the USA? 2 of us are. The other 3 are from Canada.
Jesus Christ!
And you have to figure out which one we've given you. Your
wait.
quest.
What are you saying? 3 of us are from the U.S. 2 are from Canada.
Oh wait. Oh yeah. Well, I guess from. Fuck it. I don't.
It's fine.
I mean, technically, isn't it? Either way.
Borders are wise. It's fine.
Alvarez now has the hype train conductor badge. Ace.
Oh, nice.
Ace, it's actually Amorous, and it looks like Amorous and Alvarez have them. It looks like it was stolen from. No, Ace is still fucking. How the fuck does that shit work even? Like, how many fucking hype train conductors are there? Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, I'm kind of enjoying that this is turning into like a horse race situation. And Amherst was in front, but now wait, coming up behind.
Yeah, I like non-binary superpowers explanation. They're all from Turtle Island. They all live on stolen land. I dig it. Although I guess.
Hey,
Hold on. I have to.
Mitre.
And say non-binary. There's 2 of us in this chat that don't live on stolen land because it is our land. Well,
technically 3 of us if we're gonna play that game.
I mean, I live on land that was stolen from other people.
Well, that is true.
Oh, okay. That's just fucking Reed's whisper.
I mean, that is the thing. Like, if I wanted to play like the stolen land game, I'd have to be like defending. I'd have to like go back to like Michoacan and shit. So, wait, who lived here in Cali actually?
Oh, you're not gonna go with a Mexica?
No. I actually have like Purepecha like there. Like I can trace it back. It's just.
Right.
Karina, I don't have a problem with you coming in, but that's up to Kai. It's his stream, so.
Oh wait, who? What? I'm.
Karina.
Oh yeah. I'm just trying to figure. I'm literally just going to a browser window. They all look the same to me. God damn it! Why do they all have a conductor badge? I'm fucking confused. Holy shit. Let's see.
It's costing us all.
Alraz with another 1,000 biddies. My man dropping it like it's hot tonight. Thank you kindly. Saying you're only here for a short visit. Don't hurry. Don't worry. Be sure to smell the flowers along the way. Walter Hagen. Great quote. Great man with issues. I don't know much about Walter Hagen. But
he was a great man with great issues, Kat. How do you not know this?
He was a golfer. That's all I know about him. Hang on, I'm looking him up.
Yeah, now I wonder, is this dude like racist, homophobic? Like, what's the
Well,
thing?
I mean, he's old. Like this dude, we're talking like, okay, so 1892 to 1969. All right, so he was guaranteed to be racist.
Well, no shit.
He had a thing for
I think
feet.
I went without saying, you know.
He had a thing for feet,
Ah,
like exclusively feet.
you serious?
Quite a collection.
Oh my god.
I don't know.
Quite a collection. I don't, I don't see any real notables here popping out, so I don't.
Yeah, I'm only on the wiki, so
Yeah. Ace gifted a sub to Alvarez, who apparently has not, despite all of the biddies, not gotten a sub. So thank you, Ace. Riot Girl, I 100% agree with that.
Holy shit, that's a lot of tribes.
It's a big fucking
Oh yeah,
state.
there was quite a few.
That was Reed we just lost.
Oh, damn. Oh, there you go.
Did Reed finally pass out?
I
I
think
think so.
I think honestly if I had to wager a guess, I'd say probably one of our field officers for the CIA finally got him. But I'm just
Damn it.
speculating.
Man, your people take for frickin' ever.
What can I
Yeah,
say? We're all bogged down with that shit on the border, you know, organizing the caravans and shit like that. It's such a resource drain.
Y'all need to work on the hiring quotas. Holy shit.
Sidewalks suspicious. Well, you know, adopting anarchism means giving up your privileges. I mean, what privileges? Do you own a factory? Sure, there's socioeconomic privileges that come along with X, Y, and Z, but at the end of the day, we're all basically the oppressed masses. I mean, are you Bill Gates? No? You're probably fucked too.
Look, non-binary, it's very easy. We measure in inches and not in centimeters because otherwise men would never shut up about it.
That
That was good. That was good.
Rabbit, oh my god.
Rabbit's been some flames.
How do I know I'm not Bill Gates? Estrella, look around really quickly. What I want you to do is yell for your staff. Okay? All right. Now, all right, go ahead and do that. Did an assistant burst into your room looking panicked? No? You're probably not Bill Gates.
It'd be funny if Estrella like posted like a video in the Discord proving that she did that.
Yeah, just walks in with a favorite hentai pillow or something.
Yeah, exactly, story girl. I live in an apartment and I have... Okay, so the fact that you live in an apartment, clue number one.
Yeah.
Do you own the apartment block?
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Does your apartment have a pool that you own?
Yeah, it's that sort of thing.
Do you collect rent money from people rather than paying someone?
Bill Gates on a rough spiral. I always love that Chris Rock bit about like, is it Oprah? It's Oprah. He said Oprah is fucking rich, but it's his bit about the difference between rich and wealthy, and how Oprah's fucking no, is it Shaq that I think he uses as the example? Shaq is fucking rich, but the white man who signs his check is wealthy. If Bill Gates woke up with Shaq's money tomorrow, he'd jump out a window and slit his throat on the way down. Like, I can't even fill up my jet. Yeah. I'd pay so much money for a hug from Oprah. I mean, do I have a shot at picking her pocket while I'm at it? Of course.
There you go.
Shit, right?
That level of wealthy doesn't actually carry money. They don't. They have no money on them. They don't even know how to pay for shit. There is a hilarious example about Kathy Griffith. Sorry, Kathy Griffith. Got to hang out with Cher. And they're hanging out in Cher's fucking bedroom. And one of them says, like, why don't we order a pizza? And the other looks at the other one and goes, like, how do we do that?
What do you do?
And like Kathy looks at Cher and Cher says, I don't know how to fucking order a pizza. I'm Cher, bitch. And Kathy hasn't ordered a pizza since the Just Shoot Me days or the Suddenly Susan days, right? She's had an assistant since Suddenly Susan. And so neither of them know how to order a pizza. So Kathy calls her assistant to tell her to order a pizza to Cher's house. Right? This is what this looks like at those levels, right? If you think like they have no clue. They're completely detached. I assure you, Oprah Winfrey ain't walking around with a wallet. She does not have cash on her. There are people for that. Right?
Okay, Kai, I'm willing to bet that you know at least one or two of these, but the Uber gays, like one that I still have contact with, was reacting to the entire COVID situation with sort of shock and awe, not because they found it inconceivable that this disease would spread so easily, but they were pretty sure that they were immune because none of their staff is allowed to touch them.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
And non-binary, we're not talking about rich. We're talking about wealthy.
Yeah.
There's
When you literally own people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
there's a distinction. Rich people, yeah, all the time. Carry cash, carry credit cards. Wealthy people, they have staff for that. There's not a wealthy person on this planet who doesn't have staff.
They have a personal assistant that makes sure that everything is paid for, all the fucking money, spending, and
there's-
receipts is all everything.
They have people for that. In short, they ain't gonna survive the apocalypse. No, they will. Oh yeah, they will. They've got fucking he eats at White Castle. The only question I'd ever have for Bill Gates is, did you never consider a personal stylist?
Never once.
Not
Really?
once. Just
Not
not once. In all of those billions, not a single moment went by that you're like, hey, like I can hire somebody to just handle this for me. No?
What do you think of Butler?
Bill,
Okay.
Pookie, one word, exfoliant.
It just
Come on.
It's astounding.
Hey, most butlers are your basically your style professional.
You know,
He needs better staff.
a manservant.
Yeah.
He's a
Really love a manservant.
utter douchebag. He's an utter douchebag. But like Elon Musk understands it. Right? Like he got some billions in the bank and he's like, guess what? I'm gonna regrow hair, motherfuckers. That's how you do it, folks. Like, come on. I don't understand half these wealthy people. Like, I'm going to space. Oh, Jesus Christ. At least Richard Branson seems interesting. He's a complete douche as well, but he at least seems interesting with all the shit he gets up to.
Yeah, that's on here, Elon Musk is a narcissist. Sure. But I would adore Musk being actually experimental.
Yeah.
Like, could you? I mean, he keeps redesigning the land tank. Oh, good. Congratulations. That's never been done. Show me a space rocket that runs like on gasoline. Come on. Just, you have the money to experiment with this shit. Do it.
I mean, if fucking they're doing the space race, why is no one doing a power race?
Right?
Like if you cracked fusion, like if you've got Bezos money or like Musk money, like I'd be like, yeah, sure, let's peel off 25 billion, 50 billion, whatever. Let's fucking try and crack power. Like
or a solar that doesn't rely on 8 million tons of silicon or 400 really well polished mirrors.
It's because they all want that Jesus. It's just stupid monkey shit.
That's what I'm saying.
It's stupid. It's that stupid drive. It's the same thing that still takes us to the top of Mount Everest. It's just us trying to climb to the highest branch. It's absolutely absurd.
I don't mind them climbing to Everest on their off time. I just, do something.
Electronics-based propulsion. They don't actually give a shit. Yeah, that's fair, Peter. That's fair. Let's see. And yet none of them are Batman, so their lives are a waste. Dude, Batman is the worst fucking... I'm sorry. He's the worst superhero. He's absolutely the worst. Fucking if Bruce Wayne just likes LARPing.
Yeah,
that's all.
It's propaganda. It is freaking propaganda.
Yeah, like he just enjoys LARPing. That's all. If this motherfucker wanted to actually fix Gotham, he'd pour some of those many, 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 many billions into Gotham's infrastructure, as his parents did. but he just wants to run around like a little trust fund kid, punching random dudes in the face.
I
Yeah.
guess he does stop a few terror plots here and there.
Yeah, but a Trustafarian who arrests pickpockets for funsies. I mean, come on.
I know. I'm just saying, like, at minimum, we have to give him credit for the fact that he does stop, like, mass murderers, super powered mass murderers.
Does he though? I mean, does he?
Oh,
He doesn't
Joker.
stop the creation of them. He's real good at like beating the brakes off.
He's
them and then,
literally like the inspiration for their existence in most of the lore. Like he's responsible for them existing, even.
right, and then he puts them in places where they just inevitably escape, anyways.
See, I heard a phrase today, and I want to share it with you because I think it perfectly describes so many of these sorts of situations. It's an Ouroboros that is shoved up its own ass.
Okay, can you just say that again? I don't think I've ever heard it said like that.
An Ouroboros?
That is probably the first time I've ever heard it pronounced that way.
I'm sorry. Ouroboros?
Yeah,
Shut the fuck
there's the traditional one. But shoved up its own ass. I love it.
I think it is
It's
true.
not eating its tail, it's shoved up its own ass.
Okay, so hang on.
Wait, what?
I don't know. Stupid monkey shit ego mentality that hinders an anarchist community. Somebody else will try to be king one way or another. There are ways around that, but I'm not allowed to talk about that. So hang on. Where did the biddies come in? Because I saw the
Alaraz.
yeah. Oh, I know that. I saw that. But Rose Against the Machine agreed with me where no one else would. That deserves a cheer for all.
I mean, keep it up for chat. I'll be the first to admit it.
Let's see. So what did let's see. Oh, I'm just trying to see where Jackie agreed with them.
Riot Girl Callie says Batman is a fascist.
Okay, so it's up higher. My nachos were tasty, not that anyone cares. Said
We care. Tasty nachos is always important.
Jackie. I drink probably 2 handles a week of tequila. Oh, Alaraz, we need to detox you.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
That's about where I was just before I went into recovery. But you know,
So like, what did it? Like, did you just like wake up one morning and just like, yeah, I can't do this shit anymore, or like, what was it?
That's
no,
okay.
my husband said he would leave me.
That's okay, Tupac. Don't worry about it. Dude, that's a lot of alcohol.
That is a lot of alcohol.
Jackie, my favorite is from the Justice League cartoon where Batman was talking to Wonder Woman when she was flirting with him. He said, "Don't, you're a princess. I'm a rich kid with daddy issues."
Okay, then. Well, you know,
I respect it. Let's see. Yeah, and Rebirth to Tupac. Either, I mean, feel free to try, or, you know, by all means, no worries. Bill Gates and Warren Buffett use coupons. Well, according to that anecdote, didn't have cash, but had coupons, which is a whole other level of fucking miserly behavior.
okay, Ozma, I mean, here's like the hot take. It's kind of hard for like anarchists in general to like superheroes like as a concept. Like, frankly, a lot of them would just like be like like they're literally just hierarchical. It just introduces like this like unsolvable hierarchy where these people are essentially like immune to all sorts of rules of society and violence. They would instantly turn into like a global threat if these type of people existed.
Can I just be Nightcrawler? I just want to bamf. I don't.
Bamf. Except it's not just bamfing. Have you ever seen the lore on where he goes?
I mean, yeah, I understand that he's basically like slowly opening a portal to hell.
Yeah,
and
he's
that's why
traveling
he's
through an
come-
interdimensional hellscape.
Yeah, hey, I never said that I was right in the head.
I have a passing understanding of comics, Rose. It's not like I've
Sorry.
watched like a few YouTube videos here. Fucking, like I've read like a few issues here and there that I've got my hands on, but I'm not familiar with like the larger lore and shit.
And
The way you said that, I've seen these picture books. I'm aware of them.
where was
Dude, it's like fucking. I mean, it's like,
there it is.
dude, like comic books are like fucking like political theory to me. Like the way that like regular people look at like political theory is the way that I look at comics. It's just this wall of like just literature that I just can't bring myself to read.
Just embrace the madness.
Alvarez, recovery. Have you ever known any combat pilot forced to take uppers? Yeah, I don't know the compound off the top of my head, but they do. I mean, the Go Fast pills are still prescribed to this day, although they did change the formulation a while ago, I think I heard. But yeah, I'm in an Air Force town, and I have former Air Force right across the way. Who fucking hopefully has written his account at working at the Groom Lake facility down like I've told him to do. So if he does kick, we can fucking read what the hell that motherfucker was working on up there. But yeah.
I mean, I had an ex who was on all kinds of shit from being in the military. So
holy shit. Non-binary. Yes. Yeah, I don't think there's a gay man who hasn't heard of them.
Okay, you know what? I may be the first one. What are poppers?
Amyl nitrate.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me, it's video head cleaner.
Which is what it is. It's a vasodilator, and it loosens certain things.
Gotcha.
Also,
Yeah, it doesn't
kind of makes you woozy and into things a little more.
Right.
really get you high. It just makes you enjoy the moment more, apparently.
Okay. So
According to reports that Rabbit and I have heard over the years, I'm sure.
Yes, from what I've been told.
Yes.
Yes.
From friends of friends.
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is it's just like easier to access, probably less safe, like Molly.
You could get it at the porn store right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so okay.
Yeah.
Holy shit, yeah.
Yeah, it's a thing. If you ever see gay porn in which somebody is holding their hand in a cylindrical fashion and they block off one nostril, and that's what's happening. They're huffing.
Gotcha.
They're huffing poppers.
It's essential.
So this is basically like steroids for gay porn actors.
Weightlifters use now too, don't they? I do not know. That's a thing I wasn't aware of.
Wait,
What?
Hey, what?
Apparently, weightlifters may or may not be using them too.
you can actually. I am familiar with that. You can use them.
Fucking wild, son.
Well, it's because it's a dilator, so
Right.
it pulls the blood away faster.
Yeah, no, it makes sense now. Fuck.
Yeah, it'll mess with your heart if you're not careful,
Of
but
course.
it can give you like a couple of extra reps.
Yeah, and
Fucking wild.
you know.
son.
yeah, but most infamously used within certain scenes. Oh yeah, any head shop.
Heard.
Hey, can we define what you mean by headshot?
Oh yeah. Fucking weed stores, fucking hippie joints that sell tobacco water pipes.
Yeah, I believe it's referring to tobacco and tobacco paraphernalia.
Yes.
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 Enthusiast paraphernalia.
Yes.
Benefit of living in a legal state. We can just go in and say, "Give me the bong." Let's see. All right.
That was so not going exactly where I was trying to point it to, but that works.
All right. So, all right, I can close all those, right? Yes, I can close all those now. All those whispers.
I mean, Riot Girl, it depends on which lifter you're talking to. Yeah, they're willing to take reps for heart damage.
Yeah, there's definitely a bunch.
Let's see.
nice.
So Go pills for the Air Force. I'm just checking if they're still DAMP or not. Because I know they were phasing out or reformulating. And DAMP, dextroamphetamine. For those of you,
Well, see, that's the sad thing with her is that a lot of them ain't really that rich. A lot of them just like kind of pour their life into it. Like a lot of them just fucking like that's all they have is just like the gains.
Oh yeah, these days they're looking into like modafinil and shit like that. That's what I was hearing. And so yeah, Dextro was always the classic. But yeah, no, these days they're looking at modafinil as a replacement. Alras. It doesn't produce the same results, but there's a few tarmac incidents and shit like that. So yeah.
Is it theoretically less addictive or what?
Modafinil is generally classified as a nootropic.
Okay.
But it's the narcolepsy sleep disorder drug.
Gotcha.
So yeah, it's got off-label usage. Yeah. Retired weeb. Yeah, if Zealot's still here, fucking Zealot's weeb card can definitely be punched.
Cat, are you a weeb?
I used to be like real big into anime like in high school and shit. I also learned Japanese for a little bit there because I used to work with some people from Japan, and then like it just dropped off like hard, and now I just can't get into it no matter how much I want to.
Much like your experience with comic books, I am familiar with weebs in that I have heard the word, and I know that they exist. that is about the extent.
So you'll watch anime but not read comics? Yeah, unironically, 100%. I mean, that's the thing is that there's more variety with like anime. I feel we need to get your Japanese skills up. I mean, that's the thing is that like I'm not even that good. Like I can navigate like a very basic conversation and be okay. And I can kind of understand conversations, but it's not like I've very much dropped off compared to when I was like fucking working with those people.
Whereas my level of weeb is that I called it Neon Evangelon until about a year ago.
Oh no!
It's 100% Evangelon. Fuck that Evangelion shit.
Yeah,
Stay the course, Rabbit. Stay the course.
That's right.
Look, to be frank, it is pretty overrated.
I mean, isn't it just like some Christian shit? Like,
that's a bit reductive, but like it's. I mean,
okay, so isn't it just some weeb shit? There, did I get reductive enough?
Okay, so it's weeb shit, but it's horny weeb shit that talks about like.
Wait, what? Aren't those two synonyms?
I guess so. Fuck.
I mean, there's a cat girl aspect to a lot of this combo.
Okay, well, to be fair, they don't have cat girls in there. They just have like. That's the thing about like Evangelion is that like it was actually like kind of the start of a lot of like that waifu culture shit. They were like the start. Like it's one of the first like popular instances where you can see like those like different traits kind of born out. So you can kind of like blame that on Evangelion for like spreading to the rest of anime.
All right.
Yeah, it's called a little blue pill, Angie.
Are there any safe substances to give a guy it's full hard on, not a 7-year limp one? Death grip is killing erections. You got freaking poppers.
Death grip?
He jerks it way too hard.
I mean, dude, just relax, let it happen.
Yeah, just fucking chill.
Yeah.
They don't use Adderall. I've just cross-checked this with multiple technical sergeants' papers. I've been looking just to make sure before I speak on this because historically they've used dextroamphetamine And Adderall is not dextroamphetamine. It's dextroamphetamine sulfate, amphetamine sulfate, dextroamphetamine saccharate, and amphetamine asparate monohydrate. It's a quarter of each.
Goddamn.
And so it's, pharmacology, right? Remember? Started studying it when I was 14. Adderall is not the dosage it's giving. It is a 10 milligram dose of straight dextroamphetamine, which is what the Go pill is in the Air Force. They have investigated looking into 100 milligram dose of modafinil in addition to a lesser dose of the dextroamphetamine. And I have multiple papers from technical sergeants and doctors on the matter who are investigating this program in the Air Force, who are attempting to at least draw back on the Go pills a little bit.
Honestly, sometimes I just throw topics at you so you can do like way more research than I would ever bother to.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Okay, this is a good line right here. This to me is all of weeb. I tried to watch Evangelion.
Prove me wrong, Alvarez.
Evangelon, I'm fine.
Prove me wrong.
But the metaphor felt way too heavy-handed.
That's fair.
Oh, Jesus.
Isn't that all anime?
Yeah, it's like that's kind of like the aesthetic. Is it here's the thing, especially if you like have a passing understanding of Japanese, it's like that's what it is. It's just like super over the top. It's very like exaggerated, very like it's very like theatrical. Like it's like if you've ever watched like telenovelas, it's kind of like that same vibe. Like it's supposed to be.
Yeah, there's many things that I have heard of anime. Subtle is not one of them.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's the other problem. It's just like that kind of whole like thing kind of fell out of favor for me when I was like as I grew older. So
I'm female, but I notice more problems from guys with erections, either drugs, porn, death grip, or something else. It's wild young guys too.
Yeah,
there's a whole lot in that sentence.
I mean, it's not wrong.
And let's just double check.
Jackie asked if you sleep, Kai.
No, I have given up sleep. It's not useful.
Gave it up for Lent?
Yeah, that's what I did. I gave it up for Lent.
All right.
Fan services lobby. That's kind of the other bit too. It got kind of like at first I was like super pro fan service for obvious reasons. Horny teenager, that whole like that like thing. But then it's just like, okay, I can see how this kind of takes away from like the writing. And, like,
I mean, there's a point past which you're basically the fans are writing the show.
Yeah, it's just it gets boring.
Can I not? There we go. There we go. Oh yeah, no, they're two different. I just didn't. No.
Wither says he clicks on every link.
I just didn't copy the right one. 615, and then. That's weird. There we go. That's what I wanted.
Okay, so if I'm going to enjoy it, I'll assume a heaping serving of salt. I still enjoy Dragon Ball, which is impossible to justify, just fun. I mean, I feel like that's just the justification you need. If it's fun, you like it, then
No. I just sent 4 different links and a Wikipedia article elaborating upon the fact that they use dexedrine, aka dextroamphetamine, in the Air Force, not Adderall straight.
I mean, if you're really having that much of an issue with a guy getting an erection around you, maybe try playing with it first.
Yeah, there's some work to be done.
I mean okay, so traditionally, medically speaking, the male member is very much a, how shall we say, an indicator of one's health as well.
Yeah.
Also true.
Yeah. So maybe look to whether he is doing okay physically. Because generally there is a fascinating response that says basically, nature basically comes along and says, nah, you're good. You don't need to be doing that. you're not in the condition to procreate at this time. Take it easy here.
For those of you who know, the erection pill that is most commonly prescribed and known originated as a heart medication.
It didn't work as a heart medication, but they did notice a pattern.
Yup.
I love chat's reaction to this whole conversation. It's great. Isn't Dragon Ball Z basically screaming? Yes, alongside like weird, like racist alien overtones.
Also, you know, really interesting hair effects.
Yes, just instant. Fan service, I think, is really only good in ecchi stories, willing to make horny the law of the universe and works around it. Otherwise, it's uncomfortable in serious, realistic settings. Yes. And Jackie says it's okay for you to say penis, Kai.
Penis?
It's like we're all 12.
I started giggling at fucking Zach Wienersmith, for fuck's sake. Of course we're 12.
Fucking. I like non-binary. Non-binary like take on the whole thing. Just takes off headset as a lesbian.
High level ideas.
Yeah.
So apparently, non-binary says that you're supposed to wave at them when we're no longer talking about cock anymore.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Them being a lesbian doesn't want to hear about cock.
Penis.
I mean, we
sorry,
all,
non-binary.
all we do.
I did that in reverse. I did that the opposite direction of what I should have been doing. Sorry.
remove fan service and you delete a fundamental experience of Dragon Ball. I actually agree, but you know,
I never watched Dragon Ball.
Really, the original Dragon Ball is actually pretty sweet. It's
my entry into anime was Rurouni Kenshin.
That's actually a pretty sweet entry.
Yeah. Too bad the guy's a kid fucker.
Yeah, that's
he got a.
There's a lot of those motherfuckers.
Yeah. The author of Rurouni Kenshin got caught with a shit ton of child porn.
Yeah. Not really surprised.
At least he didn't get caught actually diddling a kid, I suppose, is the takeaway from that. But yeah, he got caught with a bunch of kiddie porn.
Yeesh.
But I mean,
there are at a certain point when a man gets too drunk, it's called whiskey dick. It is an actual thing. Condoms for some don't necessarily. How do I put it?
It's not conducive to the mood.
Yeah. Yeah.
There are some dudes who just are so fucking that it's a thing. All right. Oh, what time is it? Oh, Jesus, it is 1 o'clock. We've been going since fucking 5:30. All right, motherfuckers. Here's what's gonna happen. By the way, we were in just chatting that entire time. We did not start off in politics. Which explains the slow start, though. That took a while to get off the ground.
I know, but like once you were there, you held it.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough, non-binary. All right. So Reed, I don't know if you're still here, whether you just passed out or whether, one of my CIA handlers managed to nab you. Either way, we'll be, indoctrinating him in a camp. Don't mind that. Anyway. So Rabbit, Sue, Cat, thanks for joining me.
No problem.
Hey, fucking, I swear to God, I better see that number climb. I don't know why I'm seeing a 62, but I'm only seeing 48 that are going to raid over. This sort of shit annoys the hell out of me. The 49, can I get a 50? Can I get a 50? 50, 50, 50. Can I get a 50? Either way, I'll be on tomorrow at 11:30 p.m. Pacific per usual. I hope you guys are as well as you can be. Let's go say hi to public. All right, y'all.
Nice.
Catch you later.
See you, Story.